everyone, and welcome to EUSL Season 3 Playoffs Finals. And we're here on the pre-show, this time joined by Psykeen and Xylofer. How's it going, guys?
So, I mean, it's a good day overall, I would say here. And I mean, let's just dive right straight into it, right? Okay, so far in playoffs, we've had, very strong teams come in, definitely, so to say, but I don't know about you guys, but I personally was not expecting such an explosive start from both TMCT and Luminous, right? Like, we know that these are generally on the stronger side of teams. However, I was not expecting them to just blow the other two teams out of the water here.
Yeah, I think so too, right? Both of them were pretty dominant, and then we saw Zoo take a pretty back and forth, at least till that final game series. But now we have these three remaining teams in playoffs, and not just us, but the chat, we kind of want to see what you guys think too, in terms of which team will take it all and how each of these series will go.
I believe we do have a... sure thing. I mean, honestly speaking, against TMCT versus Luma, because the thing is, we do generally know that both of these teams are slightly stronger as compared to their counterparts sitting and waiting for them over by the losers bracket, right? I do heavily believe we're gonna see them face off each other, not only now, like in this first series, but yet again when they move on to finals. But who knows? We might see an underdog story coming up and potentially just being able to barrel through one of these teams. But I think when it comes to these two teams specifically, it's gonna talk a lot more. We're gonna have to talk a lot more about who's capable of winning this first series, right? Because this first series is gonna be really big into carrying that momentum going into the final series as well.
Yeah, I agree, right? It not only gives you that momentum, it gives you kind of an extra life to work with in Grands, so that if you're sitting in that winner, coming from that winner side, one of the other teams, they end up beating Zoo, which looks like a very likely situation, but now Zoo has their full roster, so who knows? Maybe that's not the case. It'll end up being interesting to see if they can chunk through both lives in that grand finals if they fall to that lower bracket. I think one other fun thing to mention now is the fact that I believe Zoo will have a unique, like, 3 players win EUSL if they were to win, right? Whereas both TMCT and Luma have repeat winners on them. So there is also that possibility. That's a little fun thing I wanted to mention.
Psyche, what about yourself?
My preference here, right, for TMCT versus Luma, yeah, has got to be. That's a good question. I'm more TMCT favored in terms of the entire team synergy. But my favorite EUSL player is on Luma, so this is a really hard one for me. Personally, I think I have to give it... I want to see Luma win so that there's a new champion. I think that's what it boils down to for me. That is where I'm feeling about that matchup. I mean, it's going to be very exciting, right? I think we're going to have 2 goalie goats going up against each other. One that kind of has like a strong foundation in terms of like in the hearts and souls of the people in Alex, right? But I think Sloth has got, like, it's not even like an underdog energy. No, Sloth is just that good where they make for good rivals. So I'm really excited to see the goalie matchup. And I mean, the midfield brawler matchup is going to be very fun to watch, but I think it's going to come down to how well these goalies can play with their teams into what is going to be coming at them, right? Because right now in the midfield, in the forward position, you're not playing Omega Strikers, you're playing League of Legends right now, so it's an entirely different game. It's whoever can press their cooldowns off cooldown and land them, preferably maybe with the core in there somewhere, but it's really going to be a game of survival, and I can't give that to any forward because honestly, this is a new world that we're looking at. So That's how I feel. I think Luma is going to at least put on a strong performance, and that's who I am voting for. And apologies, Ether. Who did you favor for this?
I am actually also taking Luma, at least in this winners match, right?
Right.
I think TMCT is insanely strong. Series is going to be very close. But I feel like with how Zarhanif is performing, there is now a very good chance that Luma is now firing on all cylinders and may take at least this first series.
I think another thing that I want to add on as well is that, it's actually kind of funny because I also personally feel like Luma might be the one that takes this, but yeah. I have an explanation for that one though. So here's the thing, right? I think when it comes to comparison, because we talk about the fact that this is more of a goalie-oriented kind of game, right? We want to see the difference in between Sloth and Alex here, but I think the big difference when it comes to both of these teams is that Sloth's speciality, so to say, as a goalie, right, is just ensuring that, he does that job. He does that role well, and he does it extremely well. But the difference in between both of these teams is that that's not what Alex does a lot, right? Like, don't get me wrong, Alex does a great job here on the goal line, but it's not what we really see a lot out of him. We see a lot of aggressiveness from Alex. We see a lot of capabilities of helping a lot more with these kills. And you guys talk about the fact that we are looking at a different game altogether here in the midfield, in that forward lane, where we see a lot more damage being prevalent, where we see a lot more kills coming out all around the board. And I think that's going to be a really big factor that we have to take in and think about here when we decide, which of these teams, which of these two titans coming head to head are capable of actually winning. Because again, Sloth falls onto the more defensive side, ensuring that that ball never goes in and that the round stays longer and a lot more impactful because he's keeping them in play, right? But Alex has gotten really aggressive, really walking up, ensuring that these cooldowns are hitting the enemy, hitting the core, putting more extra pressure altogether for everyone on his team.
Yeah. And looking at chat, right? It feels like chat is actually very TMCT favored, right? So we did grief chat a little bit. And the way this is going to work is that we'll be carrying out with the majority vote between, the three of us plus chat for future series. So this would mean that the next series that we will be voting on would be TMCT versus Zoo, as, Luma would make it into the grand finals this way. So, Saikin, if you want to get that up.
Yeah, let me spin that up right now. So we're going TMCT versus the Zoo in what I believe is going to be, what is that? That's losers finals, right?
Yep, losers finals.
Losers finals. All right. So, yeah, I mean, I could also lead us off here if you would have me do the honors.
We also need the poll.
Oh, that's right. I need to set that thing.
I'll lead us off then.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think Zoo is back, right? Their full roster is here. They're gonna look strong. I think they're definitely gonna look better than last time, but I still think TMCT will take it in a relatively convincing manner. I know last week Scython, Ivy Snivy, who was subbing in, Nero, all played really well. But I think overall TMCT, they have shown that not only have they been really, really strong at core control, they have also been very, very good at playing this damage, right? And they did play that double wand, but Zoo has been adapting with this double Vambrace, so I anticipate TMCT to probably just run like a double Mags or like a Mags plus Pums maybe, or probably win that way.
I could see some viability in that for sure, yeah.
Yeah, definitely something that we might see happening here, but I think I would like to talk more about the fact that, again, right, okay, like the fact that Donkers is back now just, means we might be able to see a lot more of that Drekar pick, and we know how strong Drekar is of a character here, and just, I would just say he is seen like picking up a lot of kills altogether because of those high stats, right? But realistically, with the role that he plays, he's very hybrid. Drekar, like being able to just pick up these kills left and right, or just like pressure the core more, ensuring that these goals barriers just go down a lot faster, especially against such a strong goalie player like Sloth, right? I do believe like with Donkers coming back, we are gonna see like it's gonna be really, really different here. And I'm not even gonna lie. Like honestly, it's kind of hard to decide whether it's TMCT or Zoo to actually win out this one.
Yeah, that's very fair. Saikeen, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, I've got to give it to I'm sorry, Zoo, but the TMCT, I have to give it to them here. I believe that there's also the precedent of TMCT beating the Zoo earlier on, so I mean, I've got to at least stand strong with these players who I do believe are favored. I do think this is going to be TMCT taking it against y'all, but I do think that we are going to be in for a great show, right? Like we're going to see that double VAMs, right? And it's going to be so strong in this meta. I think TMCT is going to have to work for it, but they are my favorite here. So I am going with TMCT, and I'm sorry, Zyla, for what did you go for? Who was your vote here?
I'm gonna go onto the complete opposite end here.
Really?
I am guessing that Zoom might be able to take this one.
Yeah, that sounds pretty fire.
W.
And I think chat has had enough time to vote. It's 4-3 in favor of TMCT. So it looks like we do have a majority once again. So we'll be seeing TMCT and Luma back in Grands. Hey, do one of you guys... Okay, I guess Saikeen will probably get the next poll set up. Xylophor, do you want to get us started on TMCT Luma Grands?
Okay, so yeah, if it goes this exact way that we have, predicted so far, right? And we do see TMCT fall to the bottom and, return back up again to beat Luma in finals, right? Again, that's why I said earlier, with that extra life, with that momentum carrying in, they're gonna feel so much more better, right? Luma are definitely gonna feel so much more better being in a safer spot, going into these finals against them. But it's gonna be hard to tell. I mean, it really all depends on this first series coming in. Like, I mean, if this is the way that we're predicting, then I would just have to give it off to Luma yet again, because I believe that it really does come down to the winner of that first series is eventually gonna be that similar winner of the finals as well, because it's just kind of what you see a lot in most of these tournaments, right? Mentality carries really heavy into these high level plays, and that's the big difference, I would say, among a lot of these players, right? Is being able to keep that mentality, and when you do get that momentum and being able to use it to push through and support yourselves and play better, in a sense, play more confidently while you're fighting in the finals, right? If this is how it goes, then I believe Luma will definitely take it away from TMCT.
Yeah, that's completely fair. I think what I want to say, I want to go the opposite way. I actually think TMCT is going to win Grands and then Grands reset it fully here. I think they're taking it all home. I just think that, Luma will give them a tough time in winners, and they'll come back much stronger and use their momentum from losers finals, the grand finals, and then the reset. I also just think that TMCT is more... Okay, I want to say flexible, but I also want to say they have more cohesive comps in a way, because Alex and Zara both really love playing this damage, but Lamacraft's character pool is not typically known for a lot of damage, like the Rune, the Kai, the Octavia. Like, he has an Aimee he can pick, but even that, he plays it for a decent amount more core control, and while he's very good at it, TMCT has shown that they can play very flexibly, right? Even when Giovanni is on the Estelle, they have picked, I think, the double wand with that Estelle, and he has played it pretty well in that regard. And I think overall that means that while you have Luma, TMCT is the way I'm going.
All right. That is... You know what? I have to go with Ether here, actually, on this this sides. I am split between Xylophor on Luma, Ether on TMCT, but I have to say, for me, it's going to be TMCT. I agree with a lot of Ether's points. I believe that, yeah, Luma's going to come in with a lot of gas, a lot to prove against TMCT in this initial match, but I think TMCT is a very... I mean, okay, I don't know how thoughtful of like individually they might be, but I know as a unit they are very cerebral players, right? There's a lot of post game analysis that I've heard down the grapevines that they do. There's a lot of just intellectual thinking about the game. So I have to give it to them. I think they're going to come back with the advantage because of that sort of thoughtfulness to adaptations. So, gonna give this one from me to TMCT.
And I think chat agrees with you. Chat also voting pretty dominantly in favor of TMCT, wanting, kind of reflecting what they did the first round as well with winners finals. But I think that's it for us, right? We're going a little over time. The teams I think are starting to get ready for the first series. And yeah, I guess Sykeen, anything you want to say? Because Xylophur and I will be on after this.
No, all I have to say is thanks for tuning in to this pre-show. Thanks for having me. Please enjoy the show. Sit back, kick back, get some snacks. I don't know, out here in the America, we will be, or I guess the United States, I'd say go get some popcorn. Get whatever family snack that you enjoy that you'd go sit down and watch a movie with, I don't know what it is in your neck of the woods, but I'm sure it will be delicious. Please enjoy, and we'll see you soon.
1.
Are
Hello!
back. Yep, we are back indeed here, Saikin. Unfortunately, it here has a little something going on. But, you know, surprise caster Saikin on the board together with me here.
That's me. That is V, the one and only Psykeen. We are getting in the game. Don't worry, I'll be replaced by Ether soon enough. As soon as he gets whatever's going on in his life figured out, we're good to go. But for now, you're stuck with me. We're going to be getting into this TMCT Luva game very shortly. I mean, just look at these starting awakenings. I mean, Timeless, Creator, and Demo on Taiko Temple. I mean, there's one thing that's you pointed out a little earlier, Xylo, and that's this Kai pick right with this start. So, I mean, we're definitely expecting to see Alex here, right, on this Kai. So, tell me, what do you think we're going to be seeing coming out of this play, right?
I mean, I was just about to bring that up as well. Like, yeah, we have been talking about it a little bit off screen here, but it's definitely somewhat of an interesting pick, I will say, right? Like, you don't really expect to play a character like Kai coming into a size start awakening here, but you know, we'll just have to see what he does with it. But I think we actually kind of have a little prediction as to that as well. We do talk about the fact that Alex is a lot more aggressive, so he might be looking to use that Demolitionist to pick up more barriers here, but it seems like you and I are wrong, as Alex has decided to play the Juno here.
Yeah, and hey guys, I'm back now.
Oh.
Alex is back in as this Juno. I think the one thing to think about is that, you know, it's not really a Llama-Craft pick, as we kind of talked about it before, right? Llama-Craft known for the Rune, the Kai, the Octavia, the Aimi a little bit too, and yeah, he locks in this Kai here, and both teams, I think, so far are doing a pretty great job on the starting, on the start, really. I just want to take a quick look at what are the gear and awakenings right now.
I believe for awakenings generally around the board, other than Sloth is the only one that decided to pick up Timeless Creator here, but other than that, it's a Demolitionist for every other player. Zarnif and Lama looking to pick up that Slick Kicks along with Cookies, with Giovanni only one deciding to opt for this Magnetite Souls.
Yeah, that's completely fair. I think the one other thing to keep in mind is that Alex has been doing a really great job here so far with the core control, and an unfortunate double flip there, slight lack of synergy for a moment, but hey, Cookies is able to finish off Zarheinef, and now maybe the members of TMCT can make this corner offense work.
With one player down now, it's a 3v2 situation. Giovanni does have that core flip to potentially look to make this work, but so does Alex for that defense. That tool is going to come in real strong here. It's a Giga Blast from Llama to try and get it in, but we seem to be going into a little bit of a stalemate as they look to find their way into the gold barrier line here.
Yeah, they find their way, and now Llama looking for that pass down to Zarheinef, who is sitting in a pretty okay position. But Giovanni, crucially, he has the flip. Cookies rushes forward. Gio with the flip. The piercing shot, actually, instead of that flip. And now Sloth has to get another defense back against the members of Luma. Get Giovanni in a position where he can score. And a great blob bounce by Alex means that Luma still have life in this first point.
Oh my god, what a blob from Alex there. It's actually Alex that had to pop his own flip instead of Giovanni. Giovanni managing to keep the call in play for just a little while longer, allows the attack to continuously stay on. But, you know, Alex is doing a great job even without that strong tool of that call flip on the back here.
Yeah, now in that 50-50, Alex reads it right, but positions a little too far back. No evade this time, and Gio is able to secure it.
Gio does get that kill with the piercing shot, which just means the call flies in, no defenders in sight, and, you know, quite frankly, a little bit of a free one. And, you know, might I say, actually, it's a little bit interesting to see how this game has been played out so far, because we do talk about the fact that, you know, these players are essentially might have been bringing Vambrace or you know, siphoning one here, but none of them chose to do that. And somehow still we're seeing a lot of kills from both teams.
Yeah, I think that's a really shocking thing for sure. And even though we are seeing a lot of kills, usually the kills actually haven't led to that much of an advantage, right? It's just led to a positional advantage because a lot of the kills have just happened on the defensive side for either of them. So they're using the kills to rotate And then it's once they come back and while they're still trying to get into the right positions, that's when they start to get these barriers and these goals.
Llama being placed real low here already as Giovanni looks to pick the first one up, followed by Cookies for the second. They are on the offense and they are looking to put this goal in. A slam down from the top side for Cookies does not find its mark though, as they look to clear out this core. The Estelle ultimate almost gets it in as Zaharinif almost loses his life as well there to Cookies.
Nearly losing his life. He finally regens, but look at the energy meters. Zaharinif is looking kind of low. There's that piercing shot. Doesn't actually catch the cross clear as Alex continues to patiently play it in the corner. Flip out by Sloth. All these slimes so dangerous, but it is cleared for now. And while Geo is taken off the map, the pass does go down, and now Cookies can play with the core a little bit. The Whiplash popped. No more cooldowns. This looks like at least one, maybe two barriers. And Zar falls, and now Llama has to play this corner as well. And as Geo is back, it's looking very dangerous.
Geo back with that piercing shot, but it's a call flip here from Alex to try and keep it out of play for a little while longer. Zaharinif is back on the board now to get to help with this offense, but Sloth stands strong. It's Llama against Geo here on the bottom side, and Llama seems to be winning out most of these, but not being able to get it down to Zaharinif just yet. Geo teleports forward here with that roll swap. It's Cookies on the top end to pick up the goal though.
I mean, with how this series has been going so far, or not just series, how this game one has been going so far, we're going to be in for a banger of a series as, yes, a lot of these points have been back and forth. We're 3 points in, and people are level 4 and 5.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot do anything but agree with you there, right? But again, you know, we talk about that difference in between both of these teams earlier during the prediction phase, and we're seeing it yet again, you know. Sloth really keeping these goal barriers up. But, you know, the difference here is the fact that Alex, you know, playing a lot more aggressively, I would say, overall.
Yeah, I agree. And whoa, what a kill out by Cookies. The death touch flip on a 4 KO streak now. But it might not matter if the members of Luma can just keep the barriers held down. Geo taking a bit of damage, takes that first barrier. Good strike war to keep it up. Has the flip, passes it up. And doesn't burn this flip yet, holding it patiently as the Celestial intervention comes in, playing this corner so well. And it does force Cookies to come down because of the double reinforcements by Luma. And now great secondary out by Sloth. That means that the core is able to stay alive for a little longer. But this open net is so dangerous, especially with the Juno on OT.
Exactly, and not only that, but the fact that he does not have that secondary up anymore just means that this Drakkar is going to be oh so painful, but it's not him, it's Llama to pick up yet another goal and set them up to 2-2 set point.
Yeah, it was just a good strike out by Llama, right? Sending it back through the Whiplash of Cookies, meaning that he couldn't use that as that extra clear and instead ended up messing up Sloth there. And now, as we are into this first set, this could be very crucial as I think one thing that would be absolutely game-changing for the members of Luma is if this Drakkar can get missile propulsion. Not only is it a great kill tool, but it offers them even more power as a second midfield because of that range.
Exactly, but as we say that, those Zaharinif and Llama real low here. The call flip gets popped up by Llama, but denied a little by Giovanni here. He does get that barrier, but the question is it enough? Clearly not, as he loses his life. Sloth on the back end here pops that core flip and sends it forward to his forwards. Giovanni tries to win out a 1v1, but Alex stays strong with those slimes. It's Zaharinif to pick up the role of midfielder here, and we seem to go back into a little bit of a stalemate. Not really, because Sloth's team here is still on the offense.
Yeah, but look at the flip situation, right? Cookies and Geo both approaching it. If the members of Luma don't shape up quickly or find a kill, it could be very dangerous. As now they're playing up in this corner, right? Alex trying to feed this core back forward. Great clear out by Sloth. And once again, another clear tried. That barrier finally falls. Geo has the flip, but is it going to be able to be used here? No! The secondary, and it just goes right in.
Oh no, a misplay from Sloth, mistiming as the secondary comes out slightly too late and hits the core at an angle that he does not want to see it come from.
Oh no, there's a hot shot, first pick for the Juno, very scary. Yeah, no other decisions there, right? The aerials, twin drive, great, but not really when you have a hot shot. The twin drive falling to Alice and the fighter flight on Rasmus is also pretty big. As for the heavy impact on Drakkar, I mean, everyone really got something they wanted, honestly. Only the Kai is slightly dissatisfied.
I mean, I'm kind of surprised, honestly, at the fact that Zarhainif chose not to pick up that aerials there. Like, it kind of just does a lot for him as the Drekar here, right? And I feel like the extra range for that primary of his will certainly be a lot bigger if he, as well as, you know, manages to pick up missile propulsion. But even if he does not, we'll still definitely be able to do a lot as he shuts me up. That heavy impact comes in strong, picking up a kill on the top side here, shutting Giovanni down.
Yeah, I think it's twofold, right? Because Drekar really loves this heavy impact, not only for kills, but you're very, very often going to be hitting multiple people with it because it procs even when you have those like residual pellets, right? So you're going to be getting a lot of cooldown reduction just on that heavy impact, and I think he's okay saying, yeah, you know what, maybe slightly shorter shotguns, but at least it'll mean that I can, you know, get a few more of them off and be a little bit more threatening. And heavy impact is also really great for Estelle too, so it's kind of doubly a deny in that regard.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. There are a lot of value with the heavy impact. But anyways, we can see that value really coming into play. Just Zarhainif being able to put up pressure, sitting above or below these players here, depending on where they play. The Crystal Torrents manages to catch a little bit of the core here to try and send it in. It's the Pendulum Swing that does not manage to find the second barrier. Lamacraft, though, with the barrage, finds it. It's a core flip to try and find it as well. Zarhainif looking at Sloth, trying to pick himself up this kill. They send the core forward here, but a little bit of a mishap here as Lamacraft unfortunately positions towards the middle together with Zarhainif. It's Sloth here to try and keep the defense up and try keeping in play. It's a core flip. We might see a second, but no! A jump from Alex and a shot from Cookies shuts him down. No core flip for Alex as Cookies picks up one of his own.
Yeah, I mean, a great shot by Cookies, recognizing that Alex is just waiting for the jump, and he's so patient with it, and it's because of that he is rewarded. But as we get to this next point, one barrier, two barriers quickly get destroyed, and now Gio, his health bar is not looking great, but Sloth, he continues his defense, so at least for the core control side, they're doing kind of okay, but from TMCT, I don't really want to see them burn this flip unless they are kind of close to getting any sort of play.
Exactly. I feel like even at this point, it might just be better to just lose out this goal and ensure that that flip is safe for the next round. It seems like it will be as Zarhainif picks up a goal for himself.
Yeah, and another 1-1, right? These sets have been going pretty back and forth, and I think part of that also lends it to being pretty, I guess, docile team comps, right? You don't have anything like this Vice Centauro or like a Finny Aimi with X or something really brutal like that, like we do see in current metas. And well, it's because of that we do get to see a lot of these back and forth situations, as I think both teams are really good at playing this core control, but the last time they faced, the slightly more damage heavy side of TMCT, surprisingly enough, was actually doing a lot of work.
Exactly, and that might be the name of the game here altogether. As we speak about that, Giovanni also low already. A little bit more damage being put out by the Slimes, by that shot come from Zarhainif to try and look for him, but Giovanni looks to have escaped with his life and managed to pick up an orb as well from the top side here. Zarhainif ever so lurking to try and put him off and dead, but doesn't seem to be able to find anything just yet.
Yeah, good flip out by Alex, but unfortunately isn't able to defend the subsequent play pass coming up to Cookies. And now as Gio is not sitting the best in this health situation, same goes for Llama. Both of these midfielders have to be a little bit careful.
Llama almost dies off here to the side of Cookies. How do you avoid that? But it's Giovanni that picks up a kill instead. Llama barely getting away with his life in a fight against Cookies. And all while that's happening, Giovanni puts in the work and sends the core in.
One might say that Llama is in fact known for his craft and staying alive, and well, he does so there. But now TMCT, they're looking to hopefully close out this set after a slightly tragic end to the last one. One barrier found, and they're pushing up this bottom side. Cookies having this flip, but taking a lot of damage. There's that Celestial Intervention, but he's not really being given a chance to heal and could just be taken off here if he's not careful. And there's that Giga Blast, takes him off, and now in a 2v3, it is a power play for Luma. They clear it out, but Sloth, this is an Atlas. He has all these abilities. He is going to be keeping this safe for now. Flip out by Gio just to clear it. And now Sloth, his flip just comes up too. It might be used. That is 2 flips. So the members of TMCT, they have to make this worth it.
Exactly, and you know, we are back now on the defense again for TMCT, even after that character pick that they got earlier. Alex, unfortunately, losing out his own barrier to the Taiko drum here, and that puts TMCT in a better spot for them to try and win this out. Giovanni burns all these cooldowns, but does not find anything but with it. There goes the Crystal Thorns as well, and Giovanni sits with nothing. It's Zarhainif against Sloth in a 1v1 and finds the barrier as well. The Celestial intervention comes out here to give a little bit more health to Cookies as he looks to barrage his way forward here, but Giovanni, somehow, that core bounces in a weird position and gets his way back to Sloth, but Sloth clears it out just in time though. Zarhainif, Llama, we might be seeing something happen here potentially. It's the secondary that comes up, and Zarhainif has that core flip now. Might be looking to play off of that. Oh no, Sloth!
Oh, not Sloth, unfortunately, this time. It was Alex. Both goalies having a slight mishap, though. I think this one was actually a very good play out by Gio, timing that Crystal Thorns perfectly so that Alex couldn't go for that jump strike. Now, Sloth being first pick is a little unideal. I think one of the big worries is this 1-2 punch going over to either Drakkar Juno or this Super Surge for, I believe this Juno as it is, an Eject Juno. That is, I think, the second spark for Kai, which is pretty big. And that 1-2 punch being denied is very smart out by the members of TMCT.
Not only that, but picking up the Might of the Colossus here with that Juno. So we don't see the 1-2 punch coming in, but I would say that's alright, considering Might of the Colossus here just, you know, doubles up with that Demolitionist, with that Hot Shot to just ensure that a majority of these abilities are hitting fast and hitting hard.
Yeah, I don't think it puts it into that red core threshold yet, but I think it definitely puts it pretty close, and another Power Awakening might be enough to do it. But we will have to see, right, over the time of this set and probably the rest of this game as well. And as we're going to set 3, we've turned this from a best of 5 to a best of 3 with the first 2 sets being traded.
Yeah, a really close series so far overall, but it looks like it's TMCT to push themselves a little bit closer as the goal barriers open up here. Zarhainif assisting with this midfield fight as Alex doesn't look to really be able to walk up and aggressively like he usually would like to. As I say that though, Alex walks up here with that core flip with these Juno slimes, just not really choosing to pop it yet and denying one and forcing it out of Sloth.
Yeah, and I mean, Cookies does the same. He kind of denies that flip out by Alex, right, forcing it out. Gio, he has the flip, but he doesn't even need it. A great Rose Warp Crystal Thorns combo catches Alex off guard, and that is another leading point for TMCT.
And in this case, the Crystal Thorns are oh so painful for Alex, as they've proven to be a problem at least twice now. Giovanni, clearly, even as a midfielder, putting in that work here and still being able to pick up these goals. It's Cookies with a Death's Touch that tries to pick up one for himself, but unfortunately, just not when Alex is around though. Giovanni does decide to pop that core flip out, and Sloth walks up here for a little bit of an offensive play.
Yeah, walks up and is actually rewarded for it, right? Cookies does have to burn his flip, but as he hooks Llama-Craft off, Giovanni secures another point, and, well, TMCT, this is their dominant form that they showed during regular season. It's looking like they're getting that way, even if it doesn't seem as close so far in the game.
And we know generally, just from the stats itself, TMCT have a higher win rate overall, right? But I still believe that Luma may be able to do something here. Not only do we have, you know, the potential aggressive plays here from Alex, right? But Llama-Craft is already on that second spark, which means going into this next set pick, this next awakening pick, right? Okay, whoever wins it out, it's either forced to deny Llama from that third spark potentially, or Llama gets it for free and he just manages to scale into late game.
Yeah, and it looks like that denial may be happening sooner rather than later as Alex is taken off the map. The strike war is actually still won by Luma. A great play out by Cookies and Gio, but it's just not enough. Alex is given time to respawn here, and now the members of Luma, they're looking to change the sides of this offense as they're pushing up this top side, takes it around Cookies, takes it around Sloth. It rotates around, and while Gio and Sloth both have this flip, the barriers are being taken for Luma.
Beautifully played from the side of both Llama and Zarhainif. But the question is, will they be able to get the barriers as well? So much work for them to put here and so much work for them to do. Alex in a 1v1 on the bottom side. It's Giovanni though that pops the core flip. Without core flips now, he might be a potential target for Zarhainif here. But no, Zarhainif just looks to be playing the core constantly as Lamacraft looking to find a barrage to put a bit of damage onto Cookies. Giovanni with Rose Warp, and it's a pendulum swing to pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a perfect Rose Warp there, as it literally covers all of Alex's outs in that bottom side, which forces him to throw it up, which means that Cookies is able to catch it there. And looking here, I see the spark of leadership, so someone should be taking that. And we also have double size, so I feel like Estelle should be the one taking it here, so that Rasmus can get a size.
Exactly, the Rasmus does pick up a size here, but we still have Deadeye stacks on the board as well, though he looks to be picking up that stacks on stacks. A little bit more speed here for Lamacraft, very comfortably playing into what he is used to.
Yeah, the stacks is actually also pretty scary too, right? It's a bit of a tough situation as there's no more speed left, or sorry, no more size left in the draft. So Cookies did want to be able to grab that final size to be able to play this Rasmus a little bit easier. But at the same time, that means you have to give one a spark of leadership or stacks away, and their choice is to just give that stacks and say, yeah, you know what, we'll see what we can do to reset it. We have been killing Lamacraft now and then. Hopefully, we don't regret it.
The one that strikes first, though, is Zarhainif, as the second barrier gets picked up already. Sloth having to burn out every single ability here, and I believe earlier as well, a slight misplay from Cookies, which denied himself the second goal barrier of the round as well. You know, Zarhainif here tries to make a play, forces the core flip out here from Sloth. We might not see anything happen here real soon, as the core just keeps going on the attack side here for TMCT.
Yeah, their offense has been pretty good, although they've not been able to close it out. But as I say that, that's one barrier kill on Alex. Flip out by Lamacraft, tries for the center angle, passes down to Giovanni by Sloth, and now Gio is trying to send it forward. Good clearing out by Zarhainif. It goes up, another great shotgun as Lamacraft is nearly taken off the map. There's that whiplash, passes down, the flip out by Zarhainif, and as Lamacraft is taken off the map, Alex comes back, and now we're in another 2v3. Gio, he is able to slot it in, though, in that bottom side, and Lamacraft's stacks are reset, but there is a goal for TMCT, and that is pretty good for them.
Yep, exactly. A lot of value here coming out from that kill. Not only just getting them that little bit more XP for the next draft, but denying those stacks as well just means Lamacraft can't play the game that he wants to play. He can't play that core control, heavy midfielder kind of gameplay that he wants, right? It's Giovanni that pops a core flip here. Might have been a little bit of a mishap or dodging of an ability, but Zarhainif and Lamacraft work in tandem here to pick up that second barrier already. We might see the goal coming in soon. Sloth still stays steady on the back end here, but it's Zarhainif out with a shotgun into Sloth's face. No abilities to deal with that one.
Yeah, I mean, when you run an Atlas out of abilities like that, the score is inevitable, and Zarhainif shows exactly why, especially with this Drakkar. He has so many opportunities to win these melee interactions, and look at that damage. We see those awakenings that have been picked up for this Drakkar actually putting in some good amount of hurt into Cookies, and yeah, there's that, it's that bulk up, that heavy impact, that explosive entrance, all doing a lot. But on the other side, the core control is there for TMCT.
Zarhainif looking so fast now, together with that explosive entrance that he picked up previously as well, allowing him to play this midfielder role together with his midfielder of Lamacraft, you know, allowing them to really rotate and play both roles at once. It's Lamacraft the winner of 1v1 against the core flip sent out by Sloth, though Sloth sends the core forward here to Giovanni, and Giovanni is looking for that goal, looking to win against Lamacraft here, but Cookies also low on the upper end here. Cookies might be able to receive this core here in a 1v1. Alex is forced to pop that core flip, feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Zarhainif, though, comes out from the shadows with a core flip, and the core was right under Sloth.
Yeah, I mean, Sloth just having to take that 50-50, seeing what he can do, and unfortunately, he does read it wrong, which means that Zarhainif is able to secure it there. And I think one thing I do want to talk about that was really a big contributor as to why the members of Luma ended up getting that point. It's the fact that they kept on dumping damage onto Cookies, right? And it's not just this Drakkar. Llama has just been sometimes barraging members of TMCT seemingly randomly to keep this damage going, and one can only imagine what would happen if they picked up something like this double siphoning wand and played it that way.
Speaking of seemingly random barrages, we see yet another one fly to the top side, but an aimed one over by the second barrier. Giovanni being put so low already, and we, talk about these teams clearly looking for all this damage here. Sloth, with that Celestial intervention, keeps Giovanni in play for just a little while longer, but the question is how long more will he last? Zarhainif, though, does not look for the kill, but looks for the goal instead. It's Llama on the top end here in a 1v1 against Cookies. Suddenly, he rotates down towards Giovanni, and he wins out the 1v1. Alex, a blunder, as I believe the strike went straight into the hands of Giovanni.
Yeah, there's that, but Geo also just won 2 strike wars in a row against Zarhainif in that situation. One of them, which I think was actually Zarhainif in the advantage positionally for that. So that was an insane hero play from Giovanni to kind of take them out of what was a really bad situation there, and they might be put into another one here as there's that slime. Dangerous. Alex keeping up this pressure, forcing that secondary, and that's that second barrier falling. We could go to set 5 here. Cookies has to clear up this top side, and he does buy enough time for now.
And the set 5 is the one that we want to see here the most. It's Lamacraft with the offense here. Zarhainif not there to catch the core real quick yet, but 3 core flips here coming up on soon. It's Zarhainif to pop the first, unfortunately losing out a 1v1 here to Cookies. Lamacraft does have his soon, and Alex just picks his one up as well. Cookies almost gets that second barrier though, forces the core flip here out of Alex, and we might be seeing them able to end this out as long as they can deny this core flip from Lamacraft. Llama trying to use that core flip here to potentially look for this goal as well. Zarhainif and Sloth in a 1v1. Llama on the back end here pops his own core flip, sends it out to the front here. Cookies also low and has to pop this core flip to stay alive though. Sloth gets the core onto the forward side here, but he does not manage to get it all the way up. As long as they can't clear it past midfield here, they can't get that second barrier, and they cannot find a way to close off this map. It's a core flip here from Sloth to send it up on the top side. Crystal Torrents finds its mark, but does not find the barrier. So does the slam as well from Miss Rasmus, and Cookies looks also low already.
Cookie's trying for the death touch into the flip there and doesn't find the kill. Now it's up to Giovanni to secure it, and he does! These strikes, so good! Lamacraft trying to not have to play the corner, but instead, he had to move down into that corner to stop Giovanni, as Gio, he just keeps sending it through, and eventually, he'll take space for TMCT to take game 1.
And what a first game here of the series so far already, right? Like, just explosive round altogether from every single player here. Like, I don't even know what to say. It's just kind of like we talk so much and we mentioned so much about all these, KO fights that might have happened in between these two teams, but they just proves us wrong by going full speed ahead indeed.
Yeah, they do, right? A lot of KO fights could have happened, but they were just playing this core control. We see Sloth with 140 saves, Alex with 114. Both of them just keeping the core so defensively locked down. And yeah, Alex may have less, but that's because he's playing a Juno. He doesn't want to interact with the core on his side a lot of the time. A lot of the time, it's just keeping it forward, and we saw a lot of forward pressure from that Juno, but unfortunately for the members of Luma, it wasn't enough.
Exactly. Luma just really needed to be able to find their footing there against TMCT. And, it's just so tough having to go into it like this, right? We still do have another 2 more maps where they can claw their way back through this first series here to try and find themselves up on the upper bracket as we go into the finals. But how do you deal with TMCT, right? That's the question of all time right now, as they win yet again another game and yet again another set against Luma here.
I just wonder, is the question ever just ban Giovanni's Estelle? Because the thing is Gio has gotten to play Estelle time and time and time again, and it seems like no one respects it.
That is true, and not only have we seen Gio just put in the work on that at Estelle, right? But at the same time, we have seen the fact that Gio on this Estelle is just capable as well of just, scoring these goals, just putting out so much pressure from the midfield, even though Giovanni is not the main scorer of the team.
Yeah, he's not. But I mean, when you're playing Estelle, you typically will be, right. You're typically going to be reinforcing a lot of these offenses, and while reinforcing, you're gonna end up scoring a lot of goals, right? As that secondary score, because when the main scorer burns all their abilities as well as the goalie's abilities, well, look who has to step up. And Gio definitely has stepped up multiple times, and it's why, if I recall, he did win MVP of the regular season for TMCT and overall, really. I think the other thing to keep in mind, though, is we are going now to TMCT's map pick of Atlas Lab. This is the map they have shown to be very strong on. Cookies is comfortable on the Rasmus, more comfortable even on the Drakkar, one of his staples for this pick, alongside Gio's Estelle. And I really want to see, is Luma just going to adapt and maybe choose to ban the Estelle, or are they just going to keep banning the Kazan?
Yeah, we will have to see indeed as we move on over to Atlas's lab. Anyways, before we head over there, we'll be back with a quick break, and you'll be joined by a different caster over by Saikeen.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Short break. I am joined by Xylofer once again. Looks a little different this time. As we get into game 2 with Atlas Lab. Quick drafts though, right? We see the Juno band, or sorry, the Rune and the Kazan banned by Luma and TMCT respectively. Though, funnily enough, it feels like this should be the opposite direction, if I'm not wrong, based on the teams, right? Yeah, TMCT should be blue. Okay, cool. That means TMCT does pick up the Juno alongside the Estelle Drakkar. So this is very interesting, right? And then we see the Kai Octavia picked up on the... I'm not going to say I'm completely lost. Yeah, so this should be Kai for Alex, Octavia for Llama, and then on the side of TMCT, I believe this is... It could be Juno on Sloth, but I just haven't seen Sloth play Juno. So I think the more likely pickup actually here is Sloth on Drakkar, Gio Estelle, and then Juno for Cookies, because I've seen Juno on Cookies before. Sakin, you're muted.
Always with something, right?
All good.
Yeah, all good. I agree with Sakin. You are. Yep.
Crazy.
No, all I was saying was I think
yeah,
maybe this could be a Sloth Juno. It's possible. I do remember seeing him pull it out, but I would be equally excited to see the Drakkar.
Yeah, I agree, right? Both picks are pretty fun ones. And I mean, the Juno on Sloth does make for TMCT getting that traditional comp that they are used to playing, at least on Atlas Lab, which is this Estelle Drakkar combo. So that is something that we will have to see if it does come through, or if it is just going to be the Juno on Cookies. But then on the other side, right, we have the Kai for Alex, which is another one of his staples, opting to not pick up this Aimi now that the Juno was picked away. And then the Octavia for Llama Craft is another interesting one, as he does have a decent amount of experience with it, but it's also Octavia, and you have to be careful.
Yeah, I am in this damage-centered PvP meta. I am so concerned for the livelihood of this Octavia, right? I'm sure Llama-Craft, as an Octavia player, you've got to be used to being, shoved in a locker at all stages of the game. So I'm sure he's got some experience on the pick surviving, but we'll have to see. I mean, trying to survive against Drakkar, Estelle, Juno sounds like a nightmare. I mean,
as I'm saying, all I said last game, Llama is in fact good at his craft, and he is great at staying alive. And hey, he may bring a bulletproof vest to prevent himself from getting shot in the 7-Eleven parking lot.
Right. He just tapes the vicious van braces across his chest and hopes, that'll deflect the bullets. But we'll see. As we are getting into this game now, right? We do see, okay, that is Sloth on the Juno. All right.
Cool.
I do think that he has the pick. I remember seeing him pilot it a couple of times, so I'm excited to see how that shakes out. And of course, as you said, Llama-Craft on that Octavia, taking the slick kicks with the team player. Don't want that increased size because that's a bigger hitbox for dying. But as we get into this, not a single vicious van brace or siphoning wand to be seen. I'm loving this either.
Hey, I mean, this is some nice raw Omega Strikers gameplay in my Omegle server, and, well, I'm down for it. One thing to keep in mind is that the Might of the Colossus was picked up on both brawlers, but we have team player on both midfields and forwards, so I kind of want to see this team player action that happens, and whoa! Sloth dead, but the Slimes take the first barrier for him. Cookie's nearly taken off the map. Geo has to play this goalie position. Great strikes, and Zara actually saving the core flip from Llama there, and now it buys enough time for Sloth to return onto the map. As now the members of TMCT played this corner, Sloth actually on this Juno, I think looking a little uncomfortable. Some of that inexperience on the pick showing compared to stuff that he is used to. And we will have to see if that changes as the game goes on. One other thing to mention, though, is the Juno has momentum boots this game.
Yeah, momentum boots is going to might be a decider. I mean, we've seen plenty of goalie picks who typically take eject button in the USL League taking momentum boots. So I do think that this is possible. I do like the avenues opened up by this momentum boots Juno. But not having the eject viability I think it's going to hurt later in the game when you have awakenings to respond to what the forwards of TFCT are doing, and Sloth wants to be involved in the play a little bit more. But we will see. Maybe his positioning with momentum boots is just that good. As the core goes flying, red core overtime team player. That's the kind of game we're playing here. As it would seem, Luva takes the first point in this game too.
Guys, I'm just watching this point, and all that's like, the only thing I can say to express my emotions is the what the frickin' hell emoji, and nowhere's no, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of what I see on the double team player start, and we see it there again. Sloth is forced to burn that flip, and no barrier even got off of a great Giga Blast from Kai, and now Geo respawns. There's that first barrier taken, but Zarhanov is pushing forward with the Whiplash, and now, the core does slow down for a little longer. We're halfway there to that overtime where that team player would really come online. Great dribbles out by Cookies. Nearly finds it there. That barrage stopping two abilities by Alex. But Alex not in position or not really ready for that piercing shot. And that's what sends it in.
I mean, I look back on the replay just to see what Alex was up to. He just, moved an inch, still got hit by the piercing shot. That is not where you want to be, unfortunately, especially when you have Flip in front of an Estelle. That's exactly where she wants you. I mean, as we get into this, next point, the HP bar is already looking so low. And, I am noticing something, right? You probably pointed it out, but I'm going to point it out as well. We're seeing Cookies this time on the Drakkar Brawler, right? Zarhanov this time on the Rasmus. There we go. Score off of the Death's Touch or Pendulum Swing, whichever one that one is called. And this Sloth's on the Juno goalie. I mean, everybody's kind of shuffled around with the same characters. Alex on the Kai this time. I mean, it's just the same characters with an Octavia added in.
I mean, hey, it's all about EU Kai, EU Juno goalie. I mean, I say this, but there's no Zentara in this game, so what I'm saying is kind of a lie. But hey, there is that first barrier taken for both of them. Great clear out by Sloth as Llama-Craft is now pushing forward, trying to offer some threat. There's that flip after that barrier, doesn't go in, and now Geo, he has to cut this pass while Cookies comes back. The center about to be ready to be broken as Cookies is chasing after Llama-Craft, trying to offer a good amount of threat. There's that Molten Bolt. It misses, and that means that this threat is pretty much gone.
Yeah, threat's almost gone, but Sloth with a great jump, and the slime is there to help with the recovery, but unfortunately that is just going to be too many members of Luma in front of the net, and that is going to be Luma taking this first set. Wow, well played from the side of Luma.
Yeah, and crucially, that's no hot shot for Juno if Zarhainev chooses to take it, but there is that recovery drone, so it's a pretty tough decision here. So he might actually just wait. Okay, no, never mind.
Okay.
But there's also the 1-2 punch.
You can't win. You should have just taken sides, bro. You should have just taken sides.
Yeah, although this does mean Llama-Craft still gets this aerials, which is really big as it now offers
huge,
even more speed. But the Deadeye is there for Geo, which means now there's even more threat, right? The 1-2 punch Juno, the Deadeye from Estelle. A lot of these are going to hurt, but Llama-Craft is going to be faster.
Llama-Craft really faster indeed. You know, the aerials, that's a huge pickup, right? Already getting some value out of it. Was able to get into position to get that primary, to get the barrier. Does lose the flow state, though, but already got so much value out of it. Now, is ticking down, is in the grave. Llama-Craft taken out after taking a barrier. Now, one barrier apiece. Alex with the recovery drone is going to have just a little bit more size to defend with this, but it does not matter when a shotgun is in your face. Now, that is open goal and score by Cookies. 6-6 off of a great setup from Geo. Alex forced to send it down. Well played. Just excellently executed from TMCT.
Yeah, clean execution overall, and this is kind of why they're known for picking this Atlas Lab map. They know how to play this so well, and their comps are really especially suited for it. But as I start to praise them a little bit, Cookies is taken off the map, but a lot of damage coming up to Zarhainev. But, I mean, what is this? This is the caster curse of a century.
Caster curse indeed. I mean, I don't know if you noticed, Zarhainev did most of that to himself. There was a point where Zar and Llama were both just sitting in the gravity well, kind of playing around with it, and Zar just decided, you know what, I'm going to hit this with my head. And as soon as he did that, the sharks smelled blood. Geo instantly blinked on him, threw some abilities. Zar taken incredibly low. It was a mess, right? So we just have to be on the lookout for that gravity well, right? It is so important, the damage in this game at this point.
The corpse control server, we call that the Damney effect. Oh yeah. But anyway, we see the members of TMCT lose both their barriers. A good evade, actually, not dying to that base drop from Llama-Craft there, as Geo's trying to push forward, but blinks a little too far forward. This 1-2 punch, I think, pretty crucial for Sloth, as it allows him even more core control. That death touch burned out by Zarhainev, but now it's really just up to Llama to get that pass, and he might just hear a greedy clear from Sloth, but Zar choosing not to hold this flip, and finally flipping there, taking that second point.
Very well played from Zarhainev. He just waited until the last possible second, you know, really wanted to get Sloth to use his core flip there, right? Because that is so much value. Decided, you know what? Sloth's not going to use it. I might as well. And either he uses it and, you know, we reset the neutral, or he doesn't use it and I score. So well played and planned from Zarhainev. And we are really kind of seeing probably a mirror of what was happening to Alex last game, where it just feels like Rasmus, wow, great piercing shot. Recovery drone popped from Alex. But we're just seeing how hard it is to play this Juno goalie into Rasmus, right? It is definitely seeming like it is a hard matchup to deal with.
Yeah, I agree. Right there, that plus 1,000 value piercing shot takes off the recovery drone and gets the goal there. Insane. But now, as we're going to this point 5, this is pretty crucial. This would be the difference of the members of Luma getting the lead this game versus TMCT actually managing to tie it up, and them losing 2 flips and bringing us down to basically neutral energy state on both sides is not looking ideal for TMCT unless they can play this well, or maybe even find the kill. And now Cookies is trying to play this corner, looking for the pass up to Geo, and they try to find this piercing shot. They just continue to flip up which side they're going, and there's that second barrier finally taken. Now Sloth and Gio have to be a little bit careful on this defense, not losing that barrier. And as the clear comes to this bottom side, Llama-Craft is finally activated.
You have to respect Alex. He has so much confidence. That was a Drakkar with all of his abilities. Just, he let Drakkar walk up on him because he had a feeling he could do whatever he needed to do to stop it. But unfortunately, just a little bit too patient there. Cookies with a great Deadeye shot into the bottom corner there. Alex just not responding quick enough with the barrage. That is going to be the set tied up now in game for TMCT as they take their first set. And now into this draft, I mean, it's a draft, all right. There's some cool awakenings here.
Yeah, so Fight or Flight is going to be the pickup for Gio. I think a very smart decision. Heavy Impact is something to keep in mind, and I wonder what Drakkar is going to do here. There is one option, and it was the wrong option. The Castellas does go down to Llama-Craft somehow. So I think I really favor Luma in that draft.
Yeah, no, I really favor Luma in that draft too. Cookies having a stroke in the middle of the game, decided to let Octavia get Castellas, deciding she's not that big of a threat because she's going to die in about 2 seconds. Very quickly decides to prove why that's the case, but she just flies away. She just flew away because she had Castellas secondary with aerials. She can get away from anything as long as her secondary is up. I am appalled, astounded, and shocked at what I am witnessing here in my EUSL finals. But that is one barrier down for Luma. TMCT have both of theirs still as the defense continues.
Yeah, though I will say, you know, in Cookie's slight defense, that is second Spark on him. So he's now a little more threatening in terms of the Spark department because I believe Spark of Strength and Spark of Leadership have yet to show up, so it is more scaling options. But Llama-Craft also just got Castellas, so yeah. But hey, we will have to see. Neither team has taken the second barrier, so it's proving to be kind of okay. And we are shifting into overtime, and if you recall, this is a double team player game. And we will have to see how these passes start to come out, as there's also 1-2 punch, other power, right? And we see the Sad Boys angle go all the way around to a not Sad Boys angle. And Gio, his Fight or Flight resets as he staggers Llama-Craft. Alex walking up with that flip. Flips, doesn't get anything as Cookies is pushing up this corner. Pass. There's that second barrier. It is found. Pass down to Gio. Pass up to Cookies. Not found yet. Once again, these team player passes are so good. A great Rose Warp into Piercing Shot, not found. And now Zarhynef is pushing up. The Death Touch canceled by the primary. The pass not intercepted there. And Gio looking for a pass of his own, not found. There's that flip ready for Zarhynef. Missed out with that flip. And Sloth is waiting in the back with a flip of his own. He may need it here if the offense continues to be as deadly. Gio's waiting for these cooldowns. He's walking up, but nothing found by either side yet. And as I say that, Cookies closes it out.
Yeah, there is, I will say, I think that core, well placed from Cookies. I think that was the product of Llama-Craft and Zarhynef just not communicating well on their rotation. Llama-Craft was moving, oh, goodbye, rest in peace, salutes to that guy. Llama-Craft was moving into the forward position, taking over for Zarhynef, but it was just kind of sloppily executed, leaving a huge gap in the bottom that Cookies and the TMCT were able to exploit. But now that is all members back after this power play, double barriers down, and now this is Alex defending this open goal with his forwards.
Yeah, I really like how TMCT were playing that corner offense. Cookies with the pass up and taking that second barrier. Unfortunately, they do lose the double barrier on the backside, but Gio is pushing up with the flip. If Cookies can get a good pass up to him, this could be very dangerous. But Cookies is also moving towards a flip of his own.
Oh my
goes
God.
for the flip into Piercing Shot and nearly finds it, but Zarhynef is taken off the map and Llama-Craft takes a lot of damage. But Llama, as good as his craft as he is, he finds that primary from Octavia to take it.
That was so exciting. I almost forgot to clip it for the replays. Llama-Craft, great primary off of the power play. Alex off of Alex's savior defense. Incredible. Off the piercing shot, but the barrage was buffered just perfectly with Strike, where it did not matter. He still took the hit stun, but he was able to defend. Open barrier is not a problem if your name is Alex2704. The confidence is unshakable.
Yeah, and we will have to see if this confidence still remains to be unshakable as he sends it into this corner, takes Giovanni off the map. Cookies needs a hero play. This red core continuing all around the map. The Slime's actually leaving. Cookies has a chance to make a play. doesn't get it, and now look at the energy meter. There is no one close to flip on the members of TMCT as Sloth continues to clear it, and they're playing this corner pretty well. But Llama-Craft, there is that Castellas, that secondary. It's just going to keep persisting for longer and longer as the speed mounts.
Speed mounts indeed. Primary coming out from Zarhine Sloth with a mis-execution. Secondary is going to take his own barrier now. This is an open goal situation with a flip used by Zarhine, not going to find anything. Cookies now posturing to take this barrier, not going to find it. The center well, gravity well is popped. Zarhine in perfect position is going to take it with the Rasmus secondary. The Whiplash, I believe it is called, and a great point from Luma.
Yeah, I mean, the moment you see your forwards kind of unfortunately lose possession there in that corner, and then you see a Llama-Craft with Castellast aerials running at you, Erasmus with Whiplash popped running at you, and Alex running at you in the top side with his eject. Like, you have the whole Avengers pulling up on you, and it suddenly becomes so scary. But in that situation, now TMCT, they're answering back. Llama-Craft has a lot of speed. He is taking it, and it might be Luma here to close out the set off of the misdraft.
Might be Luma taking it here. I mean, I really think TMCT was hoping that the team would just not be able to coordinate this Octavia, but unfortunately, that is just not the case. But it is an open barrier for both sides, and Llama-Craft is looking very low. Gravity well being used to its greatest potential. Octavia ult burned. Zarhine now with possession. Geo does have the flip. Cookies with the flip, doesn't even need to use it. Goes straight through the barrage, and that is going to be the set tied up in probably the closest game that I have seen all weekend. Oh my goodness.
I mean, save Kai, am I right?
Save Kai!
Yeah, it somehow went through that barrage. Great flip out by Sloth to kind of deny that double barrier, though. And we may still see some good offense from Luma as they take this first barrier. Geo, a lot of damage on him. Needs to be careful. Cookies takes one barrier. No second found just yet. Doesn't want to jump into that corner as there is a bit of danger from the members of Luma. Alex burning that flip makes things really hard for him as now he doesn't have it on this offense. Flip burned again, and no offense found by the members of TMCT despite the double flip consumption. And this Giga Blast very risky as Alex pushes up. There's that second barrier off of a forced error by the members of Luma. And Sad Boy's angle, no second barrier found on the opposite side, but it's actually Zarhine who goes off the map. And now Cookies and Geo, they have to play this offense so well. Good pass up, the strikes cutting these passes, and the time is bought for Zarhine to return on the map.
Time is bought indeed, but unfortunately the third member respawns and the barrier goes down. Open barriers for both sides. Cookies with possession up to Geo. Llama-Craft popping the Octavia ultimate into Alex's hands. Team player has been procced. Cookies in a great position now because of the gravity well. Up to Geo, not going to find anything just yet. Pendulum Swing coming out from Zarhine, not going to find anything. Whiplash has been activated down and around. Two Cookies now does not get possession. Llama-Craft with the flow state being activated, and an incredible redirect string from Sloth is going to keep the goal alive for now. Llama with the core up to Sloth now. Team player is sending this core at speeds unrecognizable, and unfortunately, I think Sloth got mixed up by Llama-Craft's primary, slowing the core down. Was expecting a red core, didn't know how to respond, short-circuited when the core was so slow, and ends up scoring on himself the second time this season.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what to say there, because first things first, I'll talk about it after the draft, right? This draft is kind of important as the spark of leadership does get denied away from Cookies, what he was hoping to get. And that does mean that now he is sitting with maybe a stacks, maybe a peak performance. A second speed does fall down to Llama-Craft. Cookies does pick up the specialized training, which does mean for more KO potential on Llama should the Molten Bolt hit. So the other thing I do kind of want to talk about, right, is in that ending sequence, Sloth had one slime redirect where it literally passed it right back to him, which was
so cool.
Insanely scary, but it actually worked really well. And I'm not sure if that's intended insane by Sloth, but a lot of the time, those are those like split-second decisions that differentiate you from being kind of a Juno Masters versus someone who just knows how to play the character. And unfortunately, at the end, he tries to go for the Soren angle, but isn't ready for what happens after, and does lose to that there. And with a pretty brutal first point to the set, this is looking very Luma favored.
Yeah, I mean, Zarhynov getting that peak performance, just a little bit extra speed and resilience is going to be hard to deal with, right? Cookies, I mean, just being absolutely nuked by the Giga Blast, and this is just so much in front of the net for a Juno and an Estelle to deal with. I mean, what? Zarhynov, that was disrespectful! Zarhynov! Oh,
I mean,
my goodness.
Yeah, that guy just kind of saved the goal and then decided, you know what? I'll score the goal twice in this point, and just does that.
No, he said, you know what? This goal doesn't have my complimentary slop with it. I have to do this again until I KO this guy. So you know what? Props to you, Zar. You found the goal, you found the KO, and now you potentially have found yourself game 2 of this series, but you have to close it out now before TMCT gets that fire burning in them. Open barrier, TMCT, they have to defend.
Yeah, TMCT, they need this defense as they're down 0-2 in potentially the winning set to this game as Lamacraft is pushing up. No secondary for a little bit, but Zarhynov needs to only win one strike war, and he will do just that as Luma evens up the series 1-1 on TMCT's map pick.
Yeah, it just really goes to show you, you know, Rasmus into Juno might be favored one direction, as we've seen. Sloth really was saying, you know what, no, let me cook on the Juno goalie. Let me see what I can get done. But unfortunately, the answer was not a lot when Rasmus is in your face. Zarhynov, a well-earned MVP for this match. I mean, look at that.
I mean, he was on the core more than Lamacraft in that, in that game. Lamacraft just picking it up and sending it to Zarhynov and just saying, here, you cook with the core. I'll just be here in case you need me. And, well, we're worked out pretty well. With Alex also defending on that back line. I think, though, it is exactly as you say, right? This Juno goalie struggling a lot into this Rasmus this series, right? So I kind of want to see if this Juno goalie does get picked up game 3 and where it goes to. Perhaps TMCT just kind of thought, okay, we don't want to deal with this Juno goalie, so how about we just pick it up ourselves? But if you're not going to be nearly as comfortable as Alex looks on it, even though he was getting completely mixed up by the Rasmus, just give them the Juno goalie and then take the Rasmus for yourself.
Yeah, I think that is the much more prudent, you know, discovery there, right? Rasmus is just too strong, right? I mean, both of these teams pilot it so well that if you just let them have the Juno, what's the harm? What's the harm?
Yeah, surely there's no problem with it. Clueless
indeed. But we are soon to get into this next draft here, so stay tuned. We might see a reprisal, right? No replays, by the way, because I accidentally broke it when I fat fingered it, so my bad. But we are going to be getting into this draft very shortly. Are any picks you're hoping to see again? Any picks you're hoping not to see again?
I don't want to see Juno goalie again. That's simple.
Yeah,
right?
Me too. I don't want that either. I have seen enough Blobos.
Yeah, but we are going to Oni Village, which means one thing I do want to see, and I mean, I don't know how likely we are to get it, is I want to see Alex's Momentum Boots Aimi on this map. Because he has played it before. And it did look pretty good. So, hey, I'd be down to see it again.
I would be down to see it too. Question: do you think the Momentum Boots Juno really made a difference here? Do you think they would have been better off now that we've got the wonderful perspective of hindsight? Do you think having Eject here would have been a better play going forward, perhaps?
I don't know, honestly. It's just like it's weird to say, but I think just Sloth's playstyle lends him to be better on these momentum or strike shot goalies. So opting to just pick up that momentum there for the Juno is probably just slightly more suited to him playstyle-wise. So I think in that regard, it is probably a little better for him to have just said, you know what, I'm just going to lock the momentum and try to put the fries in the bag. Unfortunately, the fries fell out, so yeah.
Unfortunate indeed. As we do get into this draft, though, look at that. That's a Kazan ban. That's a respect ban for sure. And the Kai ban coming out from TMCT. You know, figured Alex was just a bit too much of a demon on it, so that's fair. And of course, Giovanni needs his Estelle.
Yeah, no, this is actually going to be
that's
Luma's.
That's Luma's.
Yeah.
No, yeah,
So that's the interesting thing here, right? Is I think TMCT thought, okay, we're going to ban the Kai, and you guys aren't picking Estelle. And Luma called them on their bluff, locked the Estelle. I kind of want to see if this is going to be an Alex like strike shot Estelle, or maybe Mom Boots if he chooses to go that way, or if it is just going to go on Llama-Craft, because I think Llama-Craft would be comfortable on it. He just hasn't really picked it up. But then we see the heavy impact Zentaro getting picked up for Cookies, likely paired with Gio's Chuno, or maybe like a Now or something. I'm not really sure what would be picked up here, because typically on this map, Gio would be playing like the Estelle or the Kai, but both are gone.
Yeah, no, what are Gio's tertiary picks? That's a Drakkar, but that could go on Sloth. I recall Sloth liking Drakkar on Oni Village, so that could go to him. I mean, we could also see some really screwed up stuff where this is like a Zentaro midfield Drakkar scorer. I mean, who knows? This could be anything.
I mean, this could be like a Pauldron's Zengoli or something, or like a Mom Boots Zengoli.
Yeah. Mom Boots Zengoli coming out.
Yeah, I mean, Soren.
Oh, God.
Yeah. It's Soren Believers, Church of Soren or something. I don't know.
Church of
and then,
Soren, yeah.
Okay, no. So this is actually going to be Zarheinef on Estelle, right? Looking at what's locked here. Yeah, okay. We see the Atlas. So this is a devious comp from Luma, right? Llama-Craft getting his rune, Zarheinef on the Estelle, and then Atlas getting picked up for Alex. As we see the Luna locked in for Gio. That is another pick I have seen Gio on. I'll say it too, bro. It's gonna be cinema.
This is. We're not even in grand finals yet. We're not even in grand finals, and we're seeing awesome stuff like this. I mean, Luna coming out on the Oni bit. This is gonna be a treat. I am telling these guys, I'm ready to go. Prod is ready. We want this game now. I mean, I'm so excited. Okay, so. I mean, devious comp from Luma, right? Taking away the Atlas, picking up the rune. This double midfield is going to go insane, right, on Oni Village, right? Yeah. But Luna, Drakkar, Zentaro.
Notorious KO comp map. Oh yeah.
Yes.
But it is a heavy impact start, and that means Zen has all the damage he really needs, right? Heavy impact, able to just completely like shoot out a bunch of damage for fun. And one thing I am interested to see is what Gio picks up here in terms of his gear, because he has a few options, right? As this Zen, okay, first things first, this Zen could go something like the Mag Souls, or just opt for Wand and they try to play full KO, though it is a little tougher on Oni Village. But this Luna, I'm curious to see if they lock something like the Slicks, maybe it is just going to be traditional Geo Mags, or if they're going to try to go for this cheeky Pums value, because a lot of people love to play this speed lane, right? So I think Llama-Craft is a lot better at dodging from these abilities than Zarheinef. So the idea is probably to have Luna on the same side that this rune is, and then just try to keep sniping off Zarheinef.
I could definitely see that as a possibility, right? Because you gotta look for those when you're playing that Luna, right? That's just so important to just your character's identity, especially if you're not like being able to influence things much upfield, right? You have that ability to just hunt somebody down with the precision of a actually no, that's too the precision of a bird diving into the water to get a bug or something. I don't know, a fish, but fish? Like a fish, yeah, to get a fish. I was gonna go somewhere much darker with that analogy, but we will not. We'll stick with the wildlife analogies here as we get into game quickly. Sure. Save me from this pit that I have dug myself into. Oni Village, Luma on the blue side, TMCT on the red, and it's going to be Llama on that rune, Alex on the Atlas, and then
I think one thing I'm thinking here is it's probably going to be spec training on Luna, and maybe spec training on Atlas. But other than that, I think everyone else should be going heavy impact, and we will be loading into game. I also want to see the gear decisions here too, on the members of TMCT, we do see Mags and Wand picked up, whereas it's double Mags on the other side. And yeah, it is exactly as I said, spec training on both Alex and Geo. Alex opting for the Mom Boots instead of Strike Shots, so that's a bit of a crucial thing, especially if we do get to these overtimes. But yeah, with this double midfield pick, I want to see what the members of Luma are going to do with it.
Yeah, I am excited. Double midfield on Oni Village, right? It is like something of a... you want to do it because you think it's going to work out so well, right? And I think it does. It works out really well, especially early. What I'm worried about is how this side of Luma is going to handle it once this Zentaro scales, once Zentaro can do a little bit more across the field, because Zentaro is a hyper-mobile brawler, but hyper-mobility does not matter when Zarhyneth and Lamacraft can just encroach on Sloth like that, on the Drakkar, and just stuff him out, 2v1 style.
Yeah, I mean, Sloth is really good at dealing with a lot of these multi-hits, and I mean, well, or rather, kind of having a multi-hit to deal with the single hits of the enemies, and that's one thing that Rune and Estelle do sometimes struggle with, right? They have a lot of these single hits to contribute with these plays, and they struggle with some of these, like, multi-offenses or multi-defenses, so Drakkar is useful in that regard. And wow, we see Cookies there already nearly getting taken to stagger state and may get finished off the map here if not careful. As Sloth and Geo, they have to play this corner. Great pass up to Cookies. Cookies just regenning, pops the EI rush, gets the flip, sends it not forward enough, and there's that barrier actually taken on the opposite side. Sloth needs to be careful. Good clear up this top side, and a whammy there as now Cookies sends it forward and through, and Alex unable to catch it there. Strike shot would have saved that.
Strikeout would have saved that indeed. I mean, just very fancy footwork from Cookies, right? To find the score off of that pass of Alex, just was not in the right position off of a great, what are they called? Whammy rockets? I mean, you just know the name so well, bro. It's incredible. But I'm sorry that as I was having mental execution error, they were all having execution errors. I mean, that was an incredible sequence. Sloth just is getting mixed up by these pillars. These flips are coming out for fun. I think there's some fatigue going into this. I am not exactly sure, but I mean, we'll just reset, reassess the play and get back into it.
Yeah, and funny thing you mentioned about names. I just learned what the Octavia's primary is called, because since Season 3 in my ranked games, I've only seen that character played twice. Yeah, it's called Sonic Boom, and hey, good to know, good little bit of trivia for everyone. And now, as we see, this trivia may not be as useful as Zarhyneth is nearly taken off the map. Seltzer Intervention is pretty useful in that regard, though, as now he's back to full. But this damage, we already see it. This set 1, all Cookies has is a heavy impact, and yes, that's pretty good. It's not as much as it could be as we get to these later sets.
We get to these later sets. That is a KO on Cookies, who had a flip. This is huge for the side of Luma. This is going to accelerate their lead immensely. Geo, I appreciate the attempt at boosting out, but I do think that puts Sloth into an awkward situation. But fortunately, Drakkar has the tools to deal with that. The power play has been stopped. The pillar was not able to be formed, and now that is potential for the side of TMCT to create an offensive. Zarhyneth with some great fancy footwork dodges the Molten Bolt, and the barrier is going to be taken off of the wings of that flip in front of the net. Ultimate coming out from Cookies, not going to find anything. That is open barrier. Now, these pillars so nefarious coming out from Luma. It's the play. Starts to reset, but a great Rose Warp from Zarhyneth is going to send that goal and take the set. There was just an unending amount of play there as we get into the draft.
Yeah, into the draft we get, and well, Rune with first pick. I think Siege Machine, it's pretty good, but I think Fight or Flight is the big danger, right? Or you could just say, yeah, I'll just wait, I'll give the Fight or Flight to Zara, but no, just wants to not let Sloth have any chance to deny it. Sloth picks up the Glass Cannon here, which I think is kind of interesting. I think, you know, maybe saying, okay, I don't want to give that extra speed to Estelle. And the Spark of Leadership here, I think it is actually a sleeper good pick, right? Because this is the first Spark in the draft, and now every oncoming draft, you actually have to be a little worried about these sparks showing up on Geo, right? Especially if it's something like the Spark of Strength or the Spark of Agility. I mean, really, all these sparks have potential to be threatening. Great boost there by Geo to make sure that that second barrier doesn't fall. But I think overall, I do slightly favor the members of Luma in this draft.
I don't disagree. I think, yeah, right now, I think Luma got a lot that is going to elevate them to great heights, and that is going to be a double barrier off of the ultimate coming out from Geo. Now, open barrier, Cookies posturing in front of the net. Geo with the boost, not going to find anything. Shotgun from Sloth, not going to find anything except for pressure. Cookies with a great strike war in front of the net, using the Zentaro ultimate. Oni's blade, not going to find anything off of it. Alex, though, might be on the soon for things that you are going to kill. Has to evade there. Couldn't find the word myself, but now that is 2 flips in front of the net. We might find the goal here, or we might just find neutral play.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking to potentially be this goal if they can clear it out, but it's in Stel and a Rune on overtime, and a lot of abilities actually just committed for a bit of damage and trying to regain some pressure, but finally, as it's taken to the opposite side, it just gets sent back with that Crater Maker sent up to the top side as well, and Sloth, I think that was a strike shot that actually saved it there for a moment, but now Geo with no flip. Cookies, he has to get into a position where this flip can be used, otherwise it's pretty doomed. The Banish thrown out, and Cookies is just playing back, looking to cut this cross. He's in position for the flip, doesn't burn it there as it's sent up to the top side. As Geo is unable to catch it, there's that Rose Warp sent forward. This is a very dangerous situation for Sloth. Up to Cookies, who gets intercepted by that Astral Projection, sent to that bottom side once again. Sloth so good with these corner clears. Boost sends it forward as Geo's trying to play this corner. There's that Molten Bolt once again, and it's just sent around, but the double midfielders of Luma are able to continue to save it, and the passes just come through. 1, 2, there's that lock and load in the corner as Cookies has to come back, and now he's not being given the chance he needs to take this flip. Strike, flip, it goes to the bottom side, and honestly, that was actually just a mistake from Luma that allowed it, right? Cookies got a good flip timing, but that could very easily have been saved.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw, it went right through Llama-Craft, right? I mean, if he had just understood the situation just a little bit sooner, he wouldn't have to have relied on reaction times. But as we get immediately in, there's just no time for analyses here. Double barriers down already might be the start of another 2 barriers going down, only 1, but the ultimate coming out from Geo is going to secure a little bit of Alex's life bar, does heal it up a little bit, and nothing on that slice and dice. The Zentaro primary is going to find its mark. So Alex is going to be able to restore for free, and that is 2 flips in front of the net. Sloth up to Llama-Craft into the goal.
Yeah.
1-1 here.
Hey, I mean, that's exactly how that flip was supposed to be used, right? The flip up to Llama-Craft, I mean, intended to potentially be that early goal. Sloth does actually wait out that flip really well, but in the end, it is found for Luma, and they have 2 more flips to work with. That was slightly risky there as his potential for a double barrier. Now Cookies has to play this bottom side, but it's just like Cookies is not being given a chance to get into this game, and the problem is he needs a dash range to be able to get into the game, but he's not going to get the EXP to get into a good position unless he gets into the game. So it's kind of that self-fulfilling prophecy where it looks really damning for TMCT.
Yeah, I think the best way to go about this, personally, I think Geo has damage, right? He has that extra, or that specialized training, Luna ultimate. I think Cookies needs to get EXP off of finding a KO, right? They should just damage stack Llama-Craft right now, get a KO, make sure Cookies gets set EXP so that he's on top, right? We have to plan ahead here if we want to win this in the long haul, especially if we're sparking, especially if we're going for scaling, right? We have the damage to accomplish our dreams, but Zarheinef is on the chopping block, so this could be the turnaround that TMCT needs.
Yeah, and the turnaround is not found, as remember, we have that Seltzer intervention. Cookie's trying to keep Zarheinef out of the play, and he's dribbling here. He may get a good chance to use a flip here. It's that boost up that top side, a great clear out by Alex. There's that EI rush, a lot of damage coming into Zarheinef once again, as it looks like that is their target of choice. But Llama-Craft, he hasn't really been building energy, so he could be an even better target. The bandage coming onto Cookies, and it's so risky, he's taken off the map, and now in a 2v3, the members of Luma are looking to push up. Great boost, as Geo actually buys some time. There's that strike shot. Good save out by Sloth. He buys even more time, and now he's in a terrible situation, has to burn that flip, goes to the opposite side. That Crater Maker sends it all the way back as Cookies pushes down to this bottom side with the EI rush. Another great clear out by both goalies, really, and they're trying to keep it into this top corner, but it's just not being found for the members of TMCT.
Not being found. Flip coming out from Alex, not going to find anything. Zarheinef with a flip into the piercing shot is going to sink it in the goal. And this is going to be Luma up now in this set by 2. I really think the priorities of TMCT need to shift, right? I think Cookies needed to have used Flip earlier before he died. Stack damage on Zarheinef, who had gotten so low. I think we need to start looking at different avenues other than core control here. And it's like you said, so hard because of the Celestial intervention, right? But it is possible, as a knockback KO is going to take Zarheinef off the board, and now this is a power play situation for TMCT.
Yeah, power play situation indeed, and the crucial boost miss. That's completely slows down the play, and they lose one barrier with the potential for the second. But a great whammy there by Geo, and the Rose Orb nearly taking it back on their own side. Cookies, he has the flip. Maybe he can look for another cheeky slice and dice flip kill here, or they just look for that flip in the corner. Cookies banished there, and there's that flip. It should go in here, and it does. No strikes coming in time for Luma. And we have TMCT tying this up 2-2. They still have another flip on Geo, and they really need this flip to do something if they want to win.
They do indeed, and a great whammy rocket is going to get Zarheinef down, shoots him in the head. We just need to keep stacking this damage, and perhaps there is an avenue for Cookies to get enough EXP to get ahead. Right now, Sloth currently leading, is going to be set MVP, and that is both barriers down now. Geo did use the flip, got some value out of it. Open barrier now. Goal could be found at any moment. Abilities, cooldowns going off everywhere. Is going to hold. Cookies not going to have that eye rush. And a great banish is going to equalize everything here as we are now tied up in this set.
Yeah, very big banish, and now we see on the bottom side the Oni's Blade, Geo pushing up a lot of damage on Llama-Craft, but that Celestial Intervention is there. The boost not catching anything, and I think crucially that flip being used for the second barrier makes it so that TMCT is in a good spot, but now they don't have it for the score, although Cookies is building up on one pretty soon, and Sloth has one on the defense. Now we see the pass come up to Geo. The strike shot continued to save this core. They're just playing keep away from Cookies. They're not letting him touch and get this flip. But finally now he gets it, but the flip isn't needed as Geo just boosts through, showing he doesn't need this Estelle to make plays happen. And now Sloth as MVP is a little tough here. Hopefully for them, Alex is MVP on the other side. And yeah, he is. So this means that the Stinger does exist. The question is, I genuinely think you wait and let Zen get one of Stinger or Search.
I agree with this completely. And okay, we're going for Castellas. I actually do kind of like that because there's not a lot of great things here, I think, for Atlas that are game winning. And I think Castellas, if we're going for this damage idea, is going to be huge to deny. But we are going to see both Super Surge and Stinger being taken from poor Cookies, who is going to have to settle on this recovery drone. That is a big Zentaro who had siphoning on. I'm just now realizing. No wonder this child doesn't have any mobility. Oh yeah, my goodness.
Yeah. That's kind of why I said, like, he has to fully, like, adapt into damage if he wants to play. Otherwise, like, it would have just been better for him to lock to Mag Souls or maybe the Slick Kicks if he really wants to. And yeah, that's kind of why he doesn't have any real off-the-ball movement speed. And we are seeing it kind of actually work here as both evades are down for the forwards of Luma and they're relatively damaged, but there is no Celestial Intervention that has been popped yet by Alex. So Geo is pushing up this bottom side, and we nearly see that goal taken with the EI rush as Sloth is just waiting for these cooldowns to come out, and now Cookies gets banished, but no real threat.
I do really love the patience from Sloth there. It honestly mixed me up. I was like, okay, what's Sloth going to do here? Okay, he's not going to do anything. He's going to wait. That's so smart. And then he finally reappeared, did something great. Eye rush off of the flip. So much damage onto Zarheinef and Llama-Craft. Alex just out of the play. Cookies, well played. You know what? You can make up so much space with size, right? As long as it's in your hitbox, you're good. You can make up for not having speed, especially when it affects all of your other hitboxes for melee attacks.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the size has shown to be pretty crucial, right? Cookies is very good at taking a lot of these strike wars, and now being given some size, this makes things even better for him. As, yeah, he is able to make more of these plays, and the recovery drone does get popped, so he's now at a little bit more risk and gets banished there. Isn't able to help with this defense now. Boost out by Geo, doesn't have the cooldowns. Great clear out by Sloth, and now it's back in a neutral state.
Back in a neutral state, not the worst place for a recovery drone to be popped. This could be a pivotal point, right? it's the difference between going to a potential set 3 as we are here and being tied up, or not set 3, but point 3 in this set 3. This is just more of a slog if you're on the side of TMCT, right? Because you're having to put in so much effort to get it through this double midfield and Atlas and Celestial Intervention at every single point. It's a lot. It's a lot of energy, it's a lot of effort, and it's just a lot of management.
Yeah, indeed, right? But on the other side, we do see the kill coming onto Zarhanev before the Celestial Intervention gets popped, which is really crucial. That's even more EXP for Cookies, so he might be in a favorable spot next draft, should it come down to it. And now we see Cookies playing up this top side, flip forced out by Zarhanev, Cookies taken off the map, and now we have 2 flips for the members of TMCT, and Geo reads the primary to the bottom side with that flip, and that is TMCT going up 2-1 in set 3.
You know what? I'm so down for it to go down like that. The way I drew it up in my head, I was like, okay, Alex just used his Celestial Intervention to miss a kill. That thing's still on cooldown for another 20 seconds. You haven't Luna ulted yet. You flip this guy, you ult him in like 10 seconds when your ultimate's back up, you die. But no, Geo just uses the flip to score. That is the kind of like just gameplay adaptation that I love to see from TMCT, right? They have a game plan, they're going to stick to it, right? And Llama-Craft with a great secondary is going to, I think, save the goal, unfortunately, for the side of TMCT. That is now 1 barrier piece as we posture to find 1 for either side.
Yeah, now Cookies, he nearly has the flip as well, as the members of TMCT want to play that corner, as now it's getting to be a little bit risky, that Crater Maker sending it backwards, and now Giovanni doesn't have that to apply any real threat to the members of Luma, as Sloth is dealing with a tough situation with this corner. Great boost, but there's that secondary from Alex, and finds the strike to the pass, not actually coming up to Geo, but then Cookies actually finds that kill. I think he's finally almost reached this damage threshold, surprisingly enough, still just having the Siphoning Wand and Heavy Impact.
Ooh.
Maybe the build difference was enough to get past that Celestial Intervention that he was really struggling with before.
Might just be the key, but speaking of keys unlocking, that is 2 barriers down for the side of Luma. Great passing play between Cookies, Sloth, and Geo is going to secure that last barrier, but Zarhanev with a great Rose Warp is going to find the last barrier. Now it's open goals on either side. Geo down to Cookies into the goal off of the Alex 2704's secondary on the Atlas, and that is going to be TMCT taking this set in dominant fashion 3-1 in this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, that was insane. And now the Centauro first pick, he has the pick of the litter, but it's a real tough situation. Do you go Twin Drive or do you go 1-2 punch? Maybe he wants the 1-2 punch to continue the damage, or maybe he just denies the Twin Drive, picks up the 1-2 punch, and even if Alex picks up the Twin Drive, okay, you know, this is actually kind of interesting, right? The Deadeye is insane for damage for Luna, but I think the idea is you pick up Hotshot just so that neither Rune nor Estelle get it, right? Make it so that, you know, they don't have infinite cooldowns now. Now, Rune does have this prime time, but on the other side, it's Hotshot, Missile Propulsion, and 1-2 punch. So this draft is actually suddenly very scary. I think both sides, but I still slightly favor TMCT in this draft.
Yeah, after having you explain it like that, I actually am on board with this Hotshot pickup. I think, I think that is so valuable, right? Because you've already got a lot of damage on your Luna just by having specialized training, right? That's so much threat already. You really... And that's not your win con here, right? They're understanding their win con. And I really appreciate that, actually. Now that you've pointed it out, I completely agree. I love this Hotshot. Great boost, by the way, from Geo to secure the goal.
Yeah.
Just incredible stuff.
Yeah, more on the Hotshot, right? Because it does 2 things. One is now it allows all of Luna's abilities, at least on the normal hit side of it, to, like, kind of, you know, deal insane core speed. But then it also prevents the enemies from having 10 bajillion cooldowns. And, well, we didn't really see the effects of the Hotshot there. Rather, Cookies' 1-2 punch pickup as he kills Zarhanev and then, you know, helps with getting all that damage and then the goal there. And now, funnily enough, while we were talking this whole time, TMCT is now suddenly on series points.
Yeah, no, this is a shocking turn of events. I guess not so shocking because, I mean, TMCT is very dominant when they've got their groove going. But, I mean, for Luma to just be dismantled this efficiently, after this team has scaled. And this is what I was worried about, right? The double midfield situation is so strong early, but once, you know, the enemy's characters can scale a little bit to kind of make up for those weaknesses. I mean, can't make up for that weakness, bro. Stop riding the wall. That is now a power play for the side of Luma.
Yeah, I mean, crazy flame there out against Geo, but
My bad.
hey, he's been playing pretty well, so you got to balance it out a little bit. And hey, Zarhina finding that Crystal Thorns against Sloth. Great play overall out by Luma, but they have a lot more ground to cover.
A lot more ground to cover indeed. It seems now, I was talking about how it seemed the points would be exhausting for TMCT. Now this seems exhausting for the side of Luma now. You know, the team that has tempo is not going to have to work as hard, in my opinion, right? They've already got momentum. They've got a lot riding behind them to push them forward, and now it is going to be Luma on this uphill battle, right? Zarhina now trying to find a way to get it to Luma, or Llama, but it's not working out. That's 2 flips on the side of TMCT.
Yeah, 2 flips still there, but 1 offensive, 1 defensive, and they'll have their pick of the litter of where they want to use it. They might have to burn 1 early, but a lot of damage actually coming onto Zarhina. Good banish to kind of peel for the Estelle by Lamacraft there. And now these strikes coming in so well, but there is that hot shot. You see how that hot shot is kind of like a pseudo team player in that it allows Geo to help with clearing these so well. And now Alex is forced to use that flip there too, and this could be curtains if things continue to go the way they do. Great bounces as Lamacraft with the energy printer there, and the EI rush not enough to take that barrier as Cookies is in a little bit of threat himself.
A little bit of threat, but still does have that recovery drone for if things go too south. Now that is 1 flip down. Geo trying to find it. Cookies with the strike is going to find the barrier. And now it is an open barrier. This could be game match point for the side of TMCT with a great little blick there. Great stuff from Cookies. Boom. Off of the Zentaro primary. Mixing up Alex. Just delicious stuff. You love to see it. Feast for the eyes. Oh my goodness.
I mean, we got 3 big booms for Cookies there with a great, yeah, boom, boom, boom. Cookies finding that great flick, right? Or less of a flick and more just kind of stalling the core, baiting out Alex and then sending it forward, right? Allowing Alex to get mixed up like that. Cookies kind of recovering for being a little invisible in the first few sets just because of being a wand Zentaro on Oni against double midfield. Like, that just sounds really miserable to play. But in the end, it is TMCT that does come up on top 2-1.
Yeah, excellently played. I mean, this is not how I drew it up in my pre-show predictions. Hey, stick to the script, guys. Hello. Broadcaster here. I said that for a reason.
Is maybe Xylifer drew up the script and then left so people would suspect him less. I'm watching you, Xylifer. Wait, no. He also voted Luma. Never mind. Okay, guys, the chat scripted it. The chat is leaking the script or so. I don't know, man. Win trading. I don't know.
Win trading, indeed. I agree.
Yeah. Hey, all good. Hey, I think overall both teams played really well. And I'm excited to see if we can get another like grands to this level. Hey, maybe even a reset so we can go full 6 games. I'd be perfectly down with that. And I think overall, neither team should be too disappointed with how they played. I want to see how Luma stacks up against Zoo, because even in that week where Luma had their full roster, Zoo did make it a pretty close series.
Yeah.
Right? And now with Zoo having their full roster, it could be close once again.
I agree. I am excited to see the Zoo at their full strength here, right? I'm really hoping for a strong showing. I do honestly, while I favor Luma just because my Oshi's on that team, I think the Zoo has every possibility of taking it here and bringing us to a grand finals between TMCT and the Zoo. So I'm excited to see what pops out, right? So, you know, this really could go any way, in my opinion. I think after what I've seen Luma pull out here, but they are going to be tired. They're going to be tired from playing just a 3-game series, right? Yep. So we'll see. We will have to see. We
will see indeed. But before we get to that, the teams both need, a sec to relax and take a break, especially Luma getting into that next series. So with that, we will send it to a short break as the teams get ready for the next series. Don't go anywhere.
See you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Losers Finals. This time, we have Zoo versus Luma, and looking at this draft, I'll give you a quick rundown. Twin Drive, Ad Rush start, Rune and Atlas banned, and we have Mako for Nero, Juno for Donkers, and then the Drakkar and Scython, whereas on the other side, we have Vice, Aimi, Zentaro on an Ad Rush start. Very brutal, very dangerous. I want to see if we're picking up Double Wand or if Llama is just going to go for the slicks. I am joined by a suited up Psykeen this time.
Yep. Hello, everybody. I found the shirt and the tie. They were just lying around. You know, we got them on. We're suited up, ready to go, and I'm excited for this absolute death match of a game that you're going to be seeing here. Right? I mean, Zentaro and Vice, Aimi all on the same team. This is on an Ad Rush Twin Drive start. I feel bad for Blue Team because they are going to be exploded, destroyed, and just eliminated. That's all I'll say.
Hey, I mean, one thing to keep in mind is what Zoo is in fact known for. If you remember last week, the way Zoo dealt with the KO comps of Happy Girls was the double Vambrace, and if that's if there's any game to be picking up double Vambrace, this is the game. You're up against Aimi, Vice, and Taro, 3 of the highest damage characters in the game, and you really need that survivability. And I'm wondering to see if they do, because I think the thing is Ivy Snivy and Scython were both willing to. I'm not sure how strongly Donkers feels about wanting to keep like the slick kicks for his Juno. Because if I recall correctly, he uses slicks way more than Mags because he likes to walk up for that melee pressure a lot more on a lot of his characters. But hey, maybe he'll also be converted to the Church of Vicious Vambrace.
We'll see, right? Of course, this is the Zoo. You kind of got to expect something like that to come out, right? So maybe Donkers is feeling generous with his starting gear picks. We might just be able to see that double Vams coming out. But, you know, we're getting into this. That is, of course, yeah, the Donkers Juno. And you make a great point about the slick kicks, right? I mean, Juno gets so much benefit from the Awakening, or from the gear. So, you know, we'll likely see it coming out. But, I mean, when you're faced with Aimi, Zen, Vice, I mean, there's only one answer. And as we can see it here, the rock, paper, scissors meta is here. That is double siphoning versus double Vambrace. We'll have to see just how this shakes out, right?
Yeah, we will, right? And one thing to keep in mind is the Awakening pickups went pretty much exactly as expected it to, with Scython being the only Ad Rush user on the members of the Zoo, whereas it's just full Ad Rush otherwise on Luma. And no Twin Drives actually picked up, so that Twin Drive being an extra ability and more frequent secondaries, which is very useful for really all of these characters, it's not going to be available to them.
It's not going to be available indeed. I mean, look at this already. Double barriers going down for the side of Luma now. Not a single barrier dropped from the side of the Zoo. Llama now with the core, not going to find anything just yet. Zard does have the flip. The turret does go down, and a great strike from Scython is going to send that into the goal. That is going to be the Zoo picking up the first point of this game.
Yeah. Zoo taking up the first point, and you saw they were almost full HP for a good chunk of that. There was a point at which Scython was a little damaged and did have to retreat, but when you consider the comp that the members of Luma are running, for that to be like the only time where the Zoo isn't any real threat of dying is kind of insane.
Yeah, no, I mean, that is... I am curious with the piloting here, how so much damage is not finding its way, but of course it's got to be that Vambrace, right? That's just got to be the answer. As the turret does come down, Zar high enough, not going to find anything off of it. Maybe could have found a kill there with the flip, but just not having the confidence to want to execute on that. Now Scython with the core, not going to find anything just yet. 2 flips to the side of Luma. 1 flip to the side of Donkers as the Vice ultimate is channeled, going to use it to fend off a slime, as now we're kind of still in this neutral game where both top barriers are still standing.
Yeah, both top barriers are standing, and I think the ranged goalie in this matchup between the ranged and melee goalie typically wants to keep it on this bottom side, where there is a lot more rotation time, so it allows for a lot of time to play it on that opposite side, whereas I think the melee goalie would really prefer to keep it on that top side, as they have a lot more of these direct defense mechanisms, and that makes it way easier to play there, and I think this is maybe their chance, but no, a great hit stun there by Zarheinef allows them to get that flip off, and then send it into that barrier, and now it's a pretty dangerous situation, but there's that kill for Scython, and he pops this ad rush, although it is, I believe, a 6-second ad rush or something like that, and it doesn't give him that much value, but then they take that barrier, so the value that they needed was achieved, and now Donkers returns it back in kind, full speed ahead, and that's 2-0 for the Zoo.
I mean, if I'm either of these teams, I'm sick of seeing Juno, and I have only seen her, if I'm the side of the Zoo, for this one game, right? I mean, Alex is just fatigued. Blobo fatigue is real, everybody. Go to your doctor, talk to them about it. They will give you a prescription. It is called Ban Juno. As we now have the Imi turret going down, Zarheinef with a great passive is going to secure both barriers now, and that is 2 barriers to none for the side of...
Oh no.
Whoa, that was an unfortunate execution, just like miscommunication. Flip, though, might be able to save this, not going to save it just yet.
Yeah, I think Alex might have been able to force out Nero's flip if he just went for the straight strike there, and I think that would have been great, but unfortunately they tried for some sort of combo to just guarantee the goal, but unfortunately it did the opposite. It made it so that Nero just didn't have to use the flip at all, and he had it for that situation there, but now in an open net, it's still pretty bad for this Mako without flip, and with Scython taking a lot of damage and no evade to his name, this point looks kind of all but wrapped up for Luma.
Wrapped up indeed. Blabo's sending the core everywhere, but where the barrier is, Zarheinef and Lamacraft posturing. Flip comes out up to Alex, is going to miss the strike, was not expecting it to be in such an avant-garde position, but now the offense is on the side of Scython, who manages to get out the flip from Alex. Down now to Zarheinef, up to Lamacraft, who's not going to find the core on their person. The ult coming out from Alex. No evade on Lamacraft. Could be a setup for something great, but Zar does have this flip, is going to use it. The Blobo buddies are going to be taken out. Great glitch pop from Lamacraft, going to send it right back at Nero. Potentially posture for something, but now that is a 2v1 situation for Alex. Curious how that happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just the positioning, right? Lamacraft taking a lot of damage and then being stuck in the midfield makes things really tough, and Zar missing that shot is really crucial. A great clear by Nero, very smart clear. Another one! There's that ensnare jumps doing a lot of work, and a slightly awkward slime still salvaged there. And now, the members of Luma, they're trying to send it forward, but there's that slime once again. Scython pushing forward, he nearly has this flip, he finally has this flip, but it just is not in his hands just yet. That Molten Bolt finally putting it there, and where does this flip go? To the bottom side, and Donkers making it that checkmate, where if Alex even attempts a clear, the slime stuffs it.
I mean, Donkers just lit the torch, right? And he's like, follow me! Threw the Blobo down. Scython recognized it. He was like, all right, bro, send it. And shot it right down there. I mean, that was beautiful stuff. Incredible. I mean, Zoo finds the point, finds the sets.
I will say, if anything, if nothing else, this is the draft for what is it for Luma, because there is literally all of the damage awakenings that they could possibly want available, but I don't know, man. This draft just looks so Luma sided.
Yeah, no, I agree. I definitely think that the draft has accelerated Luma's game plan more than it's accelerated the game plan of the Zoo, right? So they already shocked me once by outplaying this damage comp. Of course, they have the double Vambrace, which is putting in work, but still. They took set 1, where I think it might have... I don't know. Damage... The longer a game goes on, the harder it is to play against damage. So, we'll see. Damage scales so excessively, and we'll just have to see if the Vambraces can keep up. But great strikes from Alex to keep this barrier alive, and a great strike war from Zar to take that first barrier.
Yeah, and I mean, good corner play out by Donkers, but look at the members of Zoo, no evades, right? And we see the first kill here potentially chained as Nero burns his evade and may just get flipped off here. No flip off, but the flip is enough to put Nero into a bad situation, which Luma is able to capitalize on.
You make such a good point about the chain, right? This is triple ad rush, right? So one kill from one person is going to be cooldowns restored for, I mean, I believe it also gives her assist, right? So that is so many cooldowns, that chain, that scale, it's an explosive reaction. It is a thermonuclear bomb waiting to go off on your faces. So this is just a scary place to be if you're the Zoo.
Indeed, but hey, they are able to find some of these plays, but there's that one kill on Scython and the double ad rush proc. But a lot of damage actually coming onto Llama-Craft, and good strikes out by Nero here as Llama-Craft does get staggered. There's that secondary, so dangerous, and the stun means the flip doesn't work, and the middle angle actually off by Alex, faking out not only Nero but his own brawler. And well, when no one knows what's going to happen, that is the best way to win.
Best way to win, indeed. I mean, I'll say it. Alex has been clip farming this game. Now, there's been some really cool Vice saves that he's been done with the secondary, and now just with that center middle bit of Night Market getting the goal, incredible. But already, double barriers down, ultimate from the Vice. Our Hynef behind Donkers. Llama-Craft is going to secure the point with a great cyber swipe, and that is going to be just Luma taking in dominant fashion. Maybe all that they needed were those awakenings truly to awaken their fighting spirit.
Yeah, and well, hey, this Zentaro might be denying Hotshot here. As Juno is sitting second pick, but that doesn't feel that great for Zen. Zen wants to go full speed ahead with damage, but no, you know, he has to pay the respects. Otherwise, that is a real lose condition. So the Juno picks up the peak performance, which allows her even more speed and survivability. The team player is also kind of an interesting thing too, because when damage is happening, you typically want to be running away from the play. So this allows, you know, Scython or Donkers whenever they're low to just start running forward, and then Nero to still get these faster passes, right? But on the other side, a lot of damage, the glass cannon, the bulk up, and yes, it's a hot shot for Zen, but that's just a deny to prevent the core control from the opposite side.
And I mean, in the grand scheme of things, sure, you might want to, you know, accelerate your damage with like a bulk up or something, or, you know, make that peak performance if you are Zentaro. But I don't think you're hurting at all if you take Hotshot, right? Core go faster, you get more cooldowns. It's not a bad trade deal, right? And with the rest of your team picking up bulk up, I mean, it's pretty much like you got it too. You're all sharing kills, sharing the love, right? So overall, I think this is just a damage-winning draft, as I think every draft has tended to be in this meta. As I mean, they score off of a power play and off of just stacking so much damage in over the course of that power play.
Yeah, I mean, it's just insane, right? This first draft absolutely paying dividends for the members of Luma, right? Them being able to get all that damage, which is just undeniable, is insane, right? It's not even as if Zoo was just misdrafting and trying to, you know, pick up stuff that they wanted to accelerate core control. No, it's just there was too many damage awakenings to deny that they just could not deal with it. And well, we see one kill, a second one following, another ad rush refreshed now for Zarhynef, and Donkers taken off the map as well. It's a triple ad rush proc. Scython doing his best to play this 1v3, but it's just so impossible in this situation.
Yeah, that was hard to watch. If you are Zoo fans out there, look away for just a second, close your eyes, deep breaths. It's okay. It's a new point. We will take this one. Damage will not be stacked. Ad rushes will not be procced. We will take it. Donkers already with the first barrier. Scython with the second. All we needed was a breather to find our place in this world. Up to the slime, into the goal from Scython. Beautiful. Just as we drew it up. That's all we need, Zoo. Just a deep breath. And Scython, come on, bro. Don't worry about it. Don't do-boo, huh? We're good. That's all you need to do.
A lot of damage. Still deservedly do-boo-hing, but yeah, that's a very fun game, right? This League of Legends game right now. And we see that Supernova Charge takes his own barrier, but Scython taking the second barrier. Nero's in a very bad situation health-wise, and he may be victim to a double barrier soon if he falls like this. Is trying to regen. Good sidesteps, actually, to get even a little bit more health. But now Donkers, Scython, they need to play this well, and they do! Donkers taking another goal and saving Nero, not just his health bar, but he actually still has one more evade for this next point of damage coming out from the enemies.
And it's just that simple. It's that easy, right? I mean, Scython and Donkers are executing what they need to do perfectly, right? I mean, unfortunately, we are getting stuffed now into this area. This is exactly where Luma wants the side of the zoo to be, right? The core is on their side, and they can't get it out without risking tons of damage. It's just so scary, and unfortunately, okay, good thing the bumper was there to bounce it, as, I mean, that is going to be an ad rush proc on both Zarheinov and Llama-Craft, as, you know, Drakkar is taken out. Nero with a flip, going to die soon, but Alex could potentially get the barrier. That's okay. No worries. We are out of the power play.
Out of the power play, but look at where Nero's health bar is. It's gone, and he is gone as well. And that flip from Alex, so crucial. I think Donker is overstepping a little bit, but you kind of have to. You kind of have to overstep and hope you can make a hero play happen, and the flip doesn't come through. And now, Alex, he would be getting an extra specialized training if he chooses to go that way, or just opt for the missile prop, as it's a good deny away from Scython.
I like the idea, but I mean, extra special is just too strong. This is Vice we're talking about, right? I mean, nailed it with the extra special. They were going to see a lot more secondaries into ultimates off of kickoff, I imagine. I mean, the way I see it being played out, Aimi blinks, does tons of damage. They either evade it or they don't. They take damage. Then Alex does his thing. They evade it or they don't. And either way, here we go. Here we go. Right off. I mean, that was so poorly executed, I could cry. But, I mean, Nero is already almost dead off of that, so what does it matter, right? Okay, now.
I was going to say, the fact that it was that poorly executed and Nero is still nearly dead is a little bit of a disturbing testament to the damage that is being done.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. As the ad rushes go off, Nero is taken out. Both barriers are being able to be recouped here, and the core just floats in as there's just too much for Scython and Donkers to deal with. But there is hope. There is a way. We saw how, with good execution from Donkers and Scython, they can break through this damage wall, right? So I'm hoping to see some plays coming out from them to really fire up the offense.
Yeah, I mean, hey, me as a player, I'm cheering for Zoo because grr damage. I hate damage, but hey, all good. I think it's just Luma has been executing they've been recognizing their game plan so well and playing to it. Of course, there have been a few execution errors here and there, but it's enough where they're able to make these plays work because of the amount of damage they actually have. And now Scython looking for a play here, flip forced out by Alex. And now this clear goes down to the bottom side where Donkers is looking to hopefully make a play. As Zarheinov dribbles in this corner, all this damage trying to come down onto Donkers to make sure that he isn't really able to play this on the wall. And there it is, first kill found. Second kill could be found here, but no, not even a kill, as it just goes right around Nero. And I'm going to call it here. It looks like this might be a 3-0 this set. And what's going to happen is we're going to be starting with a pretty disturbing damage start next game.
You know, I'm so scared for that possibility of another damage start, right? I mean, Ad Rush just favors the Bold here. And the Bold are going to be taking one barrier. There is one left standing for either team, but Scython is just so low. Scython has been using all of his abilities as often as he can on the enemies to get that Vambrace proc, but it is just not enough. Great defense, though, coming out from Nero. Scython in the play, but a great primary from Alex is going to stop him from being able to interact, and he is just a pinata, a punching bag, bounced around. Almost gets Zarheinov, who almost gets him back, the reversal. But there's just two staggered people. One of them has a flip up to Zar, who uses the flip, but Nero counter flips, and now that is open barriers for either side. This could be the Zoo's comeback.
Yeah, the Zoo may be getting let loose here, and they're in the corner, but now the members of Luma, they're trying to get it back to the opposite side. The ensnare drum's not enough. This is looking very risky, but no, Nero does not have the strike shot there, and Luma takes game 1 against Zoo off of a pretty miserable first draft.
Yeah, that's a hard one to really just feel like you have autonomy in, right? It's the damage, no matter what your choices are, you feel constricted. Because if you commit to an option, you know that there's damage waiting for you. If you try to put damage back onto them, right, you're burning cooldowns. They have out-damaged you already because of their awakenings that they, happened upon. It's so hard for the Zoo to come back against this team. I mean, look at the damage numbers, right? I mean, that is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, just doing what, like rough calcs in my head, that's about a 30k difference in damage.
Yeah.
That is basically one character's worth of damage that Luma has over Zoo, which is kind of insane.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that is insane.
So yeah, that damage really contributed to that win, especially once they were allowed to get supporting awakenings for that damage. I think though that Zoo did the best they could. They actually had some really good plays and were able to take things back here and there, but the damage was just insurmountable.
Yeah, insurmountable, absolutely. I mean, in my opinion, it was curtains as soon as Vice got the extra special, right? Because you have to deal with that after every kickoff, and that was unforced. Alex was first pick. The only way that, I mean, you just win the sets early. That is the answer to damage, is that you just steamroll them early before they can ramp up, because my goodness, do they ramp. But
okay, in Zoo's defense, they did. But the ramp up happened on the first draft.
Yeah, exactly. Which, I mean, you got to win the game in the first set. That's the world we live in, I think. It's just should have just won all of the sets in the first set, Zoo. It's that easy.
Yeah, you sometimes have to win all 3 sets in the first set, but hey, unfortunately for Zoo, not able to do that. And it's because of that Luma do take game 1. Some really great plays overall, though. I think while there were some execution errors here and there from Luma, they had some pretty good ones, good plays as well, in terms of some of their damage coordination, especially because of how they kept Scython staggered for so long. He was just unable to play at all.
Yeah, it was rough being the shotgun lizard of, wherever he's from, xenotechnology, planet, whatever. But, it's what you gotta do sometimes. It's just how the cards fall. The Vambrace, maybe we will be reassessing that going into this next game. We will see, right? But yeah, this next game will be coming up very shortly, getting this all ready to go for you.
I think the one thing to keep in mind that makes things very tough for Zoo is that Zoo doesn't really have players who are willing to pilot this Vice or the Aimi nearly as much. So when that Zen is taken away from them, they have no real good ways to kind of answer back into the damage at a similar level, right? Because Donkers is going to be locking in the Juno, the Estelle, the Kai, playing towards this core control. Of course, when they had Ivy Snivy in, she'd be willing to kind of play that Aimi and answer that back pretty well. But then with Nero, he has picked the Vice, he's picked the Aimi, but he's also looked a lot more comfortable on the Atlas, the Mako, the Now goalie. I think he's even played a Dubu game or two that's looked good. And then, of course, Scython is willing to go on that side. He's willing to pick up the Drakkar, the Zentaro, these more damage-focused brawlers. But he also has this Rasmus too. And then it's just, at a certain point, it's really hard to deal with the damage if you're not equipped to play the damage characters.
Yeah. I'd agree with that assessment, absolutely. I mean, you gotta stick with what you know, and you can't force it. So, I mean, as we're getting into this next draft, actually, bad news for damage haters. We've got kind of a damage-focused start here. I mean, 1-2 punch as you're starting Awakening is kind of hard to say. We're going to be shying away from damage, but there is Hot Shot, so that means that there is some core control potential here, of course. I mean, Hot Shot also kind of accelerates cooldowns, which accelerates damage, but way more in the favor of core control, so.
So this is very okay. I have to believe that the teams on this draft are wrong. It looks very backwards to me. Because there's no way Luma is banning Rune and Zoo is banning Juno. That has to be flipped.
Yes, that might just be the case. Zoo should be blue, Luma should be red. Yeah, that looks. There we go.
Yeah, so that makes a lot more sense because Donkers is a big proponent of the Estelle, and I was surprised to see the Imi Zentara picked up by Zoo, but no, that is picked up again by Luma, which means this is almost a repeat of last game in terms of draft, right? So this is Atlas, Estelle, Drakkar for the members of Zoo, with the Atlas instead of Mako, and then Imi, Kai, Zentaro, with the Imi going on to Alex this time, and then a Kai instead of the Vice. So, yeah, I think this is maybe slightly more playable for the members of Zoo, as I think Estelle does do a bit of a better job in being able to contribute to this damage, especially helping with these finishes a lot more, because you can combo really, really well with a Drakkar to get these cheeky kills on people. But then at the same time, Luma now has a little bit more core control to answer the core control of Zoo.
Yeah, I really do hope to see, I'm really liking that Kai pickup, right? I mean, I'm a big fan of Alex on the Kai, right? And I'm hoping that will be Alex, actually, because, I mean, I think he just has such a dominating presence on the pick, especially if he's running eject button. So, we'll see. I mean, yeah, because, I mean, kind of seeing... We haven't seen Alex on the Imi, right? So...
Oh, no, we have multiple times.
Okay. I mean today at least.
Today, I don't think so. Okay. He's just played Kai and Vice today. I think there might have been one Imi game against TMCT, but not 100% sure on that. Though we will have to see, right, to see how this goes around. Hotshot 1-2 punch is very interesting, and you do get that good dichotomy of, core control versus damage, even though both are really core speed. Likely we're going to see the Estelle, the Atlas, and maybe Drakkar pick up Hotshot. Drakkar could still pick up 1-2 punch depending on what he wants to play. And on the other side, it'll probably be full 1-2 punch. Maybe a Hotshot on Imi. The one thing I kind of want to speculate on is if we're going to be seeing double Vicious Vambrace again. It's very possible with the Imi Zentara, with how much damage they pump out. But then again, this is slightly less damage than what we had last game. And no, we're seeing double Slicks versus Slick's Wand. And the only 1-2 punch user is Zentaro this game.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. Okay, yeah, we are seeing Alex on the Imi. That is very, very exciting. But, I kind of was expecting maybe 1-2 punch on at least somebody else, right? But I can see the value of Hotshot on everyone else, right? I mean, a Hotshot 1-2 punch are like kind of similar in what they want to accomplish, just one gives more cooldown core control and one is more damage focused. So it's kind of like pick your poison, and it looks like we've picked our poison quite effectively.
Yeah, poison has been picked indeed, and now they're trying to play with this Hotshot. Good clear is out by Nero, Atlas being one of his biggest comfort picks, and the members of Zoo, no stranger to this core control, so they're able to play this defense so well, and now in this corner they are, and they're trying for this offense. A Rose Warp committed by Donkers, but that's that second barrier falling, and Alex, he has this flip, but it's not even needed as Zarheinef is just able to slot it on that top side.
I'll say what everyone else is thinking. Momentum Boots saved that. But that is going to be a good shot from Zar to secure the goal there. Just good stuff. I mean, Alex already has a flip to really help out on the offense here, I imagine. Because that's like the dream as Imi here, right? Well, maybe you want to save it so that you have another defensive tool in the pocket, right? That might just be the type of player that Alex is. But that is going to be both barriers going down off of Alex's Blink-In turret. Nero taken almost to his death. Zar now hunting for that as Scython and Donkers try to pick up the pieces on the other side of the field.
Yeah, and Nero is taken off the map, which is actually pretty good in that situation. It means at least you reset the energy on the Atlas, at least for Nero's sake, at least, because he was burning it all. And it's not looking good for Zoo, as there are still 2 flips on the members of Luma. And that was not one of the people with the 2 flips, though the kill is something they won't be unhappy about.
Not unhappy about it at all, as the power play does expire. Got a barrier off of the back of it. Zarhynef now back with a Fury. Alex with some great strikes is going to defend that for now, but Donkers does have the flip. Alex still has his to make something happen with it. A defensive play, strike off of Zarhynef's primary into the bouncer, up to Scython. Not going to find anything but a great glitch pop. Going to send it down in a Giga Blast. Good reaction from the young man Nero to stop the double barrier there. Alex there with the flip. That's where we needed it, but the glitch pop is unfortunately going to place the core into his own net. Donkers, the threat of flip too strong. It's going to
Donkers used this flip to mind control Alex there and still has it available for the next point. As Alex, he blinks forward, he tries to pressure on this top side. Donker still has his flip. I don't think he wants to use it there. Now Nero just energy prints his own flip and uses it. And then the kill is actually found onto Zarhynef, so it's pretty good. Though Donkers, his health bar is not looking great. He does manage to get that orb, but now this Kai just pumps more damage into him. Scython trying to find a barrier, but the power play expires and nothing really to be gained from it.
Yeah, no, if I'm Donkers, the moment that, I don't know if it was Scython or Nero, sent the ball down into empty space and he had to go collect it, no, I do within seconds that guy was going to get jumped on by everybody. But HP bars have equalized here for the side of the Zoo. No barriers being found yet, and a great flip from Donkers is going to secure this goal. Zarhynef looking low, Scython looking low, but both get an orb. The barrier still stands, and now we're kind of a standstill while we wait to posture for our next plays.
I think, funnily enough, that barrier was actually saved by Nero looking for the kill on whichever member of Luma that was with the secondary. And that secondary also just hit the core as well. But now it's a very bad situation. The flip, Nero slightly too slow on the secondary there. And it just goes right past as Luma takes set 1.
Yeah, as soon as they kind of found their footing, got the barrier, the threat potential, yeah. No.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Deadeye here for Aimi, right? Pretty brutal. Though there are some really good core control options. So it's probably going to be the Deadeye picked up here. Fight or flight? No. Actually opts to pick up the aerials, not wanting to give it over to Donkers, who takes the Deadeye, and we actually have Deadeye heavy. So, funnily enough, it's actually this damage team comp of Luma that just picks up all the core control awakenings, and Zoo picking up all this damage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of excited at the thought of this orb rep if we can get some value out of it, because that's a lot more flip economy, dodge economy. If anything, you know, those evades are going to be so important. The Celestial Intervention does come out. Donkers is going to take as much advantage of it as he can. Is going to take out the Zentaro. Zarhynef taking out the turret coming out from Alex. Is going to stall the power play for just a little bit as we try to get our hands on this core, try to get at least one barrier for our troubles here. Glitch pop to Nero is going to be defended. The barriers still stand. The power play is over, and it is a reversal now.
Yeah, power play absolutely reversing there. And now we see a second barrier also taken, and Scython is back, but this is not looking good for the members of Zoo. They have to make some sort of play happen here, and a good bit of damage there on Lamacraft. That's that first barrier taken. Great evade clear by Nero, but he doesn't have it for the second attempt. Good Rose Warp to buy some space, and Lamacraft just sends it forward. Flip forced out of Donkers, actually forced out by Lamacraft too, and there's that barrier taken. Donkers has to make a good play happen, and he nearly does. Forces the flip out by Alex. Now it's on this top side, passed up to Donkers, comes back down to Nero. Scython to Donkers, back to Alex, and Alex clears it out. The Rose Warp, the bounce, and Donkers puts it in.
Just a beautiful bit of play coming out from the side of the Zoo. And I mean, I just want to sing Lamacraft praises for a second. He was trying to do a little bit of everything. Maybe flew a bit too close to the sun there near the end, but had some great sequences up front. Unfortunately, all for naught, because Donkers, Nero, and Scython were able to pull out the core control win there. Beautifully done. Zar does have the flip, but only so much can be done, and a great flip parry from Scython is going to get the core onto the top corner here, losing all of the potential tempo that the Luma would have built off of that flip. And now we are one barrier down a piece.
They are, but now Scython has to retreat, grab this orb, and now they're in the corner. Llama continues to send it forward, but Donker's playing this corner really well, getting the core forward, but now in a terrible situation is Nero, forced to burn that flip, but it just goes back to him, and the strike war is not won there. Comes back around to Alex, and Donkers is looking for this corner, but he needs to be a little bit careful, as Alex could go for a blink and potentially threaten him here, and he does threaten him, and now Donkers doesn't know where to exactly go, as Zarhainev looks for a play. Great flip out by Donkers, but it's not enough, as the Oni's blade holds it for Llama to get the strike.
Yeah, it's a scary place to be for Donkers. You have the flip, you're being cut down. Every step you take, you gotta make some sort of decision, and unfortunately, they just Luma had the option select. They knew what to do once that flip was popped. Little mousetrap they laid for him. But that is going to be Zarhainev taken really low. Alex getting involved in the play. Llama has no evade. This could be a swing now for the Zoo side, but Donkers is just obliterated.
Yeah, obliterated indeed, and nearly actually going to get taken off by that Giga Blast. Good sidestep. He's been taking a lot of damage in this corner and has no evade really to work with, so he has to go for some good strikes here. Doesn't actually find it. Alex pushing up this Oni's blade, and Zarhainev nearly taken off the map. The slice and dice I think is about ready, and Donker sent into the middle. Now Scython has to play this offense alone. A great Molten Bolt, and does it, and now he just has to continue dribbling. Flip in the corner out by Nero, really unfortunate flip angle, and it goes back to Zarhainev. Now he takes the flip in melee range. The secondary enough actually with the strike down from Scython, who continues to send it forward into that astral projection, and he looks for the pass maybe to Donkers. Doesn't. He just continues to force it in this corner, and Alex does the same as he clears it down that way. And now Alex, he has this flip ready, but won't really get a great chance to use it. And as I say that, it just bounces up to the top side, and Llama will take it.
Yeah, that was just incredible. Unfortunately, I think that was a Molten Bolt from Scython that sent it backwards up into the hands of Llama. I mean, could not have seen that coming. I'm pretty sure he was just sitting that back to hit stun Alex so that he couldn't flip in front of net. Unfortunate turn of events, but that is going to be the point going to Luma now, as this is set points for this set 2. And oh, so quickly, the tables have turned onto Luma. Scython, Donkers, Nero, all trying to find a way to get this core out and into the net that they have just opened up, but the battle has just begun. Luma is not going to give this goal away so easily.
Yeah, indeed, and there's that glitch pop. It's burned, but Alex, he doesn't need it if his teammates can strike for him. Scython, a lot of damage actually taken, popping the Celestial Intervention from Nero. And now Zarhainev pushes forward with the AI rush with the flip. Llama just trying to get it forward to Zarhainev so he can go for that flip. And that Oni's blade stalling it. The flip sends it right through, but not enough for the offense. Donkers needs to be careful. Flip burned out by Llama and still in this corner. And Nero not quick enough with the strike. And Luma take another set. And we are one set away from eliminating Zoo from contention.
Yeah, just unfortunate play up top there as we get into this draft, though. Not seeing incredible picks for Kaiser. I mean, there's stacks on stacks, of course, but there's just also some denies that you might keep in mind. Is going to take the stacks, is just going to be that speed supreme that we expect to see. I'm expecting to see a bulk up here. Yep, that makes sense to me. Estelle kind of left with some... Everyone else kind of left with garbage, in my opinion.
Yeah, more or less, right? Because all you have is like 2 Sparks, a Might of the Colossus without size really, and then like a prize fighter. It's a little brutal. But yeah, Llama getting the stacks is insanely big, and then just forces out the deny on the Stinger, as he can't really let Zarhainev get that. But I think with this draft, there's a chance it could be curtains, but the members of Zoo have been playing their core control relatively well, and it's just maybe one play or something that needs to go wrong for Luma, and Zoo is just back in it.
Yeah, they've been finding a lot of good kills on Zarhainev. That is like an alternate win condition, right? The energy generator, once again. But finding kills on Zar seems to be working out, so we could go for that while Scython, you know, does his thing up front and gets barriers so well against Alex in these 1v1s. Of course, it's Aimi, right? You can't do much. Up into the top corner. Very good strike. Yep. That one was well played. It was textbook in my opinion. So, well played. There we go.
Yeah, genuinely I thought it would just be a strike up there and then Scython would have to shotgun it in and maybe Alex could grab it. But no, it was just the perfect angle from Donkers. So that's well played by the midfielder of the Sioux. And now Scython just continuing to play this corner. A lot of damage taken and being denied the orb. Has a Celestial Intervention at the very least and grabs an orb back there. He is really absolutely desperate to make sure this flip stays up so that he can make these plays, whether it's a kill or a point. And the flip actually beating Alex, but the strike beating the flip there from Scython. And there's that second barrier taken. Now it's an open net for Zoo, and Heinef is doing a lot of damage to Nero.
I mean, yes, they find the KO there, but off of Zarheinef's evade, which would have killed him, making him unable to strike the core where it needed to be, he would have gotten shot by Donkers into the, center drum. It saved his life, that evade. Great game sense coming out from Zar to really just do everything. He played that life perfectly, in my opinion, as, one life is being taken out once again. That is Scython biting the dust.
Yeah, but look at the evade situation. More lives could bite the dust pretty soon. Not with that Celestial Intervention, though, but once that goes down, it's pretty doomed. And a lot of great defense in the corners by Zoo. But with this flip, it could be a double barrier. Great strike out by Nero there to deny the double. And the core just keeps rotating around. Scython trying to win these interactions, but in the corner, that's one barrier found, potentially a second, as that secondary is flubbed, and the Firewall Sentry is placed down, but Alex has to blink back as to not risk a stray core going by in such an advantageous position for them.
Scython does get the orb, is going to live for a little bit longer, but the strike comes out just a little bit too soon, mixed up by the Zentaro slice and dice, the primary, whatever that thing is called. Does manage to get the goal. And I mean, Nero played so well on the defense, but I mean, one of the things about Atlas is, yes, you can play so well, you have such great tools, but you mess them up once and now you're left as a sitting duck, as the secondary does come out there, and that is now one less tool in the toolbox for this barrier push. Primary gone, no abilities on this Atlas except for his strike. Might have primary backup now, but that is still so much time that is being wasted, being killed by Zarheinef, and now this could be it. Uses the flip for damage, the orb.
Oh.
But the core goes around the world, and while Zarheinef and Nero were in their little 1v1 fight for survival, Llama-Craft's going to find the goal from the other side of the field. Well played.
I think that's also partially off of Donkers for kind of shotgun or for piercing shotting that forward just to keep the pressure. And unfortunately for him, that allows Llama-Craft to reapply the pressure in the opposite direction and make it so that Nero is just in a position where he can't play the game. And because of that, it is Luma taking this series 2-0 and going to rejoin their rivals in TMCT in the grand finals coming up from losers bracket. And important thing to note, this means that this will be the first season where we have a repeat winner of EUSL, right? Either all of TMCT win another season, or Zarheinef gets his second title.
Oh, make a great point there. Yeah, no, this is exciting to watch. Absolutely. I mean, there's some crowns to be kept or crowns to be taken, right? Another one in the trophy box for Zarheinef, like you're saying, or TMCT just keep it. So really excited for this game. The rematch, right? And I think Luma's got to be exhausted at this point.
Definitely, I agree. Fun other note actually is if TMCT win, that would actually mean that Sloth has won every single playoffs he's played in.
That's W Sloth. Hey, they got something to fight for there, bud. So, I mean, I'm sure you've got plenty else to fight for than keeping your title, right? And, the consecutive performance. But still, that's a nice little accolade to have, following this up. And, it's not over for the Zoo. I mean, it is for season 3, but there's always season 4. Season 4, who knows? Could be.
Hey, season 4, it's possible. You never know.
Possible.
No, it's USL season 4. But hey, before any possible season 4s, we do have a grand finals and potentially a grand finals reset. Though bear in mind, it is supposed to be TMCT versus Luma, not TMCT versus Zoo. Now, as for that, we will get to that right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, and there will be a poll for who you think was the series MVP in like 2 seconds after
Yeah,
we go to break.
don't
so
forget that. Yeah,
don't forget
don't
that.
go anywhere. Answer the poll, and then we'll be back soon enough.
Bye. live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EUSL Season 3 Grand Finals. I am here this time, joined by P-Fleur. We're both suited up. We are ready. And Game 1 on Taiko Temple.
This is already kind of like a run back of the winners finals earlier today. If you were there, you know how it went. Did not quite fall how Luminous Astrals wanted. They are definitely looking to get their vengeance here and now. Grand finals, they've scrapped and clawed and fought their way back. This is it, and it starts here. Taiko Temple, Spark of Leadership, and Fight or Flight start.
Once again, I feel like the names on this are slightly backward based on the picks and bans. It does look like Luma would be the ones wanting to ban out the Kazan and then first pick Rune. It's probably like Aimi, Rune, Drakkar for Luminous Astrals, and then Atlas, Estelle, Zentar for TMCT. I would be shocked to see it go the other way, funnily enough.
I mean, agreed. I have to agree with you there. It seems a little bit unusual, but I'm not going to say stranger things have happened. I mean, I won't not say stranger things have happened. Just it might just be mixed up. But either way, talking about the teams themselves, I feel like Luminous has been like I said earlier, having to fight, having to scrap, having to claw. As we, load in here, and there's got to be, some mental exhaustion wearing on them, in my opinion. I am a little bit worried about them on that front. TMCT has had time to kind of cool down and get themselves ready for the rematch.
Yeah, I mean, Luma has already played 5 games and have to play at minimum 4 more in order to take the title home, whereas TMCT needs to play... only 2 at least, right? So that's the thing, right? And yeah, okay, it is what I thought, right? Just
Right.
Aimi going for Alex, and then we have Rune Drakkar for the forwards of Luma, and then on the other side is that Atlas, Estelle, Zentar. These are all pretty traditional picks for both teams. Both teams able to play the damage here, and we have Cookies opting for the Vambrace, Zarheinef opting for the Slick Kicks, both midfielders grabbing Mag Souls, and Spark of Leadership grabbed on both goalies.
Yep, so here we go. We are starting it off, and hopefully both teams are ready and raring to go. We've got the first barrier going down here. Giovanni and Cookies working it out, getting that second barrier, trying to get that first goal in quick, fast, and in a hurry. No dice, however. Alex does manage to clear it out thanks to that eject button. And they are going on the offense themselves, getting one barrier down, and they are not wanting to let that score go too fast, even as Llama Craft looking a little bit low. Oni's blade goes out, flip goes out, the patience, the bait on the flip, and the first point in very stylish fashion going to Cookies.
Yeah, slashing strike to take that, and burns out the flip from Alex too. An insane win out for Cookies. And that is TMCT finding the opener.
Yep, a few more to go on that front, and they are looking to continue with that as they get one barrier down themselves. Again, pushing that top left corner, trying to push it down into that second barrier. No dice on that one, however. They do manage to clear it out. Do Luma, and they clearly have a tall road to go. TMCT knows exactly what they can bring to the table, and it is up to Luma to try and come up with something a little bit new. You can't stick to the old game plan when the old game plan didn't work.
Exactly, right? So we will have to see if there is a good new game plan, and that is a new game plan if I've ever seen one. Find the kill on Sloth, and then take that shot, and that is a little bit shocking, because this is a Slick Drakkar, no power, and that Molten Bolt found the kill. So it almost feels like it is a bit of an unforced error by Sloth there, standing far too close to the edge. I mean, hoping to just, use that distance as reaction time, but really just getting punished for it.
Yeah, I can understand that. Zarheinef has been kind of on a tear ever since that loss. Really got a fire lit in him, and just blew Giovanni out of the water. This is their chance to try and take the lead. And beautiful pillar by Lamacraft to seal that one out. We are on set point for Luminous Astrals.
Yeah, set point for Luminous Astrals indeed, and I think it's still not terrible for the members of TMCT, especially because Cookie still has a flip that he can use to potentially even out this set so far. They're trying to get into this corner to maybe take this first barrier and then spend the flip on the second one, but they're just not being given the chance to, and instead, the flip coming from Lamacraft is just applying so much pressure. Good stall out there by Cookies, and the banish on him now actually puts him in a bit of a tough situation, and what a team combo there out by Luma, and that just completely erases the flip advantage that Cookies was going to have alongside Sloth.
Now it's Alex with the only flip on the board. Sloth trying to build one up as they fight for this second barrier. They do get the second barrier. Luminous Astrals on a tear. That bounce went a little bit wide. They weren't expecting that. Flip to save it. Glitch hop to keep it in enemy territory. Luminous Astrals hunting hard for this goal.
Yeah, indeed, and these great pillars out by Lamacraft makes this really tough, and a flip slightly late by Alex. This awkward balance means that it goes up to the top side. Giovanni carefully holding that flip, and the banish nearly enough, but now Sloth doesn't have very many abilities left as the slice and dice comes through. Cookies tries to keep it forward as Giovanni is waiting in the wings as he tries to send it forward to Cookies, and it goes up this time, and Cookies sends it the wrong direction up to where Alex is waiting, and this pillar mixes up Sloth. A crucial mistake from both the forward and the goalie of TMCT costs them the first set.
Yeah, Giovanni was waiting to receive, didn't seem to realize that Rune was there, had pillar up and ready to go, and Sloth took the bait a little bit too hard. And now Amy gets a lot of bang for her buck first draft, and that is going to be, they are waiting on it a little bit.
Yeah, I think they're waiting, right, just to see if Amy can pick up this Super Surge, which allows the stacks to fall to Zarhanev, and then the Timeless also to fall to Rune, which now this makes things even more dangerous. This first draft, so Luma forward, I am slightly worried for TMCT, honestly.
Yeah, TMCT definitely got a lot of good things. Prime time on the Giovanni and built different on Zentaro in particular. That's going to make them saving and redirecting a lot easier on their part. But with what Luminous can bring to the table now, yeah, this can very much go their way. Those are going to be some long-lasting pillars.
Yeah, and actually, we nearly saw some of the members of Luma getting taken off the map there. Double barrier off of a great Super Surge blink by Alex. Gio's health bar not looking great, having to burn this evade just to get the orb. But that means he doesn't really have any more evades for any potential dangers here. This Timeless pillar, though, it buys so much space for Luma on the defense, and that means that Cookies can't really just walk up and flip there.
Yeah, no, you place that pillar right, it is basically a goalie in and of itself, just big, fat, blue stop sign in the way of any offense that TMTT is trying to bring. Meanwhile, the offense that Luminous is trying to bring, very aggressive, very tricky at times, but with how Taiko Temple operates, they have to be careful that victory does not end up in defeat by accident by way of a wayward bounce, pardon me.
Wayward bounce could come through, but instead it's just a straight shot from Alex this time as Gio is caught up in that primary animation and isn't able to strike it to save it.
Yeah, very nice on their part. Luminous Astrals making sure that they stick with the play, that they keep everything running at 100%. They are firing on all cylinders. Beautiful banish, getting both of the barriers. It is their time. Second point trying to come up. TMCT trying to respond. Big flip. Beautiful angle. Sloth is not in the right position from across the country. Lamacraft gets the score.
Yeah, very well played out by the members of Luma, especially Lamacraft in that regard. He's showing his core control experience, and now this stacks. It's about 2/3 of the way for Zarhanev, and the members of TMCT have not really been showing any real big attempts to kill Zarhanev. And even if they do manage to take this back to 2-2 or something along those lines, it could still be very dangerous. But first things first, they're not even going to be given the chance to do that, as the double banish and the clear up by Alex means that Zarhainov just gets a free shot. And with that, that brings Luma up to 2-0 in this first game. Maybe TMCT, having taken a break after that first series, means they're going to be really cold right now.
Yeah, might have ended up freezing themselves out while Luminous Astros end up staying hot and quickly rewarded for it. Siege Machine on the rune, gonna be nasty. I'm gonna be seeing a whole lot of red, methinks, very soon.
I mean, red, but also just pillars that last forever, because if you combine it with the timeless, that's 60% duration, and then have 30% duration, so you've effectively doubled the duration of your pillars with both of these pickups. So when Llama-Craft places that pillar, it's just going to be impossible, especially when he's on the defense. And now, an Alex Llama defense just sounds so miserable to deal with, especially when you have something like this this Estelle, right, which doesn't have those multi-hit capabilities to interact early with the pillar before it can fully form.
Right, I do agree with that. As the Oni's blade comes out, they do manage to find one pillar of peace. Never mind, two pillars quickly going down on the side of TMCT. Luminous Astro still trying to keep that tempo up, but Zarhainov might be falling in a little bit if they keep that pressure going on. Both barriers going down on the side of Luminous Astros. Cookies for the flip for the score, trying to make sure that they stay top dog.
Yeah, I mean, TMCT really needing that flip and really needing that shot. They need any advantage they can get, because most of these defenses are very tough to deal with, for sure. And Giovanni kind of saving Sloth there, but losing a lot of his HP forward, and now with not much stagger left, he's regenning, and he's actually dodging away from a lot of abilities while keeping the core up. And that's really big, as it forces out Alex's flip now.
Yeah, that was very impressive, managing to stay alive through that onslaught. And now, open goal on the side of Luminous Astros. Cookies there tried to finish the point. Giovanni tried to finish the point. Nothing doing. Alex and Llama-Craft, beautiful two-person defense as they try to transition into offense. Try and get at least one of those barriers down. There goes one, but only one, as the Cookies quickly tries to take back offensive control.
Yeah, but it looks like Giovanni might get taken off the map here, as damage is getting dropped onto him, and there's a flip on Zarhainov as well. Actually burns that flip for core control instead, and tries to keep the core on the bottom side. EI Rush good by Cookies, the Oni's blade even better by Cookies, and he just finishes it in that bottom side.
Beautiful on Cookies' part. Zarhainov looking a little bit low there on the defense, and Cookies smelt blood in the water, went to finish it, Oni's blade out, and now TMCT having two flips on their side, ready and raring to go.
Yeah, it's looking very great for TMCT, and now Cookies pushing with this flip, gets punished for holding it there, and one barrier is found by Giovanni. No second one found just yet, as Sloth loses one, and that bandage could be pretty dangerous. Not dangerous yet, as Sloth up this top side, it's in the corner, it's stuck here, good flip out by Sloth, and Giovanni keeping it forward with the Crystal Thorns. Good stall out by Cookies, as he pops the EI Rush forward, and now Llama-Craft pushes up with the flip. It gets cleared up to Giovanni, who moves up into the corner, flips in melee, counter flip late, and it's interrupted, and wait, no, okay, I thought that was Cookies who interrupted that, but no, I think Alex just flipped it into his own net there on accident.
Yeah, I was about to say, that looked to me like that might have been an accidental own goal, a little bit of, because that situation was kind of wild. I would go so far as to say that was a little bit of a panic situation, attempted to clear it, and just was a little bit off target, but they are more than willing to take it, our TMCT, and that extra special is going to be quite useful with how they've been playing.
Yeah, it's useful, but it's also a very, very big deny away from the Aimee, which now means this Aimee doesn't have nearly as many turrets that she can just super surge up towards and then just drop it there.
Right.
She does get a Spark of Leadership shared spark, as did Sloth, right? It's a good deny. And the double deny from the Aimee and the Drakkar means that Sloth doesn't get a third spark or that twin drive, but hey, there's that first kill found. Maybe TMCT can make something with that first kill.
Yep, definitely looking for it. Oni's blade coming out, but Llama-Craft and Alex very good on the defense, and they managed to take their pound of flesh. Very nice on their part, taking out Giovanni, and they are now the ones on the power play, trying to get that second barrier down, but no dice on that one.
no dice indeed. And, well, the thing is now it is one barrier apiece. A great clear out by Sloth by space, but that second barrier finally falls. The banish means that Cookies can't continue the offense here, but Geo is able to with these strikes. These pillars are looking kind of dangerous in terms of the space they take, and Alex forced to flip there. Cookies bounces it off the center with his own flip and just stalls it away from Alex, who isn't able to read that. An insane solo play from the Zentaro.
Yeah, that was Zentaro play at its finest under the capable hands of Cookies, and you can see that he's trying to keep it up. One barrier again going down for Luminous Astrals. They are trying to keep that defense, but no dice. Cookies slicing and dicing it up in there. 2 barriers down. Goal is open on the side of Luminous Astrals, and suddenly things are looking a little bit scary for Luma. And there it is, another point, surprisingly quick in comparison to the first couple of sets. And yeah, Luminous Astrals definitely looking to try and tie this one up.
Or rather TMCT in that case, right?
I mean, TMCT, yes.
They find the score on Alex, and well, they might be finding more. I think what's been doing a lot here is this extra special, right? We haven't been seeing it nearly as much in terms of just, you know, pure like within the round value, but Giovanni being able to get so many early offenses allows them to have so much more space to work with, right? And even if it is a little bit of space, any bit of space kind of matters when you are playing this core control. And as I say that, they're not really playing the core control, as they're just playing to kill the members of Luma. As one kill is found, second kill perhaps found, a Sloth with the ad rush, pushing up with the speed, and all we need is a flip to Cookies, but it's just stalled out as the piercing shot sends it forward. It's actually saved there by Alex with the glitch pop, and he's not taken off just yet. Sloth just needs to push it forward to Cookies. He need to make sure he doesn't flub this flip here, though Alex does have a flip of his own.
Yeah, that was a great defensive effort by the side of Luminous Astrals, but a great great offensive push by TMCT. Cookies turning it up and basically slicing through the opposition for the set.
Yeah, slicing through the opposition indeed, and this Zentaro rewarded with, I mean, he has his pick of the litter, right? It's either going to be heavy impact here, or he's just going to be grabbing aerials for the dash range. Heavy impact is the smart play, and he opts for it. It does mean Hotshot does get to Aimi. It's a deny away from the Estelle, who would have taken it from the rune anyway. And it is aerial still for the Estelle, so many great things. And funnily enough, the missile propulsion not denied away from the Drakkar in favor of getting a third spark onto Sloth, which I don't think it's a bad decision, but it is a risky one.
Yeah, I can see the vision there, really, with how they've been playing. In particular, because I think the it's spark of strength, spark of agility, and spark of leadership. I think they're just going to kind of try and complete that hyper-aggressive, you know, kind of playstyle that they've been doing. They've been knocking around Luminous Astrals a lot and clearing a lot of space for themselves, like getting that score there. So I think they're going to just try and like continue that, give everybody a little bit more oomph, so it were.
Yeah, because you get more speed, right? So Giovanni and Cookies can run around the map a little bit more easily, especially compared to this rune and the Drakkar, especially the Drakkar having the stacks on stacks, and it is a lot of speed in that regard. But then Cookies has built diff, 1-2, bulk up, and heavy. Insane amounts of damage. The Spark of Strength triple spark also helps supplement that, and Geo can also, you know, over the top of that shoot some more piercing shots as well. So it's been looking pretty good for TMCT, and we already see it as they're on game point right now, and they already took the first set. We see the Tycho Sad Boys angle as it just burns right through the center there, and that is one kill on Cookies, but TMCT are still looking kind of okay as Sloth has a flip.
Yeah, Sloth has a flip, and they are like pushing up, doing their best to try and keep it out of their territory. Alex did manage to push up themselves. They are both fighting for that last barrier. You know, Luminous does not want this to end up how it did before. Beautiful glitch pop as they open the barrier, as they open the gate, and Luminous Astrals still in this. Got 2 flips. They need to make the most of them.
Indeed, and well, Sloth was just like running around there because he has glass cannon and momentum boots, so he just gets to move at Mach 10. Not anymore, after it gets dropped off of him. But hey, it may not matter when the members of TMCT are able to get double barriers like that. That's one, that's two, and a barrier answered. Zarheinov has the flip and he's pushing up. He's trying to get it onto Sloth, and that's that second barrier falling. We could be going to Silver Scrapes here, game one, as Cookies tries to send it forward. Geo has the flip. He's being careful not to die to these. And there's that Oni's Blade in melee. Alex saves it. That's so big. But Zarheinov falls, and it's Cookies with the flip. But the pillar, it does come down. A back pass to Sloth as Cookies plays this corner. EI rush forward. Banish means he doesn't get to flip there. Members of TMCT need to be careful. The flip is actually answered by Lamacraft, who overflips that, and Cookies needs to be careful with his own health bar. The piercing shot doesn't finish it there. Trying to cut the pass as Cookies. He sends it forward. It goes up to Lamacraft as Geo answers in the midfield. But Sloth, no, he finds the strike. And now it goes up to Zarheinov. This missile propulsion in this open net is so dangerous for Sloth to deal with. And it might actually come down to that, as the cross may eventually need to be found. And that pillar, it goes through. But the strikes, they're layered so well by Luminous Astrals. And we go to Silver Scrapes.
That was so many layers. Call that a wedding cake. That was beautiful, beautiful, consistent offense on the side of Luminous Astrals. Incredible defensive attempt by TMCT, but not doing. This is set 5.5, and we are rocking and rolling in grand finals.
Yeah, the winner of this game, it's so important for Luma to have the lead in this potential reset series, or TMCT to just be one game away, and that's what it looks like. Giovanni burns the flip there, but they still are two barriers up against zero on the opposite side. Cookie's trying to push up. Alex, he has this flip in some dire situations, pops the Firewall Sentry defensively, so that means Zarheinov and Lamacraft will have to work on it themselves for the offense. A great pillar in the corner and a lot of damage onto Giovanni, who gets taken off the map, and now it is a 2v3, but there is an open net, so Alex has to be careful whenever he blinks forward. There's that Oni's Blade. Where does it go? Cookies has a flip though. Zarheinov has a flip as well. Alex takes up to the top side. We can see a double barrier with the flip. Open net in set 5.5. Cookies has a flip. He may use it defensively. He tries to send it forward with that slashing strike. Once again, ready with the flip. The EI rush in the corner. Flip gets answered by the Firewall Sentry. The pillars in the corner, so dangerous. And it's Zarheinov who gets taken off the map. Now Cookies, he's in a 1v1 with the goalie. Sloth pushes forward with that secondary. The pillars are so dangerous as Giovanni sends it forward. The banish takes Cookies off the map. He's just sitting on top of Cookies as Zarheinov returns back to the map. The piercing shot, not enough as it's stalled away by that Oni's Blade. Sloth, his speed has regened, but it's Cookies who finds it with the slice and the dice for TMCT to take game one.
First game that was for grand finals, and that was an absolute slugfest. They just started beating each other down and could not stop, and something tells me that's not going to change a whole lot as we move forward on to game two. TMCT coming away with this one by the skin of their little old teeth.
Guys, I've done 2 series already. I'm not surviving 5 more games of this, okay? You know, at least some of these games be stomps, guys. I want to see good gameplay, but hey, I'm not surviving all of this. But that was an insane game 1 to the grand finals, potentially before a reset in terms of the series. TMCT taking it, which means they have the advantage, and if Luma want to reset it, they have to take us to Inky's Splash Zone. And I'm going to say it, I want to see a game 3. Inky Splash Zone, probably a top 3 favorite map for me. I might be crazy for saying that. I love that map.
You're crazy, but it's the good kind of crazy, because frankly, that would be hilarious. That would be hilarious as all get out. But yeah, already this grand finals is looking very, very exciting. And I want to see as much of it as possible.
Yeah, I don't disagree, right? As this was just back and forth, we were finding KOs, we were finding so many great double barriers, clutch saves from both sides, and well, we're going to Atlas Lab, which once again is TMCT's map pick, but last time Luminous Astrals did beat them on it, right? So right. It is something to keep in mind. I'm curious to see if we do get to see the Estelle Drakkar again for TMCT. or if it is just going to be like Estelle Kazan, Estelle Rasmus. Is the Estelle even going to be allowed, right? Are we going to see something like the Estelle Rune come in for Luma as a denial? Because with TMCT's map pick, there is a good chance that Luma opts for blue side here.
Yeah, I could definitely see something along those lines happening at this point, at this stage in the game, so to speak, at this level of competition. I don't really feel like you want to leave anything to chance. You want to take away any potential bright spots that the opposing team has. If that means you go for the bans, okay. If that means, hey, you got someone who can rock that character, even if it has a slightly lower level than the other team, just take it. Get rid of it. Don't leave them any avenue. Don't leave them any possibility to come back, or in some cases, like extend their lead. You just gotta, you do what you need to.
Hey, Zarhynef, no stranger to this Estelle. He played a whole 2 seasons on midfield with Estelle being one of his top 2 picks. So he can actually take that away, and we could see that double midfield coming again, or maybe we see something funny like the Estelle Asher with Lamacraft on Asher, you know, the olden days, something like that. But hey, otherwise, I kind of want to see, do we actually see that Rasmus versus Juno matchup again that was so prevalent in the first series? Because that was a lot of why those first 2 games went the way they did, right? The Juno ended up struggling a lot into the Rasmus.
Yeah, for that reason, I don't think we're gonna see it again. I think that issue, I think that those games might have scared them off of that idea. I mean, if they are feeling particularly froggy, then hey, jump. But I personally don't see it in the cards.
That's completely fair. Now let me just check. I think both teams are getting ready. Yeah, I believe they are getting ready. Striker draft is starting relatively soon for both teams. I think we are just waiting for someone to return. Not 100% sure on that. Otherwise, though, I think making sure we don't get the same 3 maps in this series if we do go to game 3 is pretty awesome. I love that. I love unique maps, right? And I love getting a chance to see Inkies. I'm sorry to say TMCT, I hope you lose this game so we see Inkies.
Okay, I mean, I ain't gonna say nothing. You rock you. But I also kind of agree, so I'm not gonna say nothing. Yeah, we are definitely looking forward to seeing some unique gameplay, some exciting gameplay. Like we were saying earlier, already the first game was a bit of a barn burner. Both of these teams want it real bad. So here we go. We are getting into drafts. That rune is gone.
Yeah, so this is actually interesting, right? This is TMCT's map pick. Luma opting for red side here. I guess they have like a really powerful 3 picks probably in their mind where they're like, okay, we're okay to give one of them as long as we get the remaining 2-3. So that's pretty okay for us. So the rune does get banned. Kazan gets banned in answer. And in my eyes, maybe the really strong picks is like Atlas Drakkar. Maybe that's what they might be answering with here. They're letting the Estelle go over to TMCT. They don't want to let Cookies Drakkar. I'm not really sure what 2-3 that Luma has in mind.
Actually, me neither. That's I'm not surprised that, you know, they went for like a ban and then just like the quick grab on the Estelle. But we do see a Vice. I'm not joking at all. I wanted to say I hope to see a Vice, but I didn't think it was actually going to be picked. I had no faith it was going to be picked, but now I'm very excited because
Alex plays a ton of Vice, and this is a spec training start. So there's a world we could see Vice Drakkar or Vice Zen, and there's the Vice Zen. We are going to see that for a boatload of damage, and I think they recognize that with what's left, they're going to try to bluff TMCT and tell them, yeah, you're not going to pick Aimee here, so we're just going to get Vice, Aimee, Zentaro for free. And I'm curious to see, does Sloth just pick that up as a denial, or is he going to maybe just lock Atlas with spec training for the more healing, or... I don't know, honestly, what TMCT wants to do here. I think almost certainly they want to lock Drakkar for Cookies. Or... Okay, this could be a Sloth now, or we could see like an Estelle for Cookies and a Geo now? I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was Geo on the now. I recall seeing Geo being able to pilot this little business lady to a pretty good effect. So that would be yeah. Also, my Monumentalist start and they are going for Atlas. Okay.
Okay.
But it sounds like they're saying we can take your offense. It seems like almost.
So this is really fun. Basically, what this means is this now means that Cookies is the one going over to the Estelle. Now this is also weird because I'm not sure who's going to be playing Juno and who's going to be playing Vice between Alex and Llama, because Alex is very comfortable on both, but I'm not familiar with Llama having played either of them, if I'm honest. But then on the other side, you have Atlas, now Estelle, so definitely some interesting comps, especially when you take the players into consideration. I wonder if the healing is enough from the side of TMCT, especially combined with the slightly lower scoring pressure, because Estelle, while having reliable scoring, has kind of long cooldowns.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't know. I look at this and I just see them trying to kind of let the opposing team like break themselves on it, like get those cooldowns out of them, and then maybe transition into offense and go for the scores that way. That's just how I'm reading this, but that's some risky biscuits you're playing with. Just because like the Vice, the Centaur, all of these people can kill you in a flash. And with Juno plopping down, those slimes, those mines, if you will, that can cause like a lot of havoc for the opposing team, heals or no.
Yeah, definitely, right? The slime's good persistent damage, and persistent damage is also there from Vice Zen. I'm interested to see what gears are opted for by TMCT, if it is going to be maybe a double Slicks or like a Slicks plus Mags. I doubt we're going to see double Wand on Estelle now. There is a world we could have the now go Wand and then the Estelle pick up like Slicks or something. But knowing Geo, he's probably just going to lock the Mags most likely. And oh wait, this is the opposite way. We're actually seeing the Geo picked up for Estelle. Sorry, the Estelle picked up for Geo, and then Cookies on the Now. So
yeah,
I'm interested to see how this Now scorer actually works for him. And if TMCT win this series with Now scorer, that is a statement if I've ever seen one. And as we load into the game, it is double Slicks and Llama-Craft on the Juno, and it is Mags Slicks on the side of TMCT, with Monus on Now, Atlas, and Juno with everyone else on spec.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one as we get started off here. And you can see TMCT trying to get a little bit of an early offense. Zarnif already looking like very low here. And they immediately getting a barrier, trying to push up on the second one. They do get the second one. Sloth moving up. All three team members of TMCT moving up, trying to secure the kill. But not quite doing that, are they? It goes back up to midfield. Never mind. Cookies with the shot up top. And the first goal to TMCT.
Yeah, TMCT taking a great opener there. And we still see the forwards of Luma at level 1, though. This first level doesn't take very long to get up to, and a lot of damage getting dropped down, and a good amount of healing, too, actually, to undo that, out by Cookies and Sloth. And I'm kind of seeing the power of this Now forward a little bit, as you do get a lot of these really easy breakaways, and the spec training not being respected there, as Geo is taken off the map. And that is one barrier taken in response, but Cookies, a lot of damage popped onto him, and I'm not entirely confident if this healing is going to be enough.
Yeah, that was also my worry too, because like I said, like all three members of these teams can like cause like some massive damage, but Llama-Craft already looking low. So is our Highnef. They're going to have to play very cautiously or very, very boldly as the Slimes cause havoc. Zarnif is looking staggered and trying to do anything they can to extend their lifespan. It is looking very scary for that team. Meanwhile, you've got two healers on the other team ready to clean up anything that's necessary for TMCT.
Yeah, I think the one thing I really liked there was the very smart flip out there by Cookies, right? Recognizing that the enemies are just so patiently waiting for any sort of plays there, and that he's not going to get a chance to take a straight flip. So he just goes for the pass, and it doesn't work out, but it's a very smart play to be thinking of there. And now we're going to see if Cookies can make another play happen. The mine, unfortunately, misses that dribble there. Pass coming up to Zarhynef, who just stuns Geo out, and that is a point taken for Luma.
Yep. Nice tie up there in overtime. Zarhynef, always a treat to see on the Zentaro. Next kickoff, and TMZT don't really want this to go blow for blow. I'm fairly certain they want to beat out this Luma team and do it fast.
Yeah, indeed. And well, Cookies, a lot of damage, has to lifeline out, potential double barrier here, and actually Zarhynef finding the angle around that secondary, and Cookies just burning. I think maybe not actually staggered here, funnily enough, but would be staggered off of one more ability. And now it's a very dangerous situation as they're just walking forward, flip forced out by Sloth, and now that's one barrier taken. Sloth not in the best situation, has to get it out of this corner. And as Cookies pushes the corner himself, Geo tries to go for these strikes, and it gets back into the corner, but that Supernova just sends it right out.
Yeah, very nice timing on the Supernova, but they do manage to get that barrier anyway. Do TMCT trying to push ahead. Flip goes out, counter flip, and it is quickly rejected thanks to the Celestial Expanse. And that is Llama-Craft looking very low. So is Cookies. Zarhynef tried the Oni's Blade for the kill. No dice, but beautiful play on Alex's part. Stayed up front a little bit longer than expected. Was able to receive the core, get that second point in. A lot of great plays being made early on in this match.
Yeah, Geo nearly got an amazing Rose Warp there, but unfortunately for him, Alex is able to kind of take it there and get the rebound. And yeah, we see a lot of damage now, also being one of the lowest stagger characters in the game. So while she does offer a lot of healing, just, you know, being unable to live herself sometimes makes things very tough. And there's that Supernova getting charged. It goes back to the opposite side. No barriers taken there. Pass comes out to Geo, who takes one barrier and passes up to Cookies, who nearly takes another barrier. Llama-Craft needs to be a little bit careful with his own health, but if we know Llama-Craft, we know that he is really great at surviving a lot of situations. And Geo having to burn that flip, it's so bad for him. He wanted to use that to maybe take that second barrier, and the second barrier is instead taken on the opposite side.
Yeah, open goal to TMCT's backs, not what they wanted. Pop happens, and that's enough to let Zarhynef smell the blood, take one out. Giovanni off the map, and they are pushing forward with this one.
Yeah, pushing forward indeed, but they're buying enough time for Geo to come back as Llama-Craft looks for the flip, doesn't find it. Now it's Cookies who tries to make the play. He pays for it with his life, but does get that second barrier, goes to the bottom side, flip out by Sloth. But Alex is ready in case he needs to flip himself, and now it's basically a 1v2. Sloth clears out with the primary. Pass up. Geo looks for the primary, doesn't find it. Pass up to Alex, and Alex with the flip stuns and shoots and gets it past Sloth.
And once again, Luminous Astrals taking set one. We've seen this play before, but they are definitely looking for a different ending in the sequel.
Yeah, and this Vice, getting so many great options, picks up the explosive entrance. Maybe a slight deny away from the Zentaro if now chooses to pick up aerials, but then Zen just gets fight or flight anyway. So does opt to just give Zen that dash range if he really wants to opt for it.
Yep.
But that means Estelle still gets bulk up, right? It's more power and also some good stagger. So I think while Luma gets a really good draft, TMCT's isn't nearly as bad as you would think.
No, TMCT, I would say, definitely got enough good stuff to keep up with them by most every metric, really. It's still going to be a bit of a slugfest here. They do manage to get one barrier out, and they are pushing up with Llama-Craft looking very low. Llama-Craft has been basically playing a dangerous game this whole match so far, and that doesn't look to end anytime soon as TMCT trying to go on the offensive, but are denied from that as we set back around to the midfield.
Yeah, good backstep there from Geo to just kind of keep his health while he has no evade. And it's one barrier, no second one found just yet, as Cookie sends it forward to Geo, who is just trying to play his life here while maybe getting some core control. And this flip is stuffed, But now, as Alex charges the Supernova, not dangerous enough as he does have to backstep in kind of fear of some sort of offense coming. But it's the rebound off the mine, the Monu-mine, that makes Cookies take this. But this comp looks a lot weaker. Well, okay, it looks about as weak as you would expect it to, even if it does a great job against the KO comp of the opposite team.
Yeah, it's not the bruisiest team. I don't think bruisiest is a word, but I'm using it. But they are getting the job done with good passing and just good placement when they're able to, when they're not like KO'd. As you can see, Cookies looking a very bit low. They get both barriers, do Luminous Astros. Cookies try to go for like a quick cheeky one there, try to even things up, but no dice.
Yeah, but he is back in the corner. Doesn't get finished off the map just yet. Has to retreat to that Celestial Intervention, but doesn't get it and gets taken off the map. And now Sloth playing this top side, slowed up. Doesn't have this Mom Boots for a bit, so the passing play is very dangerous from the members of Luma, but it's been stalled enough out of a missed strike. And Cookies gets taken back to the map, and Alex, he just sends it in off of a weird angle down to his teleport.
Yeah, you can see even Alex is kind of confused how that one went in. I mean, they'll take it, but yeah, kind of a wild angle that they managed to take advantage of. But hey, that's the game we play. You take what they give you. And here we go into the next point. They get a quick barrier, and yep, there we go, tied up there. This one is going to go back and forth for a minute, I think.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it'll be a minute, right? As they get that second barrier already, Flip coming out by Zarhainif. It's the slime that just consumes it, though. And Cookies getting completely staggered off of that spec training Supernova. But they are keeping this core forward, and it bounces off the black hole. Sloth needs to be careful as the Flip out by Alex before him, and it just sends it right past him. And this could be Luma taking the set 2 and potentially bringing us to game 3 if this dominance continues.
Yeah, they have been playing very well. You can hear that guitar blaring in the background if you got the sound turned up, and they want that to continue on. Cookies, though, having a flip, something to be careful of. So is Giovanni. That is some dangerous potential on the side of TMCT.
Dangerous potential indeed, but look at the damage on the other side. This is actually one of the situations where TMCT is in a good spot, but unfortunately for them, Cookies gets taken off the map, and no evade on Sloth means he is at threat as well. That's one barrier, no second one found just yet, but a lot of damage means that the second one could follow pretty soon, and there it is. We see Zarhainif waiting up with a flip. He just needs a good pass, and Alex might just be the one to give it to him, unless the members of TMCT have something to say about it.
Yeah, they are definitely trying. Crystal Thorns to try and keep it in the backfield. Oni's Blade comes out, trying to prevent that clear out. Zarhainif looking very low, but showing zero fear, staying in enemy territory, waiting for the feed up to try and cause some havoc. Got that flip on deck. There it goes, and Sloth cannot react in time. Set 2, Luminous Astrals. That is 2-0.
And hey, look at this. This Vice could pick up the Deadeye, the Stinger, the Super Surge if they really want the double dash range. But it's probably going to be the Deadeye most likely. And then, no, actually just picked up the Hot Shot. Good deny away from Atlas, I suppose. And then this allows Zen to probably pick up the Stinger. And no Deadeye for Juno, unfortunately. But I don't think that Juno is complaining too much, right? The Super Surge is right there for her. That gives her that dash range to intercept a lot of these cross clears that may happen. And now, suddenly, when you think you have that core control advantage with an Estelle now, it's just completely wiped away as now you're losing in damage and core control.
Yeah, I mean, look how far that Juno is leaping. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's an alien slime. But as we get started here, you can see that there is a lot of damage still being dumped onto the side of Luminous Astrals. Zarhainif on death's door right now. Luminous Astrals need to be very careful. TMCT definitely trying to take advantage.
Yeah, but yeah, Zarhainif still staying on death's door, and this time has no energy to work with. But he is actually healing quite fast. Maybe not enough, and unfortunately for Sloth, that secondary does just take the core right behind him. Llama Craft nearly taken off the map. but now Cookies has no real tools in this corner to score with. That's kind of one of the cons of this now brawler. Now it's sent to the top side in a near impossible situation. Lamacraft trying to catch the rebound. The Slime not doing much there as Cookies tries to send it to this bottom side, and Giovanni not wanting to risk anything, just Rose warps forward to secure the goal.
Yeah, very nice there. Like, that Slime didn't do quite enough, quite in time. Sniped him out, Rose warp, and that's an early lead for TMCT.
Early lead indeed, and while we see the double barriers there, hey, maybe this now forward is actually good, and Alex dies again. Will TMCT repeat history and score again off of that death? This time, I think the members of Luma are in a better position to deal with that power play of TMCT. And as I say that, Alex respawns in time and he dies again at TMCT. Scores again. Oh my god. I guess the solution for TMCT is just kill Alex on repeat.
He just got back. He didn't. He took like 3 steps and died again. Immediate snipe out. I have to say, like, that bulk up is causing like a lot of problems. That Deadeye is causing a whole lot of problems. Just got that railgun going on to Estelle. But for now, they have to figure out a way they have to figure out a way to kind of like get around that, because Giovanni definitely showing their fangs, showing how dangerous this team can be when they're like set up, when they're rocking and rolling. A lot of damage coming out on both sides now, and it is TMCT though that is looking more in control.
Yeah, now this is a very dangerous situation for Alex, not actually found there, as that secondary is popped, and that means that no more offense can come, at least for a little bit. Gio needs to be a little bit careful. There's that jump. Lamacraft, that jump is burned, so he doesn't have it anymore, and now he kicks Cookies away, forcing the flip out by Slop. It just comes back to the opposite side, but now it's Gio on this top side as well, as Lamacraft tries to get the core back to the opposite side. A lot of flips are burned. Alex still has his though.
Yep, Alex still has his, trying to wait for an opportune moment, but can't get too complacent with it. There one goes. Kind of a wild series of shots there, thanks to the Slimes. Alex, though, I did notice kind of like burned their Supernova as well as they try and fight for this second barrier. That core is absolutely flying.
Yeah, bear in mind, it is team player for Sloth, and that team player does really well against a ranged goalie, so that means that that second barrier does fall, and nearly Alex falls as well, and that would have been another goal for Giovanni if that were the case. Cookie's pushing up with the flip, doesn't want to burn it there, but has to be a little bit careful of his health bar if he chooses to hold it. There's that flip from Zarhynif, and now it's on the opposite side. This flip might have to be burned defensively in the corner, and Lamacraft slots it in. Cookies holding that flip for a little too long, but I suppose he has it for the next point.
Yeah, a little bit cold comfort. I mean, do recall that TMCT are still on set point, so it makes a little bit sense for Cookie to kind of hold on to that one, try and secure the last point here. But and you gotta know there were a lot of abilities being thrown to get that one point for Luminous Astros. They threw everything in the kitchen sink to get that one, and it's not even yet. So TMCT still in a good spot here.
Yeah, indeed, and pass down to Cookies means that this first barrier likely would have been taken if it weren't for some heroics from Alex, but there's that Deadeye bulk up Estelle, though the flip is forced out by Cookies. Cookies needs to be careful, though, with his lack of stagger now. Gio trying to play these mind games, keeps it in this corner, and beams Alex. A lot of damage actually coming onto this Vice, and now with the secondary in the corner, Cookies, he does lose a lot of health and potentially his life, but no barriers are actually one barrier is taken, and the members of TMCT are still holding. And now with the Celestial Intervention, this actually makes it suddenly way more okay for the members of TMCT. But as I say that, the flip comes through, a second flip comes through. It's saved by Sloth in the corner. But is it going to be enough? That Oni's Blade, very risky. Sloth tries to send it through, but a slight mistiming on the Astral Projection means that Zarhynif's Oni Blade actually scores there.
Yeah, that one was a very risky gambit. Oni's Blade does have a gap in its offense where you can basically pop the core out of it, and Sloth went for the timing, couldn't quite get it, so now this one's all tied up. First barrier goes down on the side of Luminous Astros, and they have made a great comeback so far. There's the evening up of those barriers, and right now, though, I feel like it is definitely on the Luminous Astros to kind of overperform here and push TMCT beyond the brink.
Yeah. And it may very well be the case, as Sloth is now in a tough situation. Good early flip there, recognizing that he has to do that. But now it's back to him. Giovanni has a flip of his own. Great angle from Cookies. He just needs to get that pass up to Giovanni, who tries to look for the kill. Good Celestial intervention there by Sloth to make sure that Cookies doesn't fall. And there's a flip. Good to interrupt that secondary from Juno. But can Sloth catch this? Yes, he can. And now it stays forward. This Monu now a great dribble to the top side now as Cookies takes set 3, and maybe TMCT has a chance to reverse sweep this.
Yeah, that was a very nice finish there on their part, and very much rewarded. I'm seeing a couple of interesting things here. Extra special. Yeah, you do not want that Vice to get that. Might as well take the happy star.
Yeah, great for you, but also extra specialized is a little disgusting. Does mean you do have to fork over Adrenaline Rush, which is pretty dire, right, in that regard.
Yeah.
And Cookie's getting size, actually, it makes things a little better. That's his second size, allows him to strike war a little bit better, but the forwards on Luma both get size. I think it's a relatively even draft here, but as I say that, the ad rush is already showing its value.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, it seemed pretty even, but then everything just starts dying. So, yeah, you get a quick ad pop, and they are flying already, our Luminous Astros. They do manage to even up the barriers on their part, do Luminous Astros. TMCT trying to kind of slow things down, calm it down, and just get their game plan rolling again. They do manage to get the second barrier, so open net on the side of Luminous Astros. They do not want to be in this position.
Yeah, indeed, and well, TMCT in a tough situation as well, as that slime just continues creeping forward. It expires in time for Sloth to get that clear, but now he needs to get another dangerous clear as that secondary comes down, and that Supernova getting popped, at least for Cookies, it means that he doesn't have to deal with it on his next offense, but the offense isn't even going to come if the members of TMCT can't find a way to get it out of this corner.
Yeah, they do manage to pop that second barrier. Flip goes out, has to in order to save the goal, but they are still in a good bit of danger as they try and get this core through them.
And I mean, I don't even know if Alex was intending to get it on that angle or if he was trying to go for the corner clear there, because that was a surprising turn of events where Gio just flips it forward and goes for the beam that normally doesn't work in those situations, but it did, right? Because of just the direction Alex cleared it. And Cookies is in that bounce house, and with no Celestial intervention to deal with it, it makes it a little tough. Even though he's regen, his health bar is just not doing great at all.
No, there's a lot of pain being delivered on their part. Cookie's pretty much staggered, but it's Cookies who gets the kill. Cookie said, health is the resource, and I make sure yours run out before mine. Beautiful persistence on there, beautiful sense of attack there on the side of Cookies. Zarhine doing their best to try and kind of make them pay for it, but their health is getting low too. There's a surprising amount of damage that's coming out of TMCT here for their comp, and I don't know if we can say that they're not quite a KO team anymore.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, right, look at the Awakenings they picked up, right? The Deadeye, the Bulk Up, the Spec Training combined with Extra Special. It's a lot of ults that are coming out of Giovanni and doing damage, and yeah, that's the Bulk Up Deadeye there, finding not necessarily kind of a weird quangle there to take the kill on Zarhine. And then we still have Monu and then Missile Prop also on Sloth, and we're 2-0 in set 4, and we could be going to set 5 pretty soon if TMCT can continue their pressure.
Yeah, for sure. Like, TMCT do not want to go to game 3. They don't want to see Inkies. They don't want to have fun in the sun. They just want to kind of like wrap this one up. So we need to see if they can actually pull that one off. Sad boys! Glad we got one. Grand Finals. Oni's Blade going out, try and keep that core up. Both sides having one barrier down, and they are trying to get advantage. Our Luminous Astros. Luminous Astros want some fun in the sun. They want some beach happiness. They want to go to game 3.
Indeed, and well, look at Zarhine's health bar. He's not going to be able to if his health bar situation continues, and he's taken off the map. Gio is able to regen, but this slime just offering so much space for the defensive members of Luminous Astros. Flip out by Cookies, and a great combo with Gio means they're able to take this barrier. Llama forced to flip there defensively and just trying to live as well. And both Llama and Cookies are pretty much staggered. They need to be careful. But Llama is able to grab this orb, and he finally unstaggers. There's that second barrier. It falls. Alex with the flip. Sloth with the secondary. Where does this go? It goes right through to Cookies, and Cookies unable to get that thanks to that power core chain lightning. But he just waits it out off of that bumper and then finds the bottom shot. TMCT taking us to set 5, and we could just see TMCT closing it out in game 2.
Very quite possibly. As this draft gets started, heavy impact off rip. That is like magnetized railgun. She is waiting. She's got you in your sights. Watch out, people. Estelle is bringing the heat.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just that, right? It's an amazing deny away from Vice. It's Vice's Biss, really. So making sure that she doesn't get it, and now this Estelle is even more lethal. On top of that, the Atlas gets Twin Drive, which is another great pickup, though there is a little bit more survivability in terms of the peak performance for Zarhyneth, and then extra speed for Lamacraft in the form of the stacks, and he is generally pretty good at dodging and weaving away from abilities compared to a lot of the other players in EUSL, and having the extra speed does that for him even better.
Yeah, for sure, and they're going to need all of that as soon as possible, because right now it is Luminous Astros that are kind of like behind the 8 ball at this point. I feel Zarhyneth does have a flip to ready to go, but it is looking a little bit more and more dire. Beautiful defense on the part of TMCT.
Yeah, really great defense, but look at the evade bar for Giovanni and Zarhyneth as well. Both of them not looking great in terms of the evade bar, so damage could get piled onto either of them. Though it's Cookies, he has the flip, he flips in melee, counter flip, not fast enough, and there's that secondary. It buys so much space. Alex wants Sloth to flip there, but Sloth just says no, and he just face tanks it, knowing he has these orbs he can grab. In this corner, it's looking a little dangerous. May need to flip, opts for just the primary instead, and a perfect demon angle off of the Monu Mine. A shocking play from Cookies as he takes TMCT up 1-0.
That is not how you want to start this set 5. But it's what you've got. TMCT looking very, very strong as usual, as kind of expected. But there goes a body all of a sudden as I'm glazing them. Luminous Astros do not want this to happen. Trying their best to save that second barrier. No dice. Luminous Astros doing their best to turn it up, not letting anything go through, and free eats for Zarhyneth, for Alex, for Lamacraft. They managed to flip it up and get it through and pretty much empty net.
Yeah, I mean, overall, great play there. Actually, just pushing Sloth away as soon as he gets that pass to Zarhyneth, and then Alex is able to slot it in. We have one barrier apiece for both sides, and Sloth, with no energy, gets taken off the map, and now Cookies has to perform this goalie role. Brawler in the net, midfielder in the net. 2 flips from the enemy side in your net, and that is dangerous, and they say, let's just save our flip. Let's get it in cleanly, and Luma now on game point.
Yeah, so a sudden, very quick turnaround, dangerous situation. TMCT with 1 flip, and the other 2 not looking to be built super quickly. But Luminous Astros, like I said, with 2 flips, they are looking. There's 1 quick double barrier. That's the answer. Another kill there, and they do manage to get on the offense through TMCT. They are undeterred. They are still ready and willing to fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically a 1 for 3 in terms of flips. And they do get 2 barriers to 1, all things considered. Sloth's health bar not looking the best, but the Celestial Intervention does help him there. Cookie's waiting in melee to take the Strike War, and Alex wins that. So clutch for them to prevent them from going to Silver Scrapes. They still have 1 barrier to work with on the side of TMCT. Geo's health bar not looking the best, but these mines are really actually helping. And it's Geo layering those Crystal Thorns on top as we go to Silver Scrapes for game 2.
Incredible. 2 in a row. And here we go. Cookies, I have noticed, pretty much the best in terms of energy, and still has that recovery drone. So they need to keep that in mind. 1 barrier going down for TMCT. 1 barrier not going down, excuse me, for Luminous Astros. But Zarhyneth not looking very good on their part. A lot of damage being thrown around. This is for all the marbles at this point. Second barrier goes down, and now it is Luminous Astral's time if they can survive this offensive push.
Yeah, has to flip and dip. Geo's HP not looking the best. Sloth in this open net, a little dangerous, especially when you have a Super Surge Juno you have to worry about. It goes down to Cookies, who doesn't have the greatest health bar of his own. Flip out by Zarhainif, sends it forward. The piercing shot does not catch it. Good strike war out by Llama-Craft. Zarhainif pushing up this bottom side, and it's Alex who closes it. Game 2 to Luma, and they're not going down yet as we go to Inkies.
Yep, let's go to the beach. This was a great one from Luminous Astrals. They took an early lead, an early set lead, 2 and out. TMCT did their absolute best to fight back, try and bring this one to a close very quickly, but it was Luminous Astrals that did manage to survive. Remember that, hey, we are good. We can hang with these people. And hang they did.
Definitely looking better than both the Winners Series and then also the series in regular season. We see not actually nearly as many kills as we thought, but a lot of damage coming out from both teams. And then going to set 5.5, absolute cinema.
Yeah, like, in a way, I'm not at all surprised. I mean, this is Grand Finals. Both these teams want it ferociously bad. They are going to do their best to keep things close and beat each other bloody and bruised. It's all last team standing from here on in. You know that Luminous Astrals, they want that reset. They want that run back. They want all the smoke at this point. They are in it to win it. TMCT looking like they've been top dogs pretty much all season. They want to make sure that everybody knows it, that everybody respects them for it. Not that they don't already do, but another notch on the belt is never bad.
Hey, exactly right. And then for the members of Luma, this would be the first win for both Alex and Llama-Craft. Zarhainif his second win. And I think overall, the fact that we saw the amount of damage we did, despite both teams going slicks and one pair of mags, is a little disturbing. Imagine what would have happened if, maybe we had double wand on both teams, right? I don't know.
That would have been fun.
It would have been fun, but it's just not a thing that EU is willing to lock in for. But hey, we may see Game 3. I highly doubt we're going to see any double wands on Inky Splash Zone. It's likely going to be some slick kicks, some mag souls, and I think this Estelle pickup is going to be pretty crucial. Yeah. I believe because Luma got side selection on Atlas Lab, this should be Inky Splash Zone side selection for TMCT. So the question is, are they going to lock into blue side and then force Luma to ban the Estelle, or just give it over and then play it out? I don't know, honestly.
Yeah, that is a bit of a question there, but I do heartily agree with you that whoever gets the Estelle is going to be critical to the team's performance, just because of how Inky's is, like, those water cannons are ready and waiting, and being able to play in general, I actually think being able to play through the water cannons going out is very advantageous. Like some characters can, like blink or jump across them, like the more you can do that, that's just, more range and more maneuverability that you have at a time where it would otherwise be closed off to you. I mean, it sounds simple, but it's more difficult to like deal with in practice. Inky's is just very special like that.
Yeah. I think the other thing to keep in mind is something that we haven't really had a chance to see this playoffs at all, but could very well come in this final game, is the Kazan for Cookies 66. Probably known as one of the best Kazan players in EU. It's been denied away from him so many times because he's had some favorable starts for it. And it looks like they're respecting that over the Estelle for Giovanni. But if they choose to ban that Estelle, hey, maybe there's a chance that Cookies just first picks the Kazan.
I would not remotely be surprised at that. Like you said, Cookies Kazan is absolutely ferocious. So you can see why they wanted to ban him. Maybe if they do end up like banning the Estelle, they may be thinking, yes, he's good on it, but he's been playing these games as Estelle. Let's try and, catch him off guard, catch him a little bit cold. Like, it's going to take him a little bit to warm up. Like, as good as he may be, I feel like it takes, just about everybody maybe a point or two to warm up, but that's still a point or two that you could kind of like get ahead and maybe try and push their luck. At least that's my thoughts on it.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, I guess today, in terms of Giovanni's picks, he has played 4 games on Estelle and 1 game on Luna thus far. So that's insane, right? Just thinking about that, he's been getting it every single game. So it's possible maybe they, deny that, or if they get blue side off of TMCT opting for red side, then that would mean maybe Gio hops over to the Kai, hops over to the Now, the Luna. He has other picks he can play, but his Estelle by and far is his best pick.
Right. So gonna have to see how that ends up shaking out. I am looking forward very much to seeing who picked what in this particular case. But as we are waiting on the draft, I am wondering how. Honestly, I'm wondering how like Llama. Well, yes, Llama, but the all of Luminous Astrals are going to be kind of like thinking about how to deal with this this potential team, this map, and basically they know how TMCT are going to come at them. They know that TMCT are willing to go like heavy into like the damage, willing to also go heavy into the control. I'm curious as to see if they've got an answer for what's coming up.
Well, I mean, no Kazan today, and it's probably going to be the first pick Estelle. What a surprise, because TMCT opted for blue side, ban out the Lamacraft Kai, so that this is answered by that Kazan ban on a build difference start. So probably first pick Estelle into likely an answer with the rune for Luminous Astrals. As I think there is a very real chance if Luminous Astrals doesn't pick the rune, it goes to Cookies, but no, never mind. Throw that all out the window. It's a first pick Rasmus. And I think, once again, TMCT is trying to bluff their way through this draft, saying, yeah, you guys aren't going to run double midfield here with Zarheinif on Estelle. We're just going to get Estelle Rasmus.
Yeah, I am curious to see if they call it on that one. Rasmus on Inkies can be dangerous. I've seen some wacky stuff. And they go for their first pick is the Juno.
Yeah, this Juno can be flexed either to midfield or goalie based on the players in question, right? Typically, it is known to be that Alex pick, and the Rasmus versus Juno matchup of Series 1 may repeat itself, but it could very well also go to Lamacraft, as if I recall correctly, against the Zoo, Lamacraft did actually pick up the Juno, and we see Juno Estelle picked up here. So I'm curious to see how these picks are distributed, because none of these picks are actually set into stone, because we could have a double midfield, we could have Juno goalie, Juno midfield with like something like an Estelle goalie with eject. I don't know. There's so many ways that this could go.
Yeah, there's a lot here that could happen now. But I do like both of those picks from Luminous Astrals. We see the Drakkar coming out to play for TMCT, so that's going to be interesting. I think that I would not be surprised to see Drakkar goalie, maybe.
Yeah, it's almost certainly going to be Drakkar goalie for Sloth. It's a very great pick here, and yeah, okay, there's that Luna picked up. I think what is very possible here is we're going to see maybe Juno goalie with Lamacraft Rune and then Zarheinif Estelle. That is possible. We could just see Lamacraft pilot the Juno and then Alex goes like me, or maybe just locks the Atlas or something. A lot of picks are still open that these players are comfortable on.
Yeah, for sure. And my loyalty is apparently very flexible, because last game I was kind of going for like Luminous Astrals. I was like, hey, pull off the underdog upset. And then TMCT picks Luna, and Luna is my favorite character in the game. So I kind of have to, I'm raising the other flag now. But we do see that rune come out, and that is going to be the team that Luminous Astrals does pick up for this potential last game.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So we need to keep in mind now, this is that Rasmus versus Juno matchup, which Rasmus won both times in the series earlier today in winners finals. because this is going to be Juno for Alex, and then Estelle for Zarheinif, and Lamacraft on the Rune.
Alrighty. So I agree with that, and to be perfectly honest, with the 2 awakenings we have here, I would not be surprised if just literally everyone went built different. I do think there is a case to possibly be made for Orb, but I don't know about that.
Hey, you know what I would really love to see, especially because this map is so open? I really want to see eject Luna midfield with Sloth opting for like a slick kicks or something.
Yeah, I can see that. I
don't think it's gonna happen. I'm crazy for wanting it, I would say, but it would be fun to see it.
I could see it happen.
I have some slight insider knowledge, and I've tried to convince them. But hey, you know, maybe they're not going to take it.
Oh, okay, we're doing that.
I like to overcook a lot of things, and hey, that is just one of them. But hey, I think overall this is probably going to be like Mags for Luna and Rune, and then Slicks for Zarheinif and Cookies.
Okay, but yeah, no. That is fair. That is fair. So just waiting on him to get started now, as we, like trying to.
It'd be double mags. Sorry, double mags for Luma, and then single mags most likely for TMCT. That's typically how they would play this.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised to see a slick kicks get replaced there. I just hunch. But yeah, we are going to see at this point. We're just waiting for him to give the signal. We can get started here. Who do you think is going to get the first water cannon?
Oh, that's actually a fun one. I think that the first water cannon will be going over to the side of Luma. Like, they'll be the ones to activate it first. Just because it is Estelle and Rune, right? And that is a very powerful offensive combo. We saw it in the first series as well, where they tried to pick it, though it was reverse swept in that game by TMCT. So it is possible we could see it again here, right? Because this is the same, I believe these are the same forwards that were answered into that, right? No, sorry, it was Luna Zentaro, I believe, forward.
Okay, I mostly agree with you, but yeah, we're never going to see the teams are getting into proper picks at this point. I think Luminous Astrals would end up getting it. My heart wants to say TMCT. My head wants to say Luminous Astrals would get first cannon, just because they've got too much like interrupting on their part. They can come out the gate very strongly. They have a team that can.
All it takes for TMCT is just one really good offense, right? Because if you have Cookies pushing up one side where Giovanni can just cut it off with the boost, it's just so good, right? It's really good for them in terms of positioning, and they can take a lot of plays with that.
Yep, only one barrier to deal with, and it's a biggie. So here we go. Sloth on that Drekar goalie, and unsurprising, like I said, that Rasmus is probably going to make life not exactly a basket of blueberry muffins for that Juno.
Yeah, definitely agree, right? And as we load into game one, curious to see if anyone actually grabs Orb Replicator. I doubt it because of the lack of KO in general from both of these teams. And yeah, I'm right. So yeah, okay, it is single mags and single slicks. Zarheinif is actually the one. Okay, this is a three-way swap compared to what I thought. It is Llama on Juno, Zarheinif on Rune, and Alex on Estelle.
Okay, so here we get started. Giovanni with that quick boost in, tried to get that first thing, like you said. Try to get that first cannon, get that first barrier. And there they go. Cookies, Giovanni, Sloth, team of TMCT do end up taking that first water cannon, and goal is open. It is Luminous Astros trying to do something about that, but no dice. Water cannon goes off, tries to set him up in the lower corner. Crater Maker comes off, sends it flying, accidentally own barriers. Sloth can't recover it in time as the banish goes out, and so does the cannon, and they barely escape that one. Beautiful offense on the side of Luminous Astros so far, but TMCT trying to strike right back here And they do with a beautiful pillar. Zarahaina basically self-passing. Sloth can't get to it. And that is first goal for Luminous Astrals.
Hey, I guess I was wrong. It looks like TMCT is the ones with the first barrier, or sorry, first water cannon. And well, not much left to be found, despite such a great offense by the members of TMCT, and an amazing boost by Giovanni there, who now has a flip to kind of supplement the next offense. Water cannon so great, but Llama just hits it out with the help of Alex's Crystal Thorns. Cookies with a great clear down to this bottom side as Giovanni prepping for another boost. Doesn't get it there, and it's not reinforced yet by Sloth. A great hit by Zarhinef, and now Giovanni needs to be careful as Alex flips first. Counter flip by Gio, and it just goes right past Alex to secure a tying goal for TMCT.
That was a beautiful shot. Giovanni basically... I feel like Alex expected it to go at an angle, and that straight shot just caught him by surprise there. So beautiful shot on their part, but that is the tire. We are going straight to point 3. Giovanni trying to take a trip around the world, but ironically enough, very well set up to receive that core as it ends up going to them. And now it is TMCT on the attack. They do get the barrier, and they are looking for the goal. May not worry about the water cannon here. They get stuck up in the top right. Banish goes out, however. Give Luminous Astrals a little bit of space. Llama-Craft trying to go out. Water cannon does come out. Separates Luminous Astrals a little bit. Giovanni looking low, and a pillar takes that barrier. TMCT and Luminous with open goals, but there goes Giovanni, and almost there went Cookies. Had to evade for that one. No dice on the save. Sloth not able to get it. Llama-Craft with the goal. 2-1 in favor of Luminous Astrals.
Yeah, we nearly saw a really great play there on that top side by Sloth, right, with that flip. Waited like long enough, but Alex had an even better catch on the rebound with that piercing shot, and then got it back to his own forwards.
Yep, definitely managed to get it back there, but it is Zarhinef with the flip that managed to get it through that barrier. The water cannon goes out, manages to throw it straight to the other side. Zarhinef is ready to receive that one. Llama-Craft tried to like leap for it, maybe get a cheeky goal in, but they do manage to clean that up. Slime wins the strike war, and that is first set going to Luminous Astrals, looking very good on the start.
Yeah, looking very great. And Juno, first pick, probably opting for that 1-2 punch. As I mean, it's good damage, but it's also really great core control on an open map, and core speed is pretty brutal here. Now, the Luna, I think, probably opting for the Twin Drive, more likely than not. And then this Estelle, probably a heavy, or I guess just opting for the Ad Rush, right? Maybe hoping that, you know, we can supplement some of that damage with 1-2 punch and make some plays that way. And I believe now that is now all size out. So Rasmus and Rune both get 1 size each, but there's no more size in the game.
Yep, a bit unfortunate for them, but hey, they kind of split that one, so they'll take it.
Yeah, and I think one thing to think about though is the Estelle being the goalie instead of one of Juno or Rune actually is kind of interesting, right? Because Drakkar is really good at dealing with the lack of multi-hits. And when you have Juno and Rune, both of them are really good at these like instant or multi-hits that can kind of trip up Drakkar, or is something that Drakkar is a little less amazing against dealing with.
No, right, I can see that, and definitely something that they need to watch out for. As that water cannon goes out, it is Luminous Astrals on the offense. Zarhinef looking very low, but still trying to stay in the game, still trying to stay in the play. It's hanging around the midfield, trying to receive something. There goes one pillar. There goes another pillar. Can't quite break the defense, though. Sloth looking a little bit better now than it was in the first set, and hopefully going to be using that to kind of get themselves some proper offense going. Never mind, Slimes go out. Llama-Craft does miss a strike, though, and this is a very back and forth game right here.
Yeah, very risky boost from Geo, but actually makes it pay off insanely well, completely denying the water cannon from the members of Luma, and that is the rune there, as Sloth gets tripped up by it once again. This rune has been putting up so many there's just so much work, really, overall, and so many goals.
No, yeah, Zarhanev has been playing an excellent rune here. Sloth cannot seem to kind of like get an answer for them. Has a flip ready to go, but it's hard to use it. There we go. Had to use it just to kind of like catch that one. That's not really a good sign that you had to use it to catch like that far. That kind of like core going through. So something that they need to kind of like worry about. As Giovanni looks very low, and so does Zarhanev. Zarhanev down.
Yeah, Zarhanev taken off the map, and that was a little risky, and Gio trying to answer that, and unfortunately he doesn't. A great play out by Luma, completely punishing TMCT for the overstep.
That is not where you want to be, TMCT, but Luminous Astrals, I've said it before, I'll say it again, they are looking very hungry. They are looking like they want this bad, and they are playing like they want this bad. There goes a barrier. There goes a flip. I was about to say there goes a score, but Sloth does manage to save it.
Indeed, and now Cookies needs to make a play happen without using his flip there. Not ideal, and he doesn't even get it even with the flip. It does nearly take Llama-Craft off with that Crater Maker. Zarhanev dribbles it out. That boost, that whammy already committed. Nothing else left for this Luna now, as Cookies is trying to play it up this bottom side. Good strike, but Zarhanev answers. Now Zarhanev is taken off the map here. This combo play out by Gio and Cookies is not enough. Alex continues to save it here.
Yeah, managed to save it, but Llama-Craft and Alex barely managing to hold, but hold they do. Zarhanev back in the game, trying to look to make their presence felt as the Molten Bolt goes out. Crater Maker does go out, Tax Collection do. Flips Giovanni does, but Alex does manage to save it. Another boost, Giovanni trying to do everything they can to get this core to go through, but Alex on a defensive masterclass right now.
Insane masterclass out by Alex, and then now Gio trying to play on this defense. It's so tough. Luckily that time the pillar was stopped, and a good backstep from Gio allows him to play this offense pretty well, but it just gets cleared again and again and again. And Sloth, no, the lock and load not quick enough. The runes so miserable to play against in an open map with a second midfielder.
That was rough for Sloth, rough for that Drekar. Tried to shoot it, tried to get what looked to be like a sword angle, but it was just a little bit too fast, a little bit too far, and core goes in. Juno remains MVP, music still remains playing. Nice beach music, got her can of cola. Juno's looking real nice right now.
Yeah, on the bright side for TMCT, they do pick up team player and then bulk up for a little bit extra damage in terms of, you know, being able to potentially treat that as their win con. And honestly, I think I really like TMCT's draft over Luna's.
TMCT's draft is actually very good for them. This could be what they need to kind of like step it up. They've got a lot more, like you said, like core speed, a lot more like projectile damage, and like you said, that bulk up being absolutely scary in the hands of Cookies, even though they only have like 2 size awakenings. That's still plenty more damage there.
Yeah, indeed, and now Cookie's trying his best to score there, burns the death touch there, the boost burned as well, and no barrier actually found, and now it's Sloth dealing with this open net. Luckily manages to find it there. The boost passed down to Cookies, not found as they try to play this corner, but it's just cleared out by Llama-Craft once again. The pillar pass up to Llama-Craft, the banish a little dangerous, great evade out by Sloth in the corner. There's the pillar, and Gio is looking kind of low. Perhaps a shadow swap may pop on top of him for some damage. He's regenning, and the pass is being cut, but now the boost takes him out of the play, and Alex is just waiting for potential flip. A great piercing shot to make sure that the barrier doesn't fall.
Yeah, beautiful. Flip goes out, trying to prevent that Crater Maker from doing anything. It is Luminous Astrals that are on the hunt. Sloth having to play a lot of good defense. Piercing shot to try and interrupt the clear. Core going around the world. They do get the barrier off. I believe that was the death touch from Cookies. They are trying to make a play for this goal. Very much needed. Core is flying right now, and overtime is going to be like very interesting if they continue. Water Cannon gets Cookies. Zarhanev takes advantage, blows it into the top, into the bottom corner, and Luminous Astrals take the point.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely clutching victory from the jaws of defeat in that point. And that was absolutely insane by Luminous Astrals to find that. But hey, maybe the members of TMCT are looking to answer back. A lot of abilities burned, but no barrier found there. But this time, Gio's looking for it. Burns the Twin Drive boost there and actually doesn't get it. And even the flip, I think TMCT, it looks like a lot of their plays are very rushed and they're kind of desperate in a lot of these situations.
Yeah, TMCT trying to force errors out of Luminous Astrals. They are making a lot of gambles, and hey, when you make too many gambles, the house tends to win those. Last I checked, there was some sort of saying of that kind, but it is open net on both sides. Crater Maker comes out, Water Cannon coming out, and they are set up. Zarin Hynef takes advantage of the rebound. Match point for Luminous Astrals in this game. Grand Finals.
Yeah, match point indeed, and that means I'm doing at least 2 more games after this, huh? That'll be fun, and hey, you're here to join me. It's basically like an EUSL block for you. But yeah, it is match point. There's no guarantee that Luma comes out here, though things are not looking good as they do find that there, and as I say that, Luma does close out Inkies in a dominant fashion to take us to our grand final reset.
Reset! We got more for you. Luminous Astrals saying, nope, we gonna come out ahead in this. We gonna run it back. That winter finals wasn't nothing. That winter finals, erase it. That winter's finals, forget about it. We coming at you. Luminous Astrals trying to make their voices heard, trying to go home champions.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely trying to go home champions, and we will have to see if we're going to see more double midfield action. This Estelle rune has looked pretty good every time it's been picked. Yes, it did get reverse swept last time, but it was looking really dominant until the damage started coming through. But on this map, the damage, it's really hard to play, especially when you lock Rasmus and Luna.
Yep, that is in fact the case, and I have to credit Luminous Astrals with just being able to take all the games that they've played today and still be able to perform at such a high level as to just be able to execute like how they did. They took advantage of they had a few lucky breaks, I'm going to say that, but they were able to take advantage very, very well, very effectively. And that's honestly like the mark of a good team, being able to recognize those moments where the dice just, fall in your favor and you say, okay, I got this, all in, let's go. And they pushed and they did it.
Yeah, they did, and well, I think both of these teams are pretty tired. The members of Luma having already played, I believe this is 8 games now, because 3-3, and yeah, okay, 3-3-2, yeah, that is 8 games already, and they have to play at least 2 more, so 10 to 11 games played by Luma today. That is insane, while the members of TMCT would have 8 to 9 games played, and well, both of these teams are going to be tired by the end, regardless of the victor, and I am excited to see how it comes out to be for both of them, as that should be Luma, not Zoo. Zoo already got eliminated by Luma before
Zoo
this.
are out.
Yes. But hey, anything you want to say before we go for a quick break before the resets?
It's not over. It's far from over, and I am so excited for it. Let's see if TMCT can bring it back, or if Luminous Astrals can keep things chugging. See you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EUSL, not just Grand Finals, but Grand Finals Reset. This time, once again, joined by P-Flare, we're going to Taiko Temple, Oni Village, and Atlas's Lab, which I believe are the same maps as the first series they played today, and we're now in the third series, and already in these drafts. Twin Drive, Bulk Up Start, it's a Kazan ban and a Rune ban. Two very infuriating characters for each of these teams to play into.
Yeah, not at all surprised. Last series was like very, very furious, but it was Luminous Ashes who came out the victors on that one. So they're hoping to repeat. They're hoping to take the set. They're hoping to take the championship off of that momentum. Meanwhile, for starting drafts, we have Atlas on the first four. I believe that was Luminous Astrals, and yeah, for TMCT, Juno Estelle.
Yeah, so this could be that Sloth Juno again, maybe this time hoping to make a little more use out of it. And a little birdie told me that Sloth apparently has been spamming Juno in in-houses, so he has been getting kind of used to it lately, so maybe we'll see some better plays this time. And also talked with him, and he did say that pass to himself that looked a little unintentional was in fact intentional. And then on the opposite side, we see Lamacraft's Kai come in, perhaps paired with like a Zentaro or maybe Erasmus here for Zarhina.
Yeah, I could see. I could see a Zentaro. I could see a Zentaro personally. I could see a Zentaro coming out, but that's just my take on it. I feel like okay, they took the Erasmus. I was about to say I feel like their kill reliability might be a little bit iffy there, but depending on how they're going to play, then this comp works out just fine.
Generally, the thing with Kai Rasmus, though, is you're not really playing for kills. This is more of that, like, stuff kind of combo. You play the Rasmus into those corners and then try to have the Kai kind of, you know, teetering between playing that wall to keep the core, sent through forward and covering the cross with Barrage whenever he can. And then we have the Zentaro picked up for cookies, and overall, I think I do favor TMCT's comp a little bit more, but I wouldn't be surprised for it to go either way.
Yeah, no, this is a team that can kind of hold court on just about anywhere on the stage. I'm referring to TMCT's from the looks of it. Yeah, they have the better kill potential, but like you said, Luminous Astral team is very much a get the core into a corner, stuff it through, and hope they can't do anything about it kind of team. We'll have to see if that game plan ends up working out for them as they get started here, especially considering the two awakenings that we have in mind in Twin Drive and Bulk Up. You know, that's an interesting start in my opinion. That leads to a lot more versatility for folks that, you know, pick up the Twin Drive there, and there's a lot of options.
Yeah, Bulk Up does allow to kind of supplement these KOs a little bit more, but Twin Drive is just so good in like map pressure and core control, etc. Really, a little bit of everything.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to see who takes what. I would not be surprised. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised to see one person on each team just take Bulk Up, kind of gamble on, okay, I can get size, I can get all that jazz, and, you know, really turn into a monster. Like, I wouldn't be super surprised to see Rasmus pick Bulk Up, although I do think Twin Drive would still be the case here. Let's see what we got. Oh, one team. Seems like we got Luminous Astrals all going Twin Drive, whereas yeah, TMCT all going Bulk Up. They have wildly differing schools of thought on that one. So here we go. First game, Grand Finals reset. Whoever wins this one takes it all.
Yeah, I think TMCT is really trying to play a little bit more for that KO, right? Opting for that Bulk Up pickup. Geo still just wanting to grab that Mag Souls just to make sure that he has the capability to play that core control even okay instead of just going for the double wand. But I think it's still going to be fine. And then on the other side, it is double slicks.
Yep, double slicks ready and raring to go. You can see Alex, you know, with those mom boots, they just kind of need those on Atlas, in my opinion. It's just what it is. But they get a double barrier due TMCT, and they are looking to even this up very fast. As Death Touch comes out, Zaranina tries to get that first barrier. It is Luminous Astral trying to get that second barrier. Again, no dice. Alex does save it, keeps it up front. Giga Blast goes out, but that does not manage to save the core. They do manage to push up due TMCT for a moment. They can't quite seem to hold this early offense because there's just this Death Touch coming out, the blaster coming out from Luminous Astrals, and they're able to just regain core control so quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, a really great clear there out by Sloth earlier, right around Zarhynif, and that flip being missed by Geo makes things very dangerous. Where does this flip go? It just goes right back, and now Alex has to find a way to clear it. Burns that secondary, but Geo burning all the abilities, finally forcing the flip there, and Alex, a lot of damage on him, but he does have that Celestial Intervention to pop. Pops it there, but now these awkward angles means this barrier could be found as it's stuck in the corner. Great jump there by Sloth as a slime to maybe reinforce, and on the strike is so insane to give him so much time to deal with that. Now on the opposite side, Cookie's trying to interrupt that flip, and he does so successfully. The Death Touch being used for that, and now it just goes to the opposite side. The core continuing around and around. That second barrier finally taken. TMCT unable to score and punished for it as Luma is clean with it.
Very nice follow-up with the barrage, just making absolutely sure that Sloth can't do anything about that one. They had to fight for that second barrier, but once they did, they were able to collapse on the goal, maybe make something work out of it. And meanwhile, TMCT are on the back foot on this first set.
On the back foot already, but at least I hope for TMCT's sake they are able to reset their mental and find a way back, because it feels like something might have just shattered within them when they lost that set 5.5 game 2 of the grand finals, and well, it just hasn't looked the same since. But hey, maybe here they can find some of these plays as they find a kill first on Zarhynif and are looking to convert that into at least one barrier.
Yeah, that would be a perfect opportunity for them. There they go. One barrier gets taken, though they do manage to lose the offense for a little bit. Flip goes out trying to save that second barrier. Save it does by a razor's edge, but they do. And it is Luminous Astrals trying to kick that, trying to kick the core out, trying to go for maybe like a cheeky double barrier there. The Death Touch got sent out, but no dice there. Luminous Astrals playing patient, playing cool. They have been making some great saves already, and they are being rewarded for it by keeping like their point lead.
Yeah, definitely, and Alex this time getting a little bit griefed by his own secondary. Cookies with the pass up to Geo, who's just taking it slow, taking it collected, and the piercing shot to collect the goal as Geo takes one for TMCT.
Yeah, a bit of a cross-cut situation there. Like that piercing shot came out. Cookies already there to meet it with the blade, and there was really nothing they could do. That core was going in, and so was a body. So good on them for finishing that play off. Meanwhile, though, they are still down one. It is Luminous Astrals that are still on set point here, and they do not want to give it up anytime quickly, though they might have to. Beautiful bounce off the center by Cookies to get that KO, and now it is their opportunity on this power play.
Yeah, and a great secondary by Alex means that no barriers actually fall, but just then the double barrier found by Geo, and the kill found by Cookies, another one found by Cookies, and now Sloth just has to not fumble this on the defense. They have to get it past Zarhynif. No pass needed. Zarhynif walking to cut the pass, leaving the bottom open for Cookies to take the shot.
Yeah, that was as basic Omega Strikers as it gets, but basics work out sometimes. So we are tied up in this first set 2-all, and it is TMCT currently with the momentum, even as one barrier falls.
Yeah, they're playing this corner pretty well. The Giga Blast nearly taking Geo off the map. There's that secondary Celestial Expanse popped in the corner as Cookies tries to take this barrier, gets cleared out. Soft needs to be a little bit careful about his own life as he has a flip. and may need to use it here on the defense, but a great bounce off the corner means that it is saved for now. Good slime keeping it forward, but things are just so risky for TMCT, and the flip is burned there. The Oni's Blade to take the first barrier, no second one found yet.
No second one. They are working on that. They do take a body, though. Say so long to Llama for a moment, but a barrier is taken on the other end of things. Open goal now for TMCT's side, and it is Luminous Astrals trying to take advantage.
Yeah, and they might just take advantage of a very risky Giga Blast. They nearly find it. Flip out by Zarhynef doesn't get used, but the dribble out by Cookies means that just goes back to Zarhynef. And I wonder, though, I think that dribble, it didn't seem like it went the way it intended to. I think it was supposed to go straight up, but it looks like it just bounced in the direction of Zarhynef, who got to pick it up. And now, because they lost that, that means that this hot shot is able to be denied away from the Juno.
Yeah, if they do take it, they seem to be a little bit antsy. Yeah, Kai takes the Castellast, wants the speed buff to last a little bit longer, thinks they can basically, I guess they think they can like outposition the other team. Hot shot going up to the Junos, and you can have it, but you can see, yeah, stacks on stacks for Alex. Meanwhile, Spark of Focus, Zarhynef kind of gambling on a Spark build, maybe, seems like, but I am not so certain about. I can see the vision, I'm just not certain about it, and I like what I'm seeing on the side of TMCT a little bit better.
I think so too. Spark of Focus does allow for that spark scaling, so it is pretty good in that regard. But the thing is the explosive entrance, the hot shot, amazing pickups, and then the recovery gun got denied by Giovanni, which is also great. So it is definitely a cause for concern, but I think overall, Luma isn't too unhappy, as they also have a stacks on Atlas, and then they have some scaling potential.
Yeah, they do definitely have scaling potential, so they're going to have to watch out for how things go here. Meanwhile, kills happen constantly, and there go those startup stacks as Giovanni finishes the play off. Piercing shot, clean, simple, goal.
Yeah, insanely clean, and good thing for TMCT at least. They're also able to reset those stacks, so another great thing. And now this damage is really starting to come online, right? Just between the bulk up and the explosive entrance, so great. And an insane blob bounce there by Sloth to actually keep that second barrier alive. This allows TMCT to continue pushing up and maybe take a barrier of their own, but these strike wars continue to be won by the members of Luma.
Yeah, not too surprised, just because Luma has like Twin Drive, and that was a bit of an odd Giga Blast. I think that was an own barrier by accident. Meanwhile, Alex looking very low. Second barrier falls. Cookie's trying to go on the hunt there, seeing Alex looking very low, but it is Luminous Astrals that do manage to convert and get on the opposing team's side, trying to get something happening, but no dice on that one. There goes one member, and there goes the score. There goes the goal. Set point, fairly quick set point, in my opinion, for TMCT.
Yeah, a few really interesting things there, right? The minefield completely nuked Zarhynef off the map, and then right there, a very smart flip out by Giovanni, basically saying, okay, Cookies, I trust you to win this strike war. This is about the best flip we're going to get. You just have to do it. And, well, he did. But on the other side, we got the double barrier from the opposite team. And, funnily enough, we had 2 flips burned there. I was expecting it to just be a, you know what, we'll let you score it without flip. We'll keep our flip for next point. But, hey, it happened.
No, they were struggling, and that goal not so much as got shot in as got coin flipped in. It's always funny to see kind of the core kind of, you know, fly up into the air quite like that, but they'll take it any day and twice on Sundays. Here is the next point, and Luminous Astrals trying to even it up.
Yeah, and I mean, there is one barrier already taken by TMCT. Gio looking to keep the offense forward. One barrier lost now by Sloth. Gio needs to be careful in this defense not to lose too many strikes and put Sloth into a terrible situation. This is this Juno goalie, which does struggle a lot more in that defensive situation than the Atlas on the enemy team. and it is no second barrier taken there. And Llama he lives, and Cookies just said, you know what, I'm not even going to try, I'm just going to flip this and take it guaranteed. And, well, does so, and a good offense attempt. This is not taken as Alex continues his defense so well, burns all the abilities, but at least for him, everything is up still.
Yeah, everything is up. Both teams tied at 1 barrier apiece. Cookie's looking low, but I mean, I was about to say it's offensive for the side of Luminous Astrals. Flip gets burned, but no dice. Chorus flying around all of a sudden. Wild bounce nearly sends it in. Zarhanov trying to take advantage. No dice, trying to set it at those crazy corners. They do manage to clear it out for a moment. Bounce is still going wild there. Llama-Craft trying to take advantage. Zarhanov looking low. Oni's blade to try and save it, but Llama-Craft gets the interruption, slots it in during the Oni's blade, and that's tie game for Luminous Astrals.
Yeah, tie game, and this is so crucial for TMCT. If they can win this set, they're suddenly back in the game, as it's now even and they have one more draft's worth of leeway in the game itself. And there's that flip from Geo. Where's it going? Just goes straight and not actually committed for anything important, as Slav tries to continue saving this core. And remember, this is actually this momentum boost Juno. It's not eject once again. It's not like how Alex plays it, so fundamentally slightly different goalies and how they play, as now we have the members of TMCT just pushing up this top side as Cookies finishes off Llama-Craft. A great flip out by Alex, but where does this go? There's a slime covering the outclear. A second kill found, and it's just a 3v1, but maybe they can make it work as Cookies prematurely dashes forward and Alex holds on long enough.
That's wild. They do manage to save it. Might even get a barrier in retaliation, but Alex faces off in a 3v1 and wins it.
Yeah, but now this is another pretty bad situation. There's no secondary for Alex no more, and Alex loses at that time to Cookies Slice and Dice.
Bit of a shame there after such a performance, but you can only hold off for so long. You can only hold out so strong, and they do take this one, do Luminous TMCT, pardon me, but they do get a very nice 1-2 punch out of it as well. That's going to hurt.
That's just perma red core everything, and that is so brutal in so many situations. And this Super Surge pickup for Giovanni, I think, okay, I was gonna say it's pretty interesting, but no, Cookies already has that explosive. But I think this is a disgusting draft for the members of TMCT, right? Like, yes, Rasmus got size and there's a team player on Alex, but you have double stagger on Cookies, so that's peak bulk up. You have extra range on Geo to just cover these outclears better, and then you have perma red core on Sloth.
Yeah, that's just frankly nasty. So, and here's the thing, I do think Luminous Astrals realize this, so they're going to have to turn it up, just play real good, you know what I mean? And they do have some avenues. Again, I'm looking at that team player that built different, but it's going to come down to just play better, win more. Play very well, in fact.
Indeed, and this is a tough situation to navigate. The slimes were enough, but now on this opposite side, Geo needs to catch these crosses. The flip, where does it go? Pass up to Llama-Craft. That barrage too much. I think Sloth had to hope that he could find that bottom clear to Giovanni, who would kind of figure something out, as that top clear is impossible to deal with Llama-Craft barraging.
Yeah, but it was lost. It is Luminous Astrals that are taking the early lead. And TMCT not quite where they wanted to be after a really good draft, I'll be honest. But they have time enough to take it back, though that flip does not manage to save that lower barrier. Cookie's trying to do something. They have a flip. Maybe they can use it a little bit better. And meanwhile, Zarhanov looking to try and cause some havoc there lower, and do they go? It's not looking as clean as TMCT wanted. There goes their second flip. Honestly, that one surprised me, but TMCT not saying die just yet.
Yeah, but die is what Llama says as he is taken off the map. And now Cookies is trying to get it through this corner. Good strike layering out of the members of Luma on the defense, but this red core just continuing to reset their clears so fast. And Cookies trying to cut that off. Great flip out by Alex. Oni's blade keeps it in the corner. Zerhynef really low. Finally staggered there, but Sloth doesn't catch that barrier, and now it's an open net in favor of Luma. Can the members of TMCT maybe make up for that in this power play? As Lamacraft, he's just continuing to run around TMCT playing this top side. Giovanni smartly waiting there, but no barrier found, and Zerhynef is back on the map.
You notice that they waited for Zerhynef to kind of like go back before trying any major offensive plays. They just kind of like held place. Meanwhile, Divine Intervention, Celestial Intervention, Oat gets popped for one team and Drone gets popped for another. So we got a lot of resurrections going on here. Easter Sunday, but it is not going to save them for much longer with how this core has been going, with how the damage has been flowing.
Yeah, and it's very tough. This red core may not be enough. Where does this flip go? It goes up to Cookies, who finds that angle. But remember, this is overtime. There's a team player on the blue team. As Giovanni tries to get in melee, he gets the barrier. And now it goes to this bottom side. Lamacraft needs to be careful with this health bar. There's the red cores on Sloth right now. Where does he find this clear? Goes to the bottom side. The Oni's blade stopping it for the time being. Slashing strike, keeping the core forward. Flip is in position for for Cookies. Cookies doesn't find the flip. It's a pass up to Cookies once again, who stalls it with the slice and dice. Zerhynef rushing forward with that whiplash, and he flips. Melee, where does it go? To the top side. Sloth not fast enough to answer. And that's Luma taking another point this set.
That looked like to me that Sloth basically Zerhynef flipped, baited out Sloth's leap, and then just punched it in. But either way, great playing by Zerhynef. And now they are up 2, and Alex has a nice little cushion in the form of a flip that they can use at pretty much any time. Zerhynef and Lamacraft looking to try and end this one out, get themselves back into the lead in terms of sets.
Yeah, and now we do have the members of TMCT pushing up, though there is that cushion of a flip, as you mentioned, and Alex may need to use it here if these things get a little risky, and there's that flip. Where does it go? Great clear, but it comes right back to that same corner. This time there's the barrage, though, to keep it out, and Zerhynef creates enough space with that strike, but now it's back in the corner, the opposite corner this time, but when you have all 3 members, it actually looks pretty okay for Luma.
Yeah, it does. I believe that was a Giga Blast that managed to secure that top barrier, so now it's time to feed it onto the bottom one. And they get the bottom one almost for free, a little bit too patient on the side of Slav. Zerhynef just makes them flinch a little bit, and now open goal on the side of TMCT, but they do answer that back. Open goals for everybody, so now it's who can get it. Beautiful! With the hook, the bounce, and Sloth again tries to leap save it, but nothing doing on it. That is another set for Luminous Astrals.
Yeah, that's kind of insane. It looks like the Blobbo maybe just wasn't armed yet or something like that. I'm kind of shocked that Sloth's Blobbo didn't grab it. And I mean, sure, it might have still ended up being a goal for Luma, even if it did grab it, but it still shocks me. And the prime time and the double weight is a very interesting draft. I guess they're just trying to get heavy impact down to Zen. And Zen does get heavy impact, and there's a fight or flight for the Juno, though this is Juno goalie, so slightly less valuable. I like the draft from TMCT. Again, I kind of like the draft from TMCT better, but I do not think Luminous Astrals got like a bad draft, especially with like the prime time and the Monumentalist. Yeah, I think so too, right? The draft on Luma is pretty good. It's just, there's so many good things on TMCT, but they just haven't been executing as much as I feel like they should be with this comp.
Right.
And Luma has just been executing so many of these plays way better.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like I said it earlier, kind of half in jest, but they're actually doing it. Play better, win more. Luminous Astrals are just outplaying TMCT, and that's not exactly a sentence that was expected going into this, I think. But they're doing it. They're doing the thing.
Yeah, indeed they are, right? And that is 1 point already for potentially the last set of this game. And I think the other thing to keep in mind that makes things kind of tough is this twin drive on the Atlas. It makes Alex's job defending way easier, and we see that finally used there. That secondary being used. but it doesn't mean that the barrier stays alive as it's taken off, and so is Cookies.
Wow, that was very nice. That was lovely patience also on the bottom side by Zerativ, just watching the core bounce and just letting everybody kind of like eyes on me, wait to see what they would do, and Cookies just got for it. Meanwhile, they are trying to save, they are trying to keep that core up, and they do. Second barrier goes down. Open goes on both sides now, but that is the savior right there. Flip goes out. And now it is TMCT that are on the hunt there, trying to get this goal through. But there has been a lot of good defense being played by the side of Luminous Astrals.
Yeah, now we just need TMCT to play this carefully, play this smartly. Alex has cooldowns, nearly gets taken off the map there as Sloth passes up to Geo. And where does this go? It tries to go straight through, Flip. But there is a secondary, nothing to do there as Cookies tries to pump more damage into Alex, but the Suster intervention healing enough, and Alex is just so patient, waiting, and the flip stuffed once again by Alex, and it just goes back and Alex collects it again. The damage continuing there, the flip has to come up by Sloth, no flip answer there, and it still gets saved. Alex finally taken off the map, now it's up to his teammates to make the plays here, and they very well might. Zarhinef dribbling, sent it to the bottom side, as Cookies continues the damage onto Lamacraft, but it is enough. But that took everything. That took killing Alex even through his ult to win that point.
They threw everything and the kitchen sink at Luminous Astral to get that one. Although getting that kill didn't take much, just a keen eye and some really heavy hitting. So good on TMCT to be able to get that one. They are trying to ride that momentum very hard. The power play goes out, and Luminous Astral is definitely trying to answer back.
Yeah, indeed, and those slimes looking kind of dangerous in the corner. So is Zarhinef, and good slimes there to help win that strike war against Zarhinef. Now we have the members of TMCT pushing up this top side as Zarhinef gets the death touch, and that means that that second barrier will fall. And it's looking so dangerous for the members of TMCT once again. Cookies tries to push it forward. He has a flip ready. He needs to get into position to use it as Alex gets another great clear. Geo just tries to keep it up this top side. But Zarhinef, he wins so many interactions. But it's also Alex who's been winning them, right? He is so patient with so many of these. But now Zarhinef is taken off the map. We have a 2v3 as Giovanni tries to push up this top side.
Yeah, they have several flips ready to go. There it goes, and there goes the barrier. Open barriers. Zarhinef does come by. Sloth barely managing to save it, but save it they do. This has been a very, very hectic game, as expected. Alex putting on as much of a masterclass as is able in these grand finals. Beautiful Giga Blast snipe as they pass down as Zarhinef, but that flip does save it.
Yeah, but then there are more interactions being won. Sloth needs to be careful. There's a barrage. There are those slimes. But it gets up to Cookie 66. And that is, I think, the secondary burned out by Alex. More damage dropping on this Atlas as the passes come through. Sloth needs to continue clearing. Needs to get it to Cookies. The secondary not enough. But the slimes, they continue to go forward. The orb denied away from Alex. The secondary finally comes back as Cookies tries to keep the 4 forward. But no, Sloth misses the core. And I feel like these points are so brutal because the way TMCT has to win is Sloth and Geo have to buy enough time for Cookies to kill Alex, and they just aren't, right? Luma is able to score before that.
Yeah, Luma is able to score before that, and a part of that really is just the defense that they've been managing to put up in general, like that extra defense. They've been coming back, they've been willing to like drop back and help with the defense, help out with the extra clears and stuff like that, and just provide that extra layer of security to allow Alex to either like regen or just keep his teammate like healed up. So it's been very tough for TMCT to kind of push through those layers of defense, though they have managed here and there. It's just hard for them to finish it off.
And hey, this could be a finished off game one here if Sloth isn't careful. Gets a pass up to Cookies. Cookies tries to send it to the top side. A good Monu secondary is actually what takes it there. Damage on Cookies. The orb denied. away from Alex, and Alex needs to be careful about his own life. Has to burn the flip there to get to the bottom side. Good flip out by Sloth. Tries to get it up to the top side. Passes up to Geo. The Giga Blast a little dangerous. Tries to get it to the corner. And Sloth, these slimes are so dangerous. And now that's that second barrier finally taken. This could be game point for game 1 as Geo tries to get it to the top side. But a crazy Taiko bounce takes it. And TMCT are still alive in game 1.
Oh boy, I was not expecting that one, but yeah, wild Taiko bounce, and Alex was probably like the rest of us going, wait, what just happened? So not even surprised there, but that was an incredible defense. That was an incredible play by both teams in the time being. Meanwhile, ooh, flip goes out, and 1 for 1 go the barriers. Llama-Craft looking low. That ult had to come out just to be safe. Meanwhile, it is Luminous Astrals that are looking to try and get this second barrier going. I feel like that almost should have been it, but nope, they did manage to save it, and the kill goes out. Power play for TMCT.
Yeah, and the kill is so big as the slimes help with taking that there, and the flip actually stopped by the secondary, but a great strike by Cookies. We're going to set 5 after what looked dire for TMCT. They've clawed their way back to set 5, and if I recall correctly, there's a stinger waiting here for them if they want to choose it, and aerials, potentially extra special. I think there's so many great options. One thing that'd be really scary here is if the Kai gets aerials, but I don't think the Juno wants to deny it.
Yeah. I don't think so. Yep. Juno goes extra special. Kai gets aerials, then Taro gets stinger. Oh, buddy, boy. Aye. That is my response to that draft in total for TMCT. That looks scary, although, no, there is definitely some stuff to be had on the side of Luminous Astrals, but, this one's exhausting.
It is. Genuinely, though, I am actually very scared of the Castellast Aerials Kai. Like, it is Aerials, Castellast, Twin Drive, and Siege Machine, so you have long as heck barrages and Giga Blasts, and then you also have long-lasting, really fast speed for this Kai, so this Kai is also no slouch, but then you have insane damage and perma red core for the members of TMCT.
Yep, and beautiful piercing shot for Giovanni. Gets through everything, makes sure that goal is secured. And 1 up for TMCT. Oh.
Yeah, you can already see it here, 827 movement speed for Llama-Craft, but it doesn't really matter if you're just being damaged enough where you can't really play into the game there, and Giovanni is the one who actually takes a lot of damage himself, has to back up for this orb, and that means that TMCT does concede a bit of pressure, potentially double barrier falling, no double barrier yet, and actually no barriers falling, period, as the flip is also burned by Zarhynef, probably for damage there on Geo, who just burns the flip early, says, you know what, I'll take my barrier even if I die for it, as Sloth tries to get this core saved, and Cookies is chasing after Llama. Sloth just burns the flip. That is the Llama mind control. As I mentioned, he is a master at his craft, and he will continue to live like that. That is 2 flips burned to kill Llama, and he's just alive, and he takes a barrier.
Llama, like with the base of the century, baits out 1, baits out the second, and is still live and kicking, contributing to these plays. That is incredible skill at running. But again, still alive and still got that backup for it in that super, and they push it through. Don't get the goal. That was inches away, and oh, Llama-Craft finally, no man can live forever. Taken down in the enemy goal. Power play on the side of TMCT.
Yeah, power play indeed, but I don't think they'll get much to do with it. As Llama-Craft is running forward, scary. He burned the barrage already. No Giga Blast, I don't think. Actually, no, it should be up, but instead, I think it is the secondary, or sorry, the slimes there that had an awkward bounce alongside Alex having struck it forward to his teammates, and that is what takes that second point. We are 3 points potentially away from a game 2.
Yep. Game 2 might be coming out here. Death Touch going out. They do get one barrier. That is one apiece for both teams. Llama looking low, but they know how to run. They know how to hide, but they also know how to make plays. Very nice on their part so far. Pushing it up into the top half of the corner. Zarhina trying to follow up that. Pendulum swing goes out, gets nothing, but they do get that second barrier with that continued offense. Cookies looking for the kill on Zarhina. And nothing doing at the moment as the core gets rotated around.
I think the scary thing for TMCT is Alex still has 2 secondaries, and Sloth, we need to flip this. He flips it, he gets it out for the time being, but it just goes right back to him. Can he save this? No, he can't. And that's TMCT down 1-2 against Luma in game 1, set 5. And well, Luma, they're looking to bite back. They were knocked down to the bracket early. They have played 5 games, and now they're on game point. Maybe they can finish up game 1 here.
Maybe. There's one barrier down. Step by step is how you do it. Piece by piece. And they are looking for that second one, but there was a big brouhaha going on in that top right, and it went to the top left, and nobody could quite catch it. One barrier down apiece now. Giovanni goes and sends them flying. That is a power play for TMCT. That was a crazy bounce, and Llama and Alex both looking a little worse for wear. They do get the barrier, though. Llama dies for his art as open goal on the side of TMCT.
Yeah, open goal indeed, and we need to be careful as we're getting into red core territory pretty soon, as Cookie's trying to combo with Geo for this barrier. No barrier found, and Llama is back on the map. These red core are so dangerous. We're 5 seconds away from this OT as Cookies. He has this flip. He doesn't burn the flip there. He could be flipping here for the point, and Geo just tries to get this core forward, sends it forward, and the flip not even needed as a kill on Alex, I think, by Geo's piercing shot. Makes it so that Sloth can send it right through. Silver scrapes on game 1.
Times have we been here? How many times will we go here? I have no clue, but I am here for it. Cookie's looking low. So is Llama looking dead. Cookie's on the kill, but barrier gets taken in recompense for Zarhina. Luma, I am so exhausted. I cannot get names right anymore. Look at this. Look at these teams go.
Yeah, you can only imagine how I'd be feeling as this is my 6th game of the day, and we are going potentially to this 7th really soon, as the slime apparently just decided to leave work, and that pendulum swing taking it for Zarhina as it just went straight through.
That was the second time it happened, and that was the worst possible time for it to happen. The slime said, "I'm part of the union. I'm taking my break now," and there it went.
Yeah, I mean, the slime deciding to take its union mandated break, and that's kind of why that it decided to just take a little time off, right? And because of that, save Juno, and Zarhina slots it in for game 1, and yeah, it's a little dangerous for TMCT, going 7-0 in the season, winning 2-1 in that upper bracket. And then potentially losing out altogether? That could be insane.
That could be nuts. They have come so far, but Luminous Astrals just... they won't die. They refuse to fold. And it's not who hits the hardest, it's who hits last. It's who doesn't get back up at the end of the day. So we're gonna see if Luminous Astrals can go the distance, can go Broadway, and TMCT still having a fight for it. They are clearly not getting a free ride. We are already, they are under the gun now. We are in resets, and we are in Resetville. And as you can tell, I'm exhausted. Aether is exhausted. Luminous Astrals are exhausted. TMCT is probably exhausted. We all tired here, but we all strapped in. We are all ready to see how this one ends.
So, you down for 10 more sets of this?
I'm not gonna answer that.
Yeah, I think wise choice. I'm not really sure how I'm feeling about 10 more sets of this either. But hey, at least I know we'll have at least, or at most 2 more games, and then I can just like relax after solid 8 games of casting. Voice may be shot. Everyone can relax. No, wait, no, never mind. I also post show. Okay. Hey, all good. That's fine.
Suffering doesn't stop, does it? Okay.
TMCT, they need to figure out what they're doing on Oni Village now, right?
Yeah.
Because last time they played Oni Village against these guys, it was the Luna Zentaro, and they, I think, barely eked out a win, reverse sweep, against the double core control comp of Estelle Rune. So it is a slight worry, right? Both teams have to be careful. But I'm kind of wondering, right, what happens if TMCT end up picking this Atlas here? What does Alex play on this map?
That is a very good question, because Alex has been doing God's own work on that Atlas. So at this point, it's like, if you take that away, what does he have left in the tank? I genuinely can't think of what he might bring to bear.
Okay. Good thing to note. So Luma did opt for red side game 2 on Oni Village, right? So they are not going to have this first pick, so that will be left to TMCT to maybe first pick this Estelle. Maybe they can try something like first picking this Atlas, right? That could be an interesting pick. Or they just lock the Zentaro again and say, you know what? This Zentaro has been a potential win con for us. Let's just continue to lock it and see what we can do with it.
Yeah, I could believe that, because Cookies has been cooking on that front position, so I can see them wanting to continue that. And yeah, at this point, it's, I said it before and I say it again, do what you need to in order to win, whether it's like ban an A tier, ban an A choice for like these like B choices, make them pick their B slots, make them pick their secondaries, their tertiaries, do the best you can. Not usual. I do want to do it like just quick shout out. Yeah, we see you out there, Brazil. We see you out there. So good to have you with us. This has been a brawl between 2 incredibly high tier teams. Luminous Astros have been taking it to TMCT. TMCT going, I believe, like mostly undefeated, like you said, like 7-0 throughout the regular season. But Luminous Astros drawing blood on them and making them bleed, making them sweat, and making them cry for it if they want to win this one. Already a reset, and they are looking to take it all the way.
Yeah, quick TLDR. So TMCT went 14-1 in the regular season. Their only loss being against, I believe, Happy Girls.
Happy Girls.
Right? And then after that, they ended up in winner's bracket, right? Beat Zoo, faced off against Luma. A 2-1 series win earlier today. Luma beat Zoo. And then following that, Luma comes back up against TMCT, wins 2-1 in grand finals. And now we're going to game 2 of the grand finals reset, where now everything is on the line. Luma won game 1 on their map pick, set 5.5, as I think we've had like 3 of them so far today. And
yeah, all but one, I think.
Yeah, actually, probably, yeah. And then TMCT is now game 2 on their map pick, hoping to take this back so they can go to Atlas Lab.
Yeah, it's simple to sound, but it's amazing to hear. If Luminous Astros win this one, that's it. They're champs. It's done. So TMCT behind the 8 ball for once in their illustrious season, and they are going to have to play lights out for this.
Yeah, I think we are waiting for the teams to ready up in the drafter, so it will take a sec. Both of them are getting ready. Probably a short break after an absolute barn burner of that game 1. Everyone except Cookies having above 300 redirects, with Sloth nearly hitting over 400, as Cookies was just permanently sitting on top of Alex, just trying to damage him to make sure he couldn't play the game. And, well, yeah. we will see how things end up. And yeah, thank you, Prod, for getting up this graphic. This is a pretty accurate representation. And Kai banned, Kazan banned. So TMCT first picks the Estelle here. Drakkar Rasmus answered, and I'm wondering, do we just see like an Atlas Zentaro here locked? I feel like that there's just no question. This should just be Atlas Zentaro locked for TMCT, and they just try to play it Stinger.
Yeah, they've got to do that. I fully agree with you. That Stinger is too valuable on that character. I think that. There's no question. There's the Atlas. Let's just do what needs to be done. Again, Centauro come out to play, and final though for Luminous Astros though. That's the question.
Yeah, indeed, right. And that final pick. So if this is Drakkar Rasmus, okay, I see this. So this is interesting, right? So we're gonna be seeing Cookie's rune here. So yeah, I was gonna say that probably forces Llama into either Octavia or Aimee for himself, and Octavia seems more likely considering it's an Aerial's start.
Yeah.
So I think the thing is now with TMCT being the ones to try this Estelle rune, they're trying what worked against them, because it was Estelle rune into the Drakkar goalie with that Rasmus forward. That was very tough for Sloth to deal with. Now, this is a different beast, right? We have to see, does Alex's patience hold up even better? Is he able to play this better? And it is an aerial start. Oni Village is a less open map than Inky's with respect to, things taking a lot slower on offense. So there is a very real possibility that maybe this just doesn't work.
Very real possibility, but I am nonetheless rooting for Luminous Astros, because aside from Luna, I also like me some Octavia. So here's hoping they can make that work. Here's hoping that the team doesn't get, shut down by that way. I do think it has like a lot of potential, specifically with this start. If it wasn't this start, I'd raise an eyebrow at it, but this is what we got, so this is what we're going with.
Yeah, indeed. And these teams ready to load in for potentially the final game of today. TMCT not wanting it to be that. Aerial Stinger start on Oni Village. Based on how it looks, it's probably going to be a heavy core control focused game with pretty much everyone on aerials, if I'm being perfectly honest. I don't think I see anyone picking up Stinger here just because of what was drafted.
Yeah. I would not be remotely surprised at that. I'm expecting a lot of speed and a lot of sick plays. I'm expecting to see a lot of sick passing here as we load in. Here we go. Nope, we do get one person on Stinger, the Rune. Everybody else on Aerials.
Yeah, I completely forgot. It slipped my mind. Yeah, Rune doesn't really get much benefit from Aerials, right? It is just that banish range that he would get and slightly faster shadow swap speed. So you'd much rather just have the Stinger so that he can get some persistent damage occasionally if he hits one of those fully formed pillars or even just the light hit pillars.
Yep, and one apiece for each side, and you can see like Lamacraft trying to keep up that speed, and Giovanni just completely deleting Zarhynef Kane. That is Estelle. This is Oni Village. You cannot stay too close to the edge, buddy. They will be expecting that.
Yeah, and that power play doesn't really get much, right? This is Oni Village, as you remember, and this is a Drakkar with strike shot, so there's not much that can really be gotten. And a great death touch there by Zarhynef, but now Cookie's looking to maybe answer, but it's also Drakkar. You can't really go for these like strike multi-hit abilities against the Drakkar, so it makes things a little tougher. Cookie's trying to play this corner. Lamacraft having to burn that base drop there to keep the core forward, and Sloth not in position to deal with that whiplash, and it's Zarhynef with the opener.
Yep, that was more than worth the ult there. Keep that aggression up. Get the first goal of what could be this last game for the Luminous Astros. Banish goes out. Lamacraft stuck, has a flip to help things out though as they start again. No real work on that. I believe that was a secondary there for Lamacraft, though they and Zarhynef both have flips. They could manage to try and secure this one. Nice defense there, though, on the side of TMCT.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest, this strike shot looks so miserable to play against for both Cookies and Geo, right? They're just not able to get the offenses they want because of this strike shot. And that's just so many props to Alex for that. Once again, another strike shot interrupting the offense, and it felt like it didn't look the same way as when it was with Sloth, and those are the nerves showing in this Grand Finals reset, being down a game. It's just so tough for Sloth in those situations.
Yep, Flip has to go out to save that barrier, but well worth it. Oh, wow, the pillar! Unfortunate positioning keeps it up, and Llama Craft all too willing to take the gift offered.
Yeah, indeed. And I think all things considered, this first set, pretty dominant, but maybe the members of TMCT are hoping to scale, but that's not really what you want to be doing with this comp. This comp is supposed to thrive right now. It's supposed to thrive in the early game, and it's supposed to be the Octavia Rasmus that's hoping to scale. And instead, Sloth, with another unfortunate clear, ends up getting it right into the pendulum swing of Zarhynef, and that's set 1 for Luma.
Yeah, that's very worrisome. And Octavia off rip, and honestly, dealer's choice for Octavia Awakenings first pick. Twin drive it is.
Opts for the twin drive, right? It is more secondaries, and it is a good deny away from Atlas as well. Yes, you do miss out on the explosive, you do miss out on the peak, but now we see some damage pickups actually coming in. The Deadeye for the Estelle, and potentially, this Monumentalist, I would say, for the Rune. Most likely, yeah. And that means that, hey, maybe there's a chance to come back, though. This fighter flight for Zarhynef is potentially really scary.
Yeah, I was looking at that, and honestly, I'm not even all that. I'm even a little bit worried maybe about the spark of agility, because that was an early spark, and I don't think there were any other sparks up there. So if they get if Alex gets lucky, then that's going to be that's a very fast team that TMCT has to compete against.
Yeah, and I think this might be the first barrier in quite a while that TMCT has taken this game. And Giovanni looking for that top play there, doesn't really find it as a clear comes down from Alex. He's trying to play this corner, and all 3 members of Luma are back as Cookies is just waiting patiently with this strike. Drops the pillar on this bottom side. That duck touch slightly awkward as Lamacroft pushes up with the flip in the corner. Good banish out by Cookies, and the flip taking that barrier, passes it forward, hoping to get it to the Shadow Swap TP, and the flip gets completely stuffed by the pendulum swing. Zarhynef reads it.
Read like a book. Zarhynef sat there and said, you're clearing to the top. I know you're clearing to the top. Pendulum, boom, knock in. Beautiful timing, beautiful dare. And yeah, Luminous Astro's looking very luminous today. Like, that speed is helping out a ton on their front. That extra, as well as like that extra like secondary, it is always going all luminous right now. Astro, whew.
It is going all luminous, in fact, and, well, that is working for them. Alex just waiting. He's waiting for anyone to contest, and, well, once the forwards of TMCT walk up far enough to try and contest, he's able to just get a free clear, and that banish doesn't really accomplish much. No members at threat of death, and no core at threat of maybe taking a barrier. As Cookies, he is on his flip, but he could just be taken off the map, getting comboed by Alex maybe. But instead, he is just stuck wandering the middle, trying his best to live, and Sloth is also stuck in that corner as he just has to hope for his teammates to bail him out.
Yeah, I think they almost tried to go for a bit of a cheeky kill to Zarhynef and Lamacraft, but as overtime flips activates, they are looking to score open goal. Lamacraft trying to get in position, no dice on there. They do manage to clear it out. Giovanni looking very low, very scary damage coming out on these teams. Meanwhile, Lamacraft, Zarhynef trying to loom in front. Alex has a flip ready to go. That banish comes out very nice on their front, but it doesn't manage to save them. Sonic Boom comes out. Flip comes out, barely manages to save it, but save it they do. And TMCT doing their absolute best to hang on during this very, very dire overtime.
And what great stuff by Cookies. Maybe this is the chance for him to make it as Llama sends it forward. He's taking a lot of damage. Maybe Geo can finish him off, or Cookies in that regard. A pass up to Zarhinoff, down to Llama as Cookies is nearly taken off the map, but no sweet spot found on the rune. And the flip just comes forward as Geo, he's cruising with his own flip in case he needs it. He wants to use it in the offense, doesn't want to have to burn it here defensively as he just jumps forward. He's here flipping on the offense, tries to send it in this corner. The Crystal Thorn's fully blocked out. The banish into the kill, into now a 2v3 as Cookies is also staggered, needs to be careful about his own life as the death touch comes forward. Zarhinoff continues to dribble, the secondary burned, nothing to achieve with it as Cookies tries to play this bottom side, a pass up to him and sneaks it right around the shotgun. A crucial goal from Cookies to regain some momentum.
Much needed goal by Cookies. Kind of just called ISO on Alex, got it around him. Alex just shot the wrong way. But otherwise, very scary situation for them. Shows kind of how kind of like dire the situation is for TMCT. They are still pressing though. They are still pushing. Cookies looking very low as Luminous Astrals try and push for this second barrier. Llama on the offense. So is Zarhinoff. Zarhinoff with a whiplash gets the barrier. Open goal, and Llama trying to do their best to save it. Flow state up. Flow state active. Trying to pop it. No dice. Core is going around the world here, and this is the part where Luminous Astrals need to kind of like push ahead. Don't let TMCT get another head of steam that they have been beginning to do, and TMCT on the other hand wanting to kind of like block out everything, wanting to just focus on that goal. Step by step is how you manage to win these games.
Yeah, good strike laying from the members of TMCT as they're just so patient in this corner trying to take this barrier. But now Llama, he's there. They're just trying to backpass to burn the time on this. But unfortunately, Llama too fast sends it up to that top side. The back pass was a good attempt by Giovanni, but it's just this Aerial's Octavia just takes up too much space.
Yeah, and goodness help you once the other drafts comes in, because like we said earlier, this Luminous Astral team is a team that scales. If Octavia gets any faster, and you can kind of already see it happening, Octavia will be able to basically catch her own passes, and that's kind of like the scariest Octavia. When you start seeing her going as fast as the core, that is just frightening to see. And with someone like Rasmus able to kind of like control and help redirect things as well, Alex as well in the back just making sure that they can constantly feed it up forward, that's going to be a scary team in later sets. So TMCT having to do their best to try and get things done now, but because the longer this game goes, the worse things can possibly get.
Yeah, and that time Alex is forced to use his flip. This is a moment of respite maybe for TMCT, but as I say that, the members of Luminous Astrals are pushing up. The base drop burned, the whiplash burned, and Sloth needs to be so careful with these clears. He's taken off the map with the recovery drone. Good strike, we're out by Cookies. Pass back to Alex, pass up to Llama, as Sloth burns it right through his astral projection. Just goes up, and pass up to Zarhinoff. Good death touch attempt. They don't find it. The flip, melee, and Llama takes set 2. I'm tripping over my words because there's so much going on.
That was insane, and that was insane. That was so much speed. That was so much core speed in general. Speed for days, but it is none other than Alex who gets the MVP. They get the start here, and there is, well, I'm guessing like team player. Yep.
Yeah, team player, that's great there. Super Surge exists. I don't think it's going to get denied, and yeah, you can't really deny it as the Alex.
Really. Yeah,
the extra special goes over to the rune, which is pretty good. Though the scary thing is there is a size now on this Rasmus, but maybe there's more KO potential now because you have Glasscan and Deadeye. Geo can look for more cheeky kills.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with that. Geo is like a big threat. On the other hand, it's like she's got to be on target for real. It's got to be able to catch a moving target in the name of Llama for that Octavia. Like it's because that Octavia is going to be absolutely booking it.
Yeah, indeed. And we do see some good strikes actually coming out here by Cookies, and that pillar saving that next barrier. Maybe Geo can make a play here alongside Cookies. Cookies so patient, not dropping the pillar on this first offense, waiting for the second one for it. That death touch means that first barrier will likely fall off of a lost strike war. Pass up to Geo means he can just dribble it for a little bit, but he has to be careful of his strike shot. That means that he could lose that dribble, and there's that strike shot. It interrupts Cookies, but the core is still back on the other side, and TMCT, they're actually not looking too bad despite what has happened the past few sets.
Nope, and beautiful strike war won by Giovanni. Very, very nice there. Just a bit of a gunslinger battle, and the sniper takes that one.
Yeah, sniper in melee, not a typical situation you would be in that you would win. And Cookies attempting to go for the kill. Zarhinov saving his Octavia from the kill, but that does mean they do lose one barrier for it. But I think Luma is okay with that because they took one barrier on the top side themselves.
Yeah, it's evened out. It's not, they're not behind, and everybody knows that you're gonna usually get like one barrier here as the beat gets dropped, as the flow state gets going on for Llama-Craft. Nothing really for that one, but they do try and they're trying to like throw everything at this like bottom barrier to try and like clear it, get this one going, force TMCT on the defense. But TMCT looking a lot better, just getting a lot more groove in it. Nice bait out of the I believe the primary there, but it's been it's been feeling a whole lot better for TMCT. It's been looking a whole lot better for TMCT.
Yeah, they have been playing these offenses pretty well, and now this defense, they need to continue to play it. Geo has this flip, so this could be potentially dangerous for Luma if they do lose this here, and Llama-Craft nearly finds that there. A great piercing shot by Geo actually to save it there, and tries to send it forward and follow it with that Crystal Thorns. It's Arhinov who sends it forward that time. The Banish missed out, but Alex, he finally gets tripped up by one of these rune pillars, and Cookies taking a second point. Maybe TMCT isn't out of gas yet.
No, I have to agree with that. They seem to have found themselves a bit of a rhythm going, and a little bit of a stare-off as to like who's gonna kick off first, who's gonna win that strike war first. It was Luminous Astros, but TMCT very quick to respond back with a double barrier and nearly managed to make that goal happen with the piercing shot. Base drop comes out, barrier gets taken, and it is on the offense though. Our TMCT, they are looking very good here as Luminous Astros try and get some offense of their own going.
Yeah, Cookie's trying for a cheeky angle redirection there, but doesn't find it, as Llama-Craft is pushing up forward. So is Zarhinov, the Whiplash, and the Flow State. They finally time out, but Sloth with no abilities. Even if he's as big as he is, he can't cover the whole net. And that is Luma taking 1 point back.
Yep, 1 point back for them. They kind of just let that one bounce, kind of baited out the expanse from Sloth and just slotted it in otherwise. Bear save by Alex, but that doesn't last very long. They are going to want to try and take that one back. Our Luminous Astros try and create a barrier of their own. They do get one as Flow State activates for Llama-Craft. They are going to want to keep that up as long as possible, and TMCT trying to fight off this roaring offense from Luminous Astros.
Yeah, and unfortunately that strike shot missing is so disastrous for TMCT, as it allows Zarhinov to step forward and pick up that strike against Sloth.
Yep, had that flip ready to go, and that one mistake is now putting Luminous Astros on game point, on set point, and tournament point.
Yeah, and I mean, this is so big for TMCT. They need to find a way to come back. That's one barrier already taken, potentially a second, and they do answer back. No, they don't. A great Molten Bolt from Alex means that they don't answer back, and this Whiplash is a little dangerous. They're walking into this corner, but TMCT, their defense has not been terrible this game.
No, it has not. I mean, a lot of these offensive moments by Luminous Astros have mostly been found off of, like, brief mistakes, even though brief mistakes is all it takes sometimes, such as almost that one. They had to flip to save that one and kind of got past them. Meanwhile, look at that. Base drop nearly gets the kill. It does get the barrier. They do feed through. Flow State is still going. Llama-Craft trying to force something through, and there it is. Zarhinov with the Whiplash, with the point, with the set, with the championship. Your winners of EUSL Season 3, Luminous Astros.
And hey, what a fitting way for it to be done. Zarhinov being the one to claim his second trophy with his own hands. scoring that winning goal there on Oni Village. And I think that this Luminous Astrals team, when they are firing on all cylinders, is so good, right?
They are phenomenal. They are a treat to watch when they have everything going. Absolutely. And they had everything and more going to basically fight the fight that they did, coming from losers bracket, had to go down to losers grand finals, got their win back in the most absolute of ways against the team that sent them there.
Yeah, indeed, right? And this is the absolute way for Luma to have done it. 7 games, or sorry, that's 10 games today, I think, played for them. So they must be completely tired and hungry, waiting for their dinners now. And I think, at least for their sake, I want to get them on an interview. We'll have to see, though. But I think overall, congratulations to Luminous Astrals for winning EUSL Season 3. Alex and Llama, congrats on your first victory.
Yeah, enjoy it.
And yeah, for TMCT, they put a really valiant effort. I loved watching their style of play.
Absolutely.
I think with this patch, it makes it a little tougher with the amount of damage that's going around. Though EU has generally been playing a little bit more core control focused. Though despite that, I think they adapted to this patch in playoffs really well. Nearly actually won. In fact, they were 1 point away from winning.
Yeah.
But that 1 point made a difference, and it's because of that Luminous Astrals won.
Yeah, sometimes the chips fall your way, and sometimes they just don't. But nothing to take away from TMCT. They went undefeated in the regular season for a reason, a very good reason, and they showed that why. It was just Luminous Astrals that managed to gut it out today, and that's what took it.
But yeah, that is it for us. Thank you everyone for stopping by. But we still have one more thing. There is a post show after this, and there are some announcements at the end of the post show. So stay tuned, everyone. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome to EUSL Post Show. I am joined this time by Alex, Zarhynef, and Lamacraft. How's it going, everyone?
I'm exhausted.
Yeah, I can imagine you guys are definitely tired. But hey, that's kind of why we'll try to get this over a little quick for you guys to eat, maybe sleep a little early or something after such a long day. So first things first, I'll jump right to you, Alex. So first, after IME Enjoyers back in the day, dominance before EUSL, then coming back for Season 1, IME Haters getting third, and then retiring before coming back this season, how'd you come to join this team, and after the roster shakeup, how did it end up feeling for you?
So at first, I didn't really want to play after I split with Amy Enjoyers. I kind of just wanted to play with them only. But I realized more and more that they were just not... They didn't have the time and didn't really want to play. And I still liked the game a lot, so I looked around. So yeah, I mean, I played with Amy Haters first. Went alright, I'd say. But then there was an opportunity to play with Zarhynef and with Sake. Sake unfortunately had to, dip. So then Llama came in and we kind of made an interesting squad, having two midfields essentially. And it was definitely an interesting journey.
And hey, it seems like it worked out for you guys, and I think I kind of want to talk about in terms of picks in general, right? So Lamacraft, specifically for you, with the new patch that dropped, everything was known to be even more damage focused than things were traditionally, and with your main picks like your Rune, your Kai, your Octavia, not really being known to be damage picks, they still worked out really well today alongside stuff like the IME and Juno to supplement it. Is there any reason you think it worked out today against TMCT?
I think we got saved by the micro patch. Without it, we would have been cooked.
Just, do you think it's specifically for yourself or for your teammates, or tell me about it?
At least for me. I mean, I suck at everything else except for the speed characters. So...
Yeah, the micro patch, especially the mag souls, right? That big change is insane.
Yeah, and the nerf on Wand as well.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I guess one thing, I'll throw it over to Zar, right? For you, winning your second EUSL and being to your third finals in a row, what do you think felt different about TMCT this time compared to the last time you played against them? How'd you end up beating them?
Well, I think it's more because, I mean, first season we dominated, obviously, but the second season, me and Fang kind of, I don't know if we rusted or just, I don't know what happened. It was a mess, basically. And now this season with Lam and Alex, it was definitely better. Of course, not as much time to create the synergy we could have had, but it was enough to pull us through, so...
And do you think overall you guys felt more cohesive than Season 2 Fierce Fury, at least?
Then Season 2, yes. Then Season 1, maybe we could have practiced a bit more.
Hey, maybe, right? But I think overall it was a success, even though there were some really close games, right? I guess, Alex, just tell me about this. Coming back from that set 5.5, you guys were 1 point away from just losing. How did that feel, and what went into that from a mental standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, with Amy and Joyous back in the days, I've already done it plenty times. So, for me personally, it's the comfort zone. It's nothing out of the ordinary. So, we just, I mean, we held it together very well, to be honest. I think mentally we were just in a very good state.
Yeah. Hey, as you said, the game has just started, right? And, well, it really did just start at that point. You guys started that reverse sweep into that game 2, right? And then took the next Grand Finals reset 2-0, right? Now, I kind of wanted to ask you guys, right? I've already heard a bit of rumblings, but just for everyone else, are there any plans for the future as a team? You guys think you'll stick together, or at least individually, do you plan on competing? I'll first throw it over to Alex.
I mean, I don't think we particularly talked about what we're going to do with the team exactly. I do think that we're probably not going to be playing as free anymore, but yeah, I'm not sure. But I will probably look to play again.
Okay, that's cool to hear. Zarheinef, what about for you?
Yeah, this was my last season, no matter what result I got. This game takes too much of my time, and well, it is fun when you win. When you lose, it's mentally draining. It's, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think it's worth my time anymore, unfortunately.
It's partially why I retired to be primarily a TO. Hey, that way I can enjoy the game, but not commit nearly as much of my time. But hey, let's hope that's only one of those typical 3-week or 1-month retirements that everyone goes through, and not a permanent one.
I'm afraid this time it's for you,
Okay. We'll see.
Whoever's writing in Twitch chat, screw you.
Yeah. Lamacraft, what about for you? What are your plans?
I'm gonna take a 2-month vacation maybe. Then we'll be back.
Yeah. Okay. Good to hear. Maybe we might be back. Now, as for a few more announcements before we end off the post-show winners interview, first things first. Clarion Corp Trials, Peak High Diamond and Below Tournament. There is no clear date yet for Clarion Corp Trials number 2. However, it is in the works. So for anyone who is High Diamond or below, just watching, or anyone who knows people who are interested in it, that's kind of all we have for now. And probably a more important announcement for more of the people here is EUSL Season 4. We do plan on doing it, so it will be there. And another thing we want to say is we are probably going to be introducing a Tier 2 league alongside it, so EUSA or something like that, European Strikers Academy, similar to NASA and NA. But there will probably be at least like a 2 months break till it, so everyone can just have a nice vacation, relax, and then maybe come back, a little renewed and less burnt out from the game. But I suppose with that, I'll ask you guys for each of your shoutouts, right? Starting with Lamacraft, anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, I wanna shout out Scream Elves for weakening Cookie's mental a bit before the game.
Oh, that's crazy work. Okay. Hey, and then Zar, any shout outs for you?
Shout out to us allowing to be able to ban Kazan 9 or 10 times in a row.
Oh yeah, that Kazan character, hook strike. Am I right? Okay. Alex, any shout outs for you?
Just shout outs to Llama and Zar for holding it together, holding through.
Okay, and hey, before we end off the whole season, Psykeen, is there anything else you would like to hop onto the mic and say?
Oh, wow. Streamer hot mic? I'm down. All right. Yeah, no, I'd like to say thank you to everybody for playing your hearts out, showing up. I appreciate each and every one of you. I mean, you've made my Saturdays meaningful, and I really appreciate that. Shout outs to our champions of Season 3, Luminous Astrals, of course. You guys played amazing, and they were such fun games to watch. Shout outs to you, Ether, for casting your gauntlet today. Let's go.
Oh yeah, 10 games.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, 9 games, I think.
Shout outs to all of our other casters. Jay, we've got Xylifer, Loco, we've got our Immaculators, we've got our P-Flares. Thank you to all of you. Hearts to each and every single one of you. And W Sloth for bankrolling and TOing and playing some amazing Omega Strikers. And hey, this one is from the bottom of my heart. A special shout out to Zoe and Lila for, getting the ball rolling in the first place, at least when I was brought on here. So,
yeah, I mean, back then, I think nowadays, ETOS would not run without Sloth, but back then, Zoe and Lila definitely got it started.
My personal heroes. So, yes. With that said, that's all I have to say. I've got Nassel games to get reffing, but otherwise, hey, there's gonna be a little poll for you in chat, special request.
quick poll. I mean, Psyche will put it up after this, and before I send you guys off, take a guess on how many different ties I wore this across the cast. But with that, I will send us off. Thank you guys again for a wonderful season, and that is EUSL Season 3. See you.